What is good, people? How we doing on a Sunday? First of all, hold up. Let me make sure my audio is good because today I know we typically don't stream on Sundays, but I've been doing some research and there's some things that I find alarming and some things that, the passport bros, at least the passport community, has not been talking about. And I figured why not just talk about it today? And we're going to call this stream a lazy Sunday stream. Okay. So, guys, some of this shit that we're going to be talking about is it's going to be kind of funny. I ain't going to chat with you. And then some of it is not going to be because it's going to be just basically focusing on the realities of what these harsh realities of what these passport bros do not talk about. Basically, what happens to a lot of young black men overseas when they go into these foreign countries and not really understand what it is they're getting themselves into. They don't understand the environment. Matter of fact, some of these platforms aren't even teaching these young men good situational awareness skills, right? What to look for, how these gangs coordinate, especially how these gangs coordinate with the particular women that they're with. So there's a lot of shit that these motherfuckers do not talk about, and it's absolutely dangerous. One of the main talking points you see from these people is from the talking points of the women aspect, okay? Which right off the bat should clue a lot of you guys in to what to know what this really about, right? A bunch of guys who understandably so are feeling frustrated with the sexual marketplace right now, and they feel as though they can find other options overseas. Now, here's the thing: we're too female centered and female focused on what's going on. Now, here's another thing: is there's a deviant element to this as well, which is a sex tourism part, which is part of the play, but a lot of guys in this particular community do not want to admit. However, if you go into these motherfuckers one by one, eventually they will all fold and let you know that they have paid for box at some point in time. So that's one thing you guys have to absolutely understand, okay? When they say going overseas for women, typically it's not just for finding wives. All right. So those of you fellas out there that you feel like you're missing out on, going to find some beautiful girl in Brazil or some beautiful girl in Colombia, right? You got to understand this, man. It's not always greener on the other side. And sometimes the bullshit some of these guys try to sell you, the reality just doesn't match up. And we're going to be talking about a lot of those realities today because I think that if we're just going to talk about passport bros, okay, listen, we're going to talk about the realities of it. We're going to talk about something they don't want you to see. They don't want you to hear about because it's going to cause a lot of you young men to wake up and to be serious about it, right? And it's not, I'm not doing this episode, okay, to deter young men if they want to go in and pursue these things. No, I don't want to deter you guys. What I am doing this episode for you guys is so you guys understand the full picture, what it takes and what you actually have to prepare for before you go into these foreign countries. And that honestly takes time to just be honest with yourself in understanding what it is that you want. And for most people, it's usually the sex. So listen, this ain't gonna be listen, it is gonna be serious, but I'm gonna get high this episode. I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Shout out to you because we're gonna go into some shit. I found some stories and some videos online about Medellin, about some of these sex tourism places in the world, and some of it is very disturbing, right? And for instance, right, what you don't hear from these guys is a lot of men being drugged and robbed overseas. Now, this happens to women too, but we in the manosphere. The women can talk about their own issues. All right, we over here. Come on, baby. All right. So the men are getting drugged and raped, and it's by this drug called scopolamine, right? Scopolamine, and it's also aka called the devil's breath. Okay, first of all, let me get into this chat real quick. What's good with y'all people? How y'all doing? Marquise 912 says not true. Just came from down there and we had a great time. You about to find out. Just because you had a great time, it don't mean shit, Marquise, because the people that we're going to use as examples in this particular video here today, basically it was their first time just slipping up. the first time slipping up, traveling over there, and it was over. And that's all it takes. You not paying attention. With this scopolamine we're going to be talking about, this devil's breath, any one of them girls can slip it in. Matter of fact, the guy that's probably one of the first stories we're going to tell here, if we're going to listen to, the lady she didn't even, bro, it was so brazen the way she tried to get this drug into this nigga's system. It wasn't even funny. And when you consider how brazen that shit gets, you will realize how desperate a lot of those women are. And when you point out the fact that when these guys, these passport bros, talk about, oh, it's better overseas, we got to do this, we got to do that, they're not considering the actual danger that you can be in certain clubs. So we're going to talk about that today. We got to get the full picture. All right. And just because it's your experience don't mean it's the same for other people. Oh, somebody just got a Mr. Everything. Shout out to you. Thank you for the new membership. I appreciate it, brother. Young Geezer, welcome to the chat. He says you got a guy that got robbed in Cuba. That's crazy. Big Boss Smoke channel says, so did Austin Holloman get himself robbed? If not, then why do you have his face crying for the thumbnail? Because I thought it was funny. And he's like basically the leader, or at least the face of the passport bros. Mr. Big Boss Smoke, I don't know if you're a passport bro or not, but no one really knows you. I mean, we know Austin, right? He's a pretty big channel. So if you are, then maybe I'll find some pictures of you crying and then put it on my thumbnail, because passport bros are about to take a lot of L's today, all right? But again, let me just let you know this right now. They're about to take some L's. And I want y'all to understand something. For every passport bro that we're going to be talking about today in this stream that get their ass robbed, get their ass drugged, get their ass trumped up in fucking situations with polices that they don't need to be fucked up with, right? That's a L for all you passport bro niggas out here, because realistically, the shit y'all pushing this shit so hard. Let's go overseas. America sucks. America sucks. You pushing this shit so hard, literally going over there and seeing the literal difference, seeing the desperation in people's eyes when they see you walking down the street with your watch on. For Pete's sakes, my nigga, these people barely make $300 a month. Most of y'all niggas can clear that in a week. Not even some of y'all in a day, right? So that's a lot of money to them. You don't understand the desperations of third world countries unless you really, really understand what day-to-day life is. And once we get through the other side, I know some of these passport bros, you guys like to talk about the good parts, right? Some of y'all want to build $1 million compound, okay? With airports and shit. You can go ahead and do all of that, right? I'm just letting the brothers know that want to go ahead and join up in your eventual cult island in Colombia, right? Just make sure you understand that the locals down there, listen, shit ain't as sweet as you think it is. That's what we're getting at, okay? So to answer your question, if I haven't before, he's the boss of this thing. So you can call him the godfather of the space. So, hey, matter of fact, the fact that you just said this, anytime I'm talking about all you passport bro niggas, all right, I'm gonna slap his face on everything. And just so y'all think that don't think that I'm some kind of hater here, okay? I don't want y'all to think I'm some kind of hater, because on my last stream when I talked about this passport bro king, okay, we talked about his GoFundMe account. Matter of fact, where are my manners? Let me share my screen with y'all motherfuckers right here real quick, okay? Because I told y'all at the end of that episode yesterday that this nigga's GoFundMe balance will go up. Now, did I say that? Because even though I'm not a passport bro, still support the fucking movement, okay? I still do. I'm still wondering where the fuck y'all niggas at, okay? So last time we had 18 donors in the past 2 weeks for $325, right? And then, oh shit, right after my show, and I told him it was gonna go up, it did go up to $330. And who donated? Me. So at least I'm out here supporting the boy. Where y'all broke asses at? Right? Where y'all at? Listen, I'm just thinking to my work, because it seems like ain't nobody helping this nigga out. So I'm doing my very best here at Dukendon to support your local content creators, even if their supporters aren't going to. Oh wait, y'all don't believe this was me? Check out my email. I even got a receipt letting y'all know I donated to the cause. So, hey, listen, before you come at your brother, where y'all motherfuckers at? That's all I gotta say. Y'all been letting this dude hanging for weeks. So, listen. As a contributor, to his campaign, which I'm assuming Mr. Big Boss Smokes that you're not, okay? Because at least we know who the real ones are at this point, right? Listen, I think I deserve the right to put this nigga's face on my thumbnail, depicted however the fuck I want, motherfucker. So next time you put a dumbass comment like this, make sure you understand which channel you're dealing with, bro. Like, cause we just not anybody, okay? So I digress. Thank you for contributing. Aze's in the building. Shout out to you. Oh, look, I got this nigga's face on here right now. Come on, what you gonna do about it? Glass Eyes, what's good? Darren the Gray, what's good? It's me, what's good? Listen, it's crazy, bro. These passport bros are getting fucked up out here. They are getting fucked up, and we gotta help them out, okay? So listen, we gotta do our very best to make sure shit happens, all right? So Ultimate, welcome to the stream. Isaiah, welcome to the stream. No, Isaiah, this is not a replay. This is we live. We about to play some videos. I just had to shut some haters up real quick because apparently people think I'm a hater. I'm supporting the brother. Can I pull that shit back up real quick? Oh, by the way, if y'all are haters that think I'm a hater want to call in, we can also do a call-in show too. But I donated to the Enlightening Western Men's World Tour Fund, okay? All right, see, listen, it come to find out that I am the only donor since a day ago. Y'all, where the fuck y'all niggas at? I mean, you can't hide that shit. I'm right there, right? And I said at the end of the stream, I would do it, right? Since y'all niggas not supporting. Where the passport bros at? Y'all would rather go into other people's channels who are just rightfully pointing out criticism that are helping other men to just call them haters and all that shit. But where are y'all niggas to support? Where are y'all niggas to support? You don't even want to support this cause because you don't believe in it. And neither the fucking $330. Come on, bro. Hey, I'm sorry. I just had to talk my shit real quick. So with that being said, let's go ahead and back up. What's good, Quan Leonard? Welcome to the stream. Ultimate welcome. Starving Marvin, what's good? Yeah, bro, dudes are getting drugged up out here. So let's go ahead and get into the first video, okay?
Problem with robberies and drugging and things like that. Just in the first 3 months of this year, Medellin reported 5,700 robberies already. So me and my friends, we having a great time. We only got about 48 hours in Medellin.
By the way, guys, this happened in 2022, this year alone, right? While these passport bros are telling y'all, hurry, get your passport, people, get your passport. People getting robbed, drugged, and possibly raped right now in Medellin. All right. And we're not just going to talk about Medellin. We're going to talk about the DR too, because a lot of y'all it seems like y'all just don't get it. Let's continue.
So we roaming around as fast as we can. Pretty much it stayed up for like 24 hours straight. So we pretty much check out like every single club like on the strip. So when I went the first time in like 2018, 2019, the major club out there was Gusto's. Well, this time Gusto's wasn't really popping. It's like pretty much like 4 new bars / clubs on this little side street that is pretty much like the main ones that's popping nowadays. So we partying, having a good time. So we get to this one bar that's underneath another club. It's smoky, music playing, everybody having a great time. So me, I'm sitting in the back right next to like the bathroom. It's kind of smoky back there. I'm sitting on the couch just chilling, recording a little bit, just minding my business. My boy standing up, he getting grinded on by a chick, just chilling, man. He having a great time. Well, this chick comes up to me and like kind of leans in like she's gonna hug me, like, hey, Poppy, and comes in and does her finger like this real fast across my lip. Really, really fast. And I thought that was really, really weird. And she did it so fast, like I didn't even really have a chance to react. I didn't know if she was coming to hug me, but I know a lot of people like have been getting scopolamine and different like things blown in their face. So
it's that quick sometimes. It's that quick sometimes. He's at the club. He's vibing. He's chilling. Hey, everything's cool. His buddy's over there. He's getting grounded on by chicks. Everything's fine. It's just another day in Medellin. It's just another day. And then here's this chick who's right there, a shark, watching him, right? Saw an opportunity and came in like that. Most men probably wouldn't have noticed anything was wrong. Most men would have probably just rolled with it and wouldn't do what he's about to say he does next. This is how quick this shit happens. A lot of y'all, we get too distracted and we lack proper situational awareness. You don't know who's around you. You're focused on vibing. Some of y'all are drunk when y'all go out because y'all pregame. You need that liquid confidence, right? Y'all not ready for this kind of stuff, bruh. These dudes and chicks are coordinating. They're ready. They see America. They see dollars. It's that quick, bruh. She just came up to him, right to his mouth.
Already kind of on guard, but man, she was so quick. It was like really no chance to really block her.
No chance.
So once she did that, I'm not gonna lie, I don't condone touching a woman any way that's not pleasurable to them. But as soon as she did that, I hurried up, like kind of like stiffed on her, like, whoa, what you doing? And I kind of did it so hard she almost fell down. At this point, it's kind of like a scene. So everybody looking at me like, oh, what's wrong? You know, this chick like, why you so angry? And I'm like, hold on, like, nah. But when she did it across my lip, her thumb, it didn't really feel like a thumb. It felt like some type of substance was on her thumb. So I knew it was a problem. So I had a bottle of juice in my hand. I told my boy, yo, come outside with me. You know, I think something just happened.
And shout out to his brother too as well. It seems like at least he's somewhat aware, so you can tell he actually has some travel experience in this game because he's a travel bro. He's a passport bro. He even before this, he shouted out other people who are also passport bros in this channel. So he's among that, but you can tell he has an experience with it where he said, "Hey, listen, when she came out and just did this to my mouth, it didn't even feel like her thumb. It didn't feel like a normal thumb. It felt weird, right? It's that quick. There's some guys right now, if they were put in that same position, they probably wouldn't have thinking anything of it. They'll probably think, oh, she was drunk, she tripped and fell, especially if she turns around and puts that thing on you, right? Some of y'all just forget real quick, but he's alert. He's situationally aware. He realized, hey, the Scopolamine thing, this crap happens, okay? It happens. I don't want to get caught up in this bullshit. A lot of these young men who are getting passports and doing all this, they're not being told this nonsense. They're not being told this. And this is why black men end up missing in these foreign countries. And no one is talking about that. And in the States, no one cares because they're black men. So you got black mothers who are trying to fight justice for their son, but where can they even start? The authorities down there are not going to help you out. It's this quick sometimes, people. It's this quick.
So I take the juice, you know, splash it around my face a little bit, like, you know, just try to make sure like I can dilute anything that might happen. And I stand there for a second just to see, like, make sure I'm okay, like I don't pass out or something crazy. And as I see some of the girls by the doorway, like kind of looking at me, and I see like dudes kind of like, if I move to the left, they kind of shadowing me too. So I tell my boy, like, yo, I'm gonna walk to the hotel real quick.
So y'all caught that, right? What's good, Laughing Man? Y'all caught that, right? So you could tell, like, she came with a crew. Because what did he say? As soon as I ran out there, I looked out, and as I was moving each way, he saw dudes moving with them. Those dudes, they were following him because they put that chick up to the plan. Like, you don't think these people aren't watching you when you land, aren't watching you when you get in your little taxi or Uber to go to your little hotel or Airbnb? You don't think they're watching you? You don't think they're networking with the local girls down there that, by the way, some of them are feeding drugs to purposely keep doped up to control them? And the reason why they do this, for y'all don't really know, for the reason why they do these to these young girls is because young girls in those countries, they make money. They're the easiest ones to go catch. You understand that, right? Because as a dealer, as a person who's looking for opportunity, I just rob the girls because the girls are walking around with all the money. Why? Because they sell their bodies. Sex is a currency right there. It's a big economy. Some of the passport bros, they'll tell you, no, it's not. It's a big economy. So these gangsters know these girls are walking around with cash. They plan this shit out. He moved one way, they were there. So if he was drugged, as he makes his way to his hotel room, guaranteed they're following him. They're tailing him. So when he passes out from this devil's breath, they got him. Rob his shit, take his computers, gone. That's how they do it. This devil's breath plant is not a joke. We about to read into it. because it's not a joke, dude. That shit will control you. It's a temporary mind control, bro. That is not a that is y'all need to be paying attention when you go to these countries, man.
I walked to the hotel because it's right around the corner. Thank God. I go in there, wash my face off real good, and sit there for a second just to make sure I'm okay. Because they say like some of those substances make you kind of almost like a zombie, and like comply with whatever somebody wants. But they say, "Give me the money," you give them the money. So I'm like, let me make sure I'm okay. So I make sure I'm okay. Nothing really happened like in regards to that. Thank God. I only had like a slight headache. I don't know if it was from that or just being awake, but thank God nothing really happened. So went back out to my boy, chill. My last night here, I'm noticing what I found peculiar once I really thought back again on it, is that some of the girls who was with that girl still kept coming up to me and like talking to me and asking me questions like, did I want to go home with them or whatever the case may be, which I find weird, right? Because if you imagine if your friend does something to somebody else or didn't do nothing wrong at all, if your friend hadn't done anything wrong at all, would you go over to a person who just in theory pushed your friend down? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you probably wouldn't. So that let me know that maybe they was trying to check my temperature to see was I still in my right mind state. And that's kind of scary if you really think about it. You got to be like, there's really no coincidences,
Y'all heard what he said. Hey, let me know if y'all see this thing wigging out too, because it's like weird on my screen. I'm like, what is this? But yeah, the girls call them later. I mean, the audacity, right? The friends of the friends, right? So that means that even the girls he was chilling with before that girl who came in and rubbed it on his lips came over was in on it too, because they're all friends. Like, when you guys got to understand is when you're going to these countries, you are going into foreign territory, strange lands. You don't know who's who. You don't know, unless you've lived amongst them, right? Like a true traveler, you don't know who's friend from foe. You don't understand that. So even the girls he was with beforehand were friends of that girl. They came in and did that. And they were calling in to check in on him to see if he was okay. This is what they do. You guys got to be paying attention. And I don't see a lot of passport bros talking about this shit. You don't. I mean, he's talking about this, but he's not to the Austin Hullerman level, and he's a passport bro. Y'all are like, why don't I see support for him? Right? Why don't I see more support for this channel and I see more for that? For the dumbed down shit, the childish shit from a 23-year-old. We got an experienced guy here who survived, and I guarantee you is because of the fact that he's experienced. A 23-year-old guy who's trying to build a freaking, first of all, you don't understand $1 million is not going to build you one giant compound full of houses that you guys can have all the parties that you want in there, right? It's not going to be that. You don't think you're going to be paying money to bribes to the local officials down there? You don't think there's going to, bro, you're going to need a lot more than $1 million, dude. So, like, I don't know if, listen, if the rate of your GoFundMe is what I think it is, you should just give up on that $1 million goal, my guy, because it turns out I was the last guy to donate since the last time anyone talked about this shit. So it's not going anywhere, buddy. Like, hey, call me a hater if you want. I don't know. I'm trying to help y'all out because it seems like your own passport bros don't even want to help y'all niggas out. So call me Robin Hood, I guess, whatever. But he survived because of his experience. A lot of people don't really understand that. And one other thing too, the one thing that the girls, the reason why they also call in to check in on you, especially after like they've attempted to drug you, is to see if you're like still alive. Some of them will probably be worried that they probably killed you or something like that. Because with this scopolamine, you don't know the doses of this shit. You really don't. Let's take a look here. Hold up. I got it pulled up, right? Because this shit, it gets everybody, bro. It's a growing thing down there. Let me add this real quick. Like, we gotta educate our boys, bro. Like, they don't know. So, devil's breath, how dangerous is scopolamine in Colombia? You may have heard the stories, but hopefully you haven't experienced devil's breath before, aka it's one of the common drugs found in Colombia. So it looks like it's this is like a Tell me more, Jake. No, these aren't the fun kind of drugs. We're talking about getting drugged in Colombia and then robbed, potentially even killed. We're talking about scopolamine, the drug that takes your free will and makes robbing you easier than ever before. Is scopolamine a real danger? Yes, 100%. If you're going to South America, the devil's breath is something you have to pay attention to. However, many foreigners have lived in Colombia for years without getting drugged. Others had their drinks spiked for the first night they went out in Bogota or Medellin. So Marquise 9112, go back to your original comment saying that it's not true that people get drugged and black men get drugged and robbed in Colombia in these places. It only takes one night. It could be your first night and it's over with, my guy, right? You can go there so many times and you'll be fine. But all it takes for you is one slip up and it's a wrap. You understand that, right? One slip up and it's gone. You could just turn away, turn your head from your drink for 1 second. She slips it in and it's over with. Or like this other guy we were just listening to, he didn't even have a chance. She was so quick. He didn't have a chance. She was so quick. And they tailed him to the hotel. Y'all got to be careful. Personally, I've never been drugged. However, many of my friends did. Even a good friend of mine who has traveled to Latin America and Colombia for years did. So it happens to a lot of males, right? So here's his story. I sat bolt upright in bed and looked around the dark room. She was gone. I fell out of the bed sideways and groped my hand along the table where my laptop was. It was gone too. Panic beat out the drowsiness in my body, and I scrambled around to find my jeans and shoes. I managed to get them on and flew out the door. Once I took the first step on the stairs, my leg gave way. I stumbled and almost hit a guy coming up the stairs. I lived in the building for 4 weeks and hadn't seen one neighbor. What are the chances of bumping into another one at 4:30 in the morning after I'd just been robbed? He let out an amused wow and pressed himself onto the wall to avoid me from knocking him over. He probably thought I was drunk. I didn't care as I was trying to catch up with the bitch who drugged me. I got into the main floor, threw it open, and dashed into the streets. It was dead. I looked both ways. Nobody. I made a half-hearted attempt to sprint down the street after an imaginary taxi that I imagined she was in, but my body was working, but my mind was still dazed. There was no taxi. She was gone. This dude was hallucinating. Bro. He got drugged and he was hallucinating. Doesn't remember shit. This is what happens, right? Doesn't sound like too much fun to me. Getting drugged and then robbed to the tune of nearly 2,000 USD in electronics. That's a tough pill to swallow, but is it common? Let's find out. Below, I'll discuss everything you ever need to know about scopolamine in Colombia and all over South America in general. What is scopolamine? First, let's learn a little bit more about scopolamine and why it works. Well, it's on the surface, scopolamine is used as a roofie. Criminals slip into drinks and attempt to have their targets absorb the chemical through their skin. They also have this thing in powder form where they just blow it into your face and they got you. Like, this thing is crazy, bro. Scopolamine can be extracted from a flower commonly found in Colombia. Many criminals get their roofies by extracting scopolamine from the tree named the bocachero. I am mispronouncing that for sure. You can also buy scopolamine in pharmacy to treat seasickness. The pharmaceutical version of the drug comes in a patch used to treat nausea and vomiting while at sea. It's a motion sickness drug. No matter how a criminal gets it, scopolamine is also referred to as the devil's breath because skilled criminals don't even require a victim to consume the drug. They can administer scopolamine without slipping it even into your drink. So how does it work? The common, we don't need to go. Okay, here are the side effects: nausea, dizziness, drowsiness, blurred vision, fast heartbeats, headaches, and poor coordination, right? So it says, however, when used as a roofie, scopolamine offers different effects altogether. If the drug doesn't completely knock you out, which it tends to only happen at higher dosages, you will become submissive. So if this drug doesn't knock you out, it controls your mind. It makes you submit. This is crazy. Like, even reading this, I'm just like, whoa. Like, this, I don't hear this being talked about. All I hear is women. all I hear is, oh, the women smell better. The women smell better over there. Can y'all smell this shit? Are y'all sniffing this shit? Because listen, I guarantee you, for every one of those guys coming back to the States talking about how great things are overseas, right? There's one of these dudes who just got robbed, don't know what happened to their laptops, and they're keeping quiet about this because if they do it, if they decide to say anything about it, it's just one big fat L. You understand that, right? And they don't want to go through that. They don't want to go through that regret that they just got duped into going to a hotel by two beautiful girls, and it just turned out it was all a lie. They thought they were hot shit. The girl really wanted it from them, and turns out she didn't really want to have sex with them. She didn't really like the guy. She just wanted his fucking laptop, and she drugged him to get it. This is real. This is real. So for some of you guys who think that you don't have to work on yourself in the States, right, to go ahead and go deal with women, and you feel like it's going to be easier overseas, right? Listen, if you have the same problems here, it's going to follow you there because those women, they're the same thing. And they're not going to like you for you because they understand why you're going down there. You understand that, right? They'll take advantage of you. You are a mark. Guys, you got to wake up to this. You got to wake up to this. Visit says, 2K is a tough pill to swallow. He says, you're alive. Keep the 2K. Yes. A lot of these dudes, you got to be understand. You're lucky to leave with your life because you can easily overdose off this shit, bro. So how common is devil's breath in Colombia? The tree that naturally produces scopolamine is common throughout the countryside in Colombia. As such, it is not difficult for people to get their hands on the roofie in this country. So that's how easy it is. It's a common tree that grows. So for some of you guys who are hitting the local bars, you're hitting the local scene, the clubs, you know, this knockout drug, this roofie drug is easily accessible. It's easy. A kid can pick it off a tree. That's how easy it is. You understand? This is why, like, y'all need to go to like military level situational awareness training. That's what y'all need to do. And I don't see any of these guys offering that. Like, y'all need to get ready because they're waiting for you. These guys are all coordinating. You don't think those girls know each other in the club? You think they don't know each other? You don't think the dudes who are hanging around outside with them scooters or at the marketplace are in on it? Matter of fact, you don't think that the apartment, let's say the apartment or the Airbnb, you decide to go rent while you're there. You don't think the person renting it is also in on it? You don't think that that's probably their side income, right? Part of their side business could be, hey, maybe I unlock your room while you're gone and have some people come in and, you know, take what they need from certain rooms, right? Maybe that happens. And when you come in, I don't know what happened. I don't know. CCTV, what happened? Oh, we don't have CCTV. It's broke, right? And you will never know. Maybe they could be in on it. You'll never know because it is not your land. Yet you guys go there, you pay for your fill and all your lustful needs, and then you come back and talk about how great that country is. Forgetting the fact that you live on the greatest country the world will ever see. As we're speaking right now, no matter how shit you guys say America is, no matter how much you want to say the women are shit, all that stuff, I agree with you, but they're badder bitches here, guaranteed. This is a better country than most because at least this country, it tries to give the illusion, at least enforce the illusion of rights and privacy. Those other countries, the cops will rub you blind. The cops will be in on some of the heists, and y'all wouldn't even know it. Everybody could be in on it because you don't know them. So before you guys go in and hate on your country, right, because of you're not being treated fairly by women and yours, just pay attention. Other countries don't have the same rights that you do. So understand the privilege you have. Why does it take somebody else to just tell y'all that? Right? Why does it take someone else who grew up without that opportunity, eventually found it, to tell you guys that? A lot of you, listen, y'all American men, y'all gotta understand, bro. Y'all just as entitled and privileged as these women that you complain about. You understand that, right? Monetarily speaking, opportunity speaking, you are better off than a lot of these people in this country. Even if you're broke in America, you're still better off. Your welfare checks, right, you get, it's still more than what these women or men in these countries like Medellin will make in a month. So either way, they still see you as a mark, as an opportunity. You understand that? It's crazy out here, but people don't know this shit. Let's continue. While women may be concerned about using roofie for rape, while women may be concerned about men using roofie to grape unsuspecting visitors to the country, the reality is far different. Attractive women often target male visitors who seem wealthy, people. Attractive women often target male visitors who seem wealthy. You understand that? Like this date rape drug, y'all don't understand. It disproportionately affects men, especially men who feel need to flex. And who are the type of men that feel need to flex in foreign countries? It's typically us. It's typically us sometimes. Let's just keep it real. It's us. We like to flex. We flex when we don't even need to, right? Why? Because we would only listen to you if you flexing on us. That's where the black men have come today. We will all rational thinking out the fucking window. We will only listen to you if you prove that you flex on us. As long as you flex on us, we good. Because then we're gonna take that and go flex on other people. That's how they get you. You will target the moment you get off the airport. Black men don't know this. Black men aren't being taught this because black men are seeing Colombia, they're seeing DR, they're seeing these countries, Thailand, as opportunities to live the high-value lifestyle on a discount budget. Now, is there a problem with that? No, but we're not being honest about the dangers. Black men are going missing. They're ending up in barrels, burning in some field in the middle of the desert somewhere in Mexico. One false move, bruh. That's all it takes. They meet these men in bars or on dating sites and are quickly invited over to a guy's apartment for a drink. The trap is set, and when the man goes to the bathroom, the pretty Colombian girl slips some scopolamine in his drink, whether it be alcoholic or not. A few minutes later, the man is incapable of stopping the girl from robbing his computer, his camera, smartphone, and cash. For many male travelers, this equates to $2,000 or more in stolen valuables. But how common is it? Well, its unofficial reports states that over 50,000 cases of scopolamine druggings takes place in Colombia each year. And these are tourists, because tourists are the ones that are easy targets, right? And guess what the recent trend is for a lot of black men? It's to travel to these countries. Well, guess what? If 100,000 black men fly to Colombia next year, half of y'all are getting drugged. This is crazy. They're not telling you this stats. Granted, it's unofficial, but these are estimates, or these are unofficial reports. So all it takes is somebody to really go down there and do the hard, like get an institution down there. Let somebody get an institution down there and see. That's a high number of men. 50,000 cases. And they want to make it sound like this is that you just go in there, you live in the easy life. These locals don't like you like that. They don't like you like that, bro. What you talking about? They don't care about you like that. You think they like you coming into their land, driving up their freaking the cost of goods over there with your American dollars, fucking their women? You think they like that shit? They don't like that shit, bro. Nah. At least they don't get their get backs. They don't have to. And their get backs is robbing your ass blind. Why you thinking you actually gonna have two girls over in your apartment, little menage a trois fun, and something you couldn't get into the States with, right? And then boom, they got you. This is crazy, bro. Let's continue. In reality, that number can be significantly higher. That's what I thought. Because if they did an official report on this thing, I guarantee you it's way more cases than 50,000. And let's just put it this way. Maybe it's not the men exclusively that deal with women, right? It could be, they can put this shit, again, it's skin to skin contact, this shit is, right? So even your apartment people can do that and come in and take your shit while you're sleeping and knocked out. You never know. When people are desperate, you don't know what they're capable of. You understand that? $200 a month, $300 a month. That's max. Most average citizens over there. You don't see desperation, bro. He says, while I spend a lot of time in Colombia, I haven't had any issues being drugged yet. However, 3 of my personal friends all have. Think about it. Out of 4, including him, 3 of the niggas he knows personally were drugged. If you do, if we did a professional study, that could be higher than 50,000 cases. Meaning, if we use his example, out of 4 people, 3 of them are getting drugged in that country. 3 out of 4 people have a higher chance of getting drugged traveling to these countries. That's what that's telling me. If we use his personal stats, because those are 3 personal friends he knows that were drugged. That's crazy. 3 out of 4. Getting drugged in Colombia is common, and it's becoming more and more popular as many poor girls are realizing how easy it is to slip Scopolamine into a traveler's glass and rob them blind. I don't know where Cardi B is from. Y'all know where Cardi B is from? You know, we had that little double standard that happened years ago when she outed herself for drugging men and robbing them, right? And you know how society said nothing in the West, right? Y'all just keep that in mind. Y'all keep that in mind. I don't know where Cardi B is from. Y'all let me know where she's from. I don't know if she's from one of these countries that makes it common. But I will tell you this Scopolamine nonsense, this shit is hitting European countries. All right. This shit is getting popular amongst everything because people are getting even their Bitcoin stolen. That's how crazy this drug is. All right. Now, that's pretty much it. If y'all think, okay, y'all hard-headed meathead said, well, it never happened to me. Marquise 9112, right? Well, I went there. It never happened to me, right? Well, guess what? I understand. You guy. You go in there, you're traveling, right? But guess what? Just because your average ass, it ain't happening to you. It also happens to diplomats. You understand this? This happens to diplomats. And this is how they get their ass fired. Because when you get drugged as a diplomat by Scopolamine, it only means one thing, right? That means you got caught in a red light district doing something with people you shouldn't be doing. That's how these foreign diplomats get fired from their jobs, right? Because you think these girls care about you? Foreign diplomats, that's as high value as you can go, right? You're a diplomatic liaison to a different country. And let's say these motherfuckers, these Moroccan niggas, they want to have fun, right? Go visit the little red light district, have a little fun. Boom, them bitches got them too. They don't give a fuck about you, nigga. It only took one time. They got them too. Look at this. 3 diplomats. Oh, it was 3 of them, not 2. 3 diplomats from a Moroccan embassy in Colombia were drugged and robbed by 2 escorts yesterday. Oh, God. This is in August. So this was last month or the month before last month or September. So this 2 months ago, almost, not even. In the Colombia city of Bogota, according to Colombian news outlets, the same source indicated that 3 victims contacted the escort through a mobile application the day of the incident. I want you guys to understand the pattern here because a lot of guys, the way they set things up when they travel these foreign countries, they go on Tinder and match with girls. Tinder and all these social dating apps, what these guys don't tell you, they're actually setups. They're setups for these operations. So when you're going on Tinder thinking, well, I'm gonna match with this girl, and she's gonna deal with me by the time I get there, and it's almost gonna be kind of a warm lead, right? And then she already kind of knows me because we've been talking, right? No, that's not the case. Because sometimes the girls you're dealing with in these cases are setup girls, and primarily they use Tinder to get you. So let's continue. They found him online the day before the incident. The Moroccan diplomats then met with the 2 escorts in their apartment where they were drugged using a toxic substance. And we just read about Scopolamine and the side effects of it, right? So I'm not saying that's the drug that was used in this situation here, but let's just be real here. Let's just be real here. We can guess what kind of drug can get people to forget and easily have these young women in these situations rob them or take advantage of them. These are foreign diplomats. Colombian authorities have launched an investigation and will check the security cameras in order to identify the suspects. The judicial report already confirmed that these suspects use scopolamine. Oh, okay, they verified it in an article. There it goes. This drug is popping up. Hey, you travel bros, passport bros, remember this drug's name because it's going to pop up no matter where you go. You travel to these countries in Latin America, right? They go, you got to be careful with this, okay? Young men who are thinking, I'm going to just go get my passport. You listen to this 23-year-old Austin guy, right? You may even be younger listening to this guy. He's not telling you about scopolamine. He's not warning you about how the potential dangers of this could be a thing. I was watching another channel that was part of this. I think it's like Razor or something, whatever it is, right? He did he did a couple videos talking about it. He's a passport bro too, right? But even in his video, he's talking about, well, why should we just widely accept scopolamine as like a thing that happens, right? We should do something about it because the Mexican officials, it just makes you look bad. Nigga, what are you talking about? They don't give a fuck. You call the cops, they gonna drug you. The fuck you talking about? Look bad, my nigga. Hey, wake the fuck up. It's a reality. So yes, we gonna say it like that. Just like we say, majority of times there's certain situations where, listen, if it walks like a duck, act like a duck, kind of move like a duck, it probably is a duck. You should watch out. Scopolamine is a widely used drug in crimes in Latin America, particularly in Colombia. Pay attention, people. In Colombia, this is a real danger for you young men out there. And I don't hear any of y'all motherfuckers in this community talking about this. I digress. It says the drug is also known as devil's breath. This is a potent weapon to criminals as it puts victims into a zombie-like state, making them vulnerable to assault and robbery. A zombie. Is this a fucking movie, bro? Right? You even if you explain this to somebody, I would think that you explaining the plot for a movie, bro. That's what I would think. That's what I would think, bro. Like a mind control drug. Like, what is this? Is this a sequel? A sequel to what kind of drug makes? That's crazy, right? But they got drugs that can control your mind and get you to go to your ATMs. So when we didn't touch upon this yesterday's stream, right? So I think this is a good stream to kind of elaborate. And we're going to do a call-in too, so don't worry about it. But I'm just saying, bro, a drug that makes you a zombie so other people can rob you, it's crazy. Yeah, so that's pretty much the article, right? These diplomats, you know, they get caught up too. It's not, listen, when we talk about this, it's not just the average guys getting caught up. It's foreign diplomats. But you guys are like, okay, well, dude, they were Moroccan diplomats. Okay, they were Moroccan diplomats. Okay, so for all we know, it is what it is. They're also foreign people too, right? You ain't gonna catch no American diplomats doing that or American, officials doing that. Oh well, guess what? We got a U.S. Marine. They caught a U.S. Marine in this bitch. Hold up, how do I move this? This needs to go. A Marine colonel. You can't make this shit up. So listen, passport bros, they everywhere. Don't get it twisted. They affected every aspect of government. They have affected every aspect of the school system. The passport bro mafia is deep. Okay, they run deep. They're in everybody, white, black, it don't matter. They're part of the same group. A Marine colonel, that is as high as you can go in the military, baby, got caught up with one of these bitches. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to laugh, bro. But like, just seeing the fact that they got a colonel, and we talk about situational awareness. That's usually like a military type thing, right? Because if you're in a foreign country, right, you're supposed, especially if you're a military official, right, one of the things that they teach you is good situational awareness or security, right? Good OPSEC. We got a colonel. They caught a colonel. These escorts are not playing, bro. hey, Marquise 912. They got a colonel. They caught him. All right. You listen, bro. I don't care what you think you are, if you think you Superman or not. These motherfuckers outrank you, and they got them. These escorts are on a different level. Do you understand me? Marquise, 912, do you understand what I'm saying here? They got a Marine. It's not even just the Army. If it was the Army, I would understand, because Army niggas be doing crazy shit too, right? But we got devil dogs in the building. They got a devil dog, son. You kidding me? Marine Corps, they got a devil dog colonel level. These escorts are not a joke. You young men have to wake up. They not playing with y'all. They not playing with y'all. You want to go build $1 million compound? They got a colonel. I want to read this shit. This is going to be funny as hell. A military board has recommended a Marine colonel who was drugged and robbed while on assignment in Bogota, Colombia, to be forced to retire. The Miami Herald reported. Marine Harrier pilot Colonel Roger T. McDuffie, oh, he sound like a nigga that do that shit too, was on a temporary assignment in Colombia with several other Marines. So you mean to tell me they put you on a temporary assignment and you couldn't hold your loins? This passport bro couldn't hold. This passport bro that infiltrated the Marine Corps, right? And in the highest position of the Marine Corps couldn't help it. The moment it went to his favorite destination, this nigga folded, bro. This nigga folded, bro. They got him. And you think they're not going to get you, an 18-year-old, a 23-year-old flying to these countries? You don't think that they can get you? You don't think these escorts, bro, if they're coordinated enough to get a Marine Corps colonel, they can get you, the average guy that flies down there. That's why this shit is so serious. And it's crazy they don't talk about it. These passport bros don't bring up articles about it because it's a L. Having a Marine Corps colonel get caught up in this shit is a L. They give you a temporary assignment, nigga, and you couldn't hold it. You couldn't hold yourself. All that disciplining you had to be a colonel, you folded on a temporary assignment. These passport bros don't take them lightly. They everywhere, bruh. It started with the white folks. You know, the white folks were the original passport bros. Y'all understand that, right? The white folks going to Thailand, the Philippines, right? All these crazy countries, right? They known for that. Y'all understand, right? So don't get it twisted. The white folks been the original passport bros. I want y'all to understand that, right? And now, you know, it's gotten to the point they could be police officers. But listen, here's the crazy thing about this article, right? They're forcing him to retire. Why are they forcing him to retire? You got to ask yourself that question. I'll give you guys a second, right? Right? He was drugged, right? He was drugged and robbed. So then why would they force a Marine Corps colonel to retire after he's been drugged and robbed? You would assume it wasn't anything of his fault, right? Because the U.S. government isn't stupid. Okay, you can't really fool the U.S. government like that. If you, as a fucking Marine Corps colonel, get caught up, guess what? They know why you was there. They understood while you was there. They knew that you were hiring escorts. So in lieu of this story of you getting caught up and drugged, robbed by escorts coming out and embarrassing United States government, they would much rather just force you to retire. So even in respectable levels of government, respectable levels and positions in society, this shit is frowned upon. This is what the passport bros don't want you to understand, right? Because when we admit this stuff, they want to obfuscate from it. They want to hide the fact that they pay for box, right? But this shit happens. A military board convened on January 11th at Lejeune in North Carolina found McDuffie was guilty of subpar performance and failure to demonstrate acceptable qualities of leadership required of an officer in the member's grade. Wow, bruh. How many of you guys in the chat are Marines or have someone in the family who are Marine? Put a 1 in the chat. I'll wait. Because low-key, this is embarrassment. And I like the wording the Marine Corps puts on it, right? You know, it's one of those fancy corporate wordings, right? It's like you found guilty of subpar performance and failure to demonstrate acceptable qualities of leadership required of an officer in the members grade. That's crazy. So he says, spokeswoman Gina Levy told Herald the board recommended involuntary retirement in the grade. However, this case is not over. A final determination of the fate of McDuffie's career will be made by the Secretary of the Navy, Richard V. Spencer. Aaron Meyer, an attorney representing McDuffie, claims that the colonel was drugged at a bar and grill commonly frequented by U.S. Embassy staff, Herald reported. The night resulted in a slew of bad decisions, including heavy drinking, prostitutes. So they admitted that he was with some ladies of the night. It takes one night in the bar and they got a freaking Marine Corps colonel. These escorts are not a joke, bro. They understand men. This is how quick it happens. At a bar, at a club like the other guy we're watching, this is how quick it happens. They got you. Y'all got to pay attention, bro. These girls are desperate. They don't. So when these passport bros come out and say it's so easy to get girls down there, no, they're paying for it, and there's nothing wrong with paying for it. I don't care. Again, all right. I listen to this shit. I understand the plight. Save yourself, black man. I understand that. I'm just saying that when they're playing nice with you, sometimes they have an ulterior motive. You understand, people? Do you understand? There are always ulterior motives, right? So, listen. A slew of bad decisions. They got his ass, right? Including heavy drinking, prostitutes, and visiting areas off limits to military personnel. Because of the drugging, Mayer argued that McDuffie was not legally responsible for his actions. Nah, bro, they caught you with prostitutes. They got you. They got you. 2 other Marines involved in the incident were also investigated. Oh, shit, my bad. Marine Major Andrew L. Miller was found guilty of Uniform Code of Military Justice Article 92 regarding the dereliction of duty, but was recommended to be retained according to a Herald. So they got a major and a colonel. Holy shit. These hoes not playing, bro. Hey, passport bros, this is not looking good. They got 2 members, 2 high-ranking government officials. They got them. Hey, these escorts are not a joke. So when you see these girls and you think that, oh, papi, oh, yes, they love me. Oh, no, bro, they not playing. They not playing, dog. They gonna get you. They gonna get you, bro. They got a 5, not a 5-star, a fucking Marine Corps colonel and a major. Both in the Marines. What chance do you have? I'm gonna just ask that question, bro. Like, real talk, what chance do you got? And these guys, they get paid. These colonels get paid. Don't get it twisted, bro. They get paid. So they high-value dudes, right? These high-value dudes going to these other countries, can't control themselves, right? A temporary assignment, couldn't hold himself, which is crazy because you got all that discipline to even just, do you know the kind of discipline you have to go through to even succeed in the Marine Corps, and now to succeed enough to become a colonel and a major, to just throw that away on one assignment to Colombia, and then they catch you with escorts. Like, all that discipline out the fucking window. And you would think this high value man, right? I wonder what it could be. And I'm sure he probably has a wife somewhere, because some of these dudes, they probably married or some shit, right? So that's it for his wedding. It's over with, right? It's gone. Or his marriage. If the wife gets a hold of this, she's not gonna be, too excited, right? But here's another thing that I've realized. That a lot of times what these dudes also bring back when they go to these other countries too is STDs. That's another thing you don't hear about being talked about in the passport bro community, right? A lot of these guys like to raw dog these girls, right? Listen, if you listen to some guys like Fresh Prince CEO, he'll tell you that you ain't a real player. You ain't a real player, okay, unless you do it raw, okay? You got to go in raw, right? You get that burning desire. I'm talking about the literal burning desire, the itch you can't scratch. Yeah, that's right. He talks about that. You ain't a real player. And a lot of these guys, part of what you guys got to understand is they go to these foreign countries, I mean, they'll tell you they want to find wives, but that's usually not the case. No, don't be fooled by that. A lot of times these guys are going down there to increase their body counts. Okay, they want to catch up to a lot of these other guys in the States, which is fine, right? Because listen, don't come at me, because if y'all were looking for wives, y'all be going down there and coming back and getting married, coming back with a ring on your finger. But instead, y'all going down there, you're looking off different girls, you're sharing that around your Facebook groups, right? We all see it. So we know you're not going down there looking for wives, but you guys like to hide behind the fact that you're going down there to look for wives, because what it does is it makes the women in your country, it kind of shames them a little bit. Let's just be real, right? Because then in their minds, they're thinking, oh, our men are leaving us because we're horrible people and they're going to these other countries. What? Oh, fuck, man. And I'm over here 40. I might die alone. What they don't realize is, no, they're not. It's not that at all. They're going to these other countries and they just getting the pom pom. And some other times these dudes get taken advantage of. And when they come back home with all these freaking stories they don't want to tell, or even worse, these goddamn diseases. Matter of fact, here's another one that we're gonna watch, right, guys? We're gonna get this. This might actually be a decent stream. All right, I'll clip it, bro. I'll clip it. Don't worry about it. I'll clip it. But this is gonna be a decent stream, right? Because we're gonna read about somebody else's experience when they went overseas to have fun, right? Me and a couple, let me know y'all can read this too. It says, me and a couple of friends brought a couple girls home from Lear's Park. This scumbag happened to be one of them. She tried coordinating robbing us with the other girls, but they refused, and we weren't made aware of this until after the fact, due to my friend staying in touch with one of the other girls. Regardless, I ended up hooking up with her on the last day of my vacation. Upon arriving, I come down with an awful fever, and after examination from the doctors, I am diagnosed with 2 lifelong STDs. I wish I had my soundboard right now, but it's over there. God damn it. 2 lifelong STDs. So wait a minute now. This is how thirsty these guys are. You understand this, right? This isn't a problem about the women. You got to understand this. You passport bros, if we got to be real, we got to be real and we got to be honest. This isn't a problem with the women. It's a problem with their behaviors. You want to behave in unrestrained lust. I understand that. And this is what it gets you. Most of y'all can't live like that in the States, and you do that overseas. This woman tried to rob you. You caught that out, and you still slept with her. And when you slept with her, you raw dogged her. Why? Did you all of a sudden forget not to practice protection? Right? I mean, in the States, we like to complain that, women don't use birth control, right? They have all these means of birth control and they don't use it. What about y'all niggas? What we got to set the example here, because we can't be hypocrites walking around doing this shit, man. Are you seeing this? Why do you have no business raw dogging a girl in a foreign country after you had suspicions of her attempting to rob you? What kind of sense does that make, unless you were some kind of thirsty ass dude? And that's what it is. A lot of these passport bros, they don't want to admit it because they center their lives around women. It's all about women. This is what it is. It's thirst. The thirst for the box. And they're sex starved here because a lot of them are socially awkward or just generally not the type of person that women would want. So instead of fixing themselves, working on those social skills, they don't want to hit the gym. And no, they don't want to feel it. They don't even want to learn the art of romancing, going on a date, doing these things that men are supposed to do. They want it quick and easy. They want to get straight to the point because dating confuses them. Dating is like a minefield for them. Dating for them, basically, it's something that they don't want to really even navigate because they don't want to get their ego involved in this. A lot of these guys think they in their minds, they already think, oh, well, if I'm talking to her, so she's talking to me, so she must be down to fuck me, and I'm gonna get her this night, right? So your ego gets invested in it, and when you get ghosted, when you get flaked on, right? When she doesn't respond, when she's not matching your vibe, right? Then you start to get in yourself, and a lot of men don't want to go through that, so they much rather avoid it and try to go through it and like just go straight past it, and they go to these other countries and just pay for it because these girls are more upfront about that. Right? But here's the thing. This is the OnlyFans. When you go to these foreign countries, right? These sex tourists, right? These guys that do this nonsense, right? They're going for the girlfriend experience. You guys have to understand this. They're going for the girlfriend experience. I told y'all in last night's stream that dating, quote unquote, in Colombia and these South American countries is the equivalent to OnlyFans, right? Because not only you're direct to the point to what you want, but the girls down there don't make it feel as though that you're just paying them transactionally like American girls probably would, right? Oh, you gonna try to get with me? It's $200. But no, these girls in Colombia, they'll give you the girlfriend experience. They'll put a little sugar in that tea for you. That's what they'll do, right? Some of you over here, you deal with some of these American, oh, they're too harsh. But that's what they'll do sometimes. And y'all go over there to get that girlfriend experience because it's much easier to do that than talk to a woman here and at least practice. And yes, your ego's going to get involved. And yes, your heart's going to get crushed. It is what it is, but you got to keep moving on. If you keep pushing past it, you're going to eventually be comfortable with rejection. Look at Austin Hallman's case. He got rejected because she ghosted him because he was coming on too strong and he was super direct, no social skills whatsoever. And he's butthurt. Get your passport, people. I'm done. Get your passports, please. It's over, man. Get your passports. She ghosted me? How dare she? Get your passports. And you get all these other men that don't want to work on it. They're getting on their passport grind too. Let's continue. Because this dude got a 2 lifelong STDs. I hope y'all can read that, right? And here's the little chica right here. This is what she look like. She look bad, right? She look bad. She's like these bad Colombian chicks that all these dudes like to brag about on their Snapchat. She look bad. And you look at her, she doesn't look like she's carrying 2 lifelong STDs, right? So, of course, someone looking at a girl like this, yeah, I'm going to go hit that raw. Right? Some of y'all passport bro thirsty enough, you gonna go up in there raw. Admit it. Some of y'all don't even have the mental strength to resist and just put on a damn condom. Two lifelong STDs from a friend's vacation trip. Friend's vacation trip, they ended up with 2 lifelong STDs. Wake the fuck up, people. Let's continue. I'm absolutely gutted at this point. You should be. I reached out and she has the audacity to lie and send me fake STD tests that clearly belong to someone else. After calling her out and asking for one with her name on it, she says we can go together, knowing damn well I'm not in the States. Knowing damn well I'm in the States, and proceeds to block me. I'm absolutely disgusted that a girl like this can exist. Absolutely zero sympathy. I pose this in an attempt to warn others, be smart and steer clear of her. Just her? Just her. And look at the lack of accountability in this ending post right here. Can y'all help me look at the lack of accountability? I am absolutely disgusted at a girl like this can exist. No. The world is filled with girls like this. Did you grow up under a rock or something? The world is filled with women like this. I'm telling you, it's not. Listen, women in America versus women in Colombia or overseas, it don't matter. They're still the same, right? Well, you can easily see a woman in America doing the same bullshit, but yet these passport guys want you guys to not see the full truth, to see the full picture, that it don't matter where the hell you are, they can still get you and pull the same BS. Look at this, right? When she says this, we can go together, and then blocks them. There are girls in the States that play the same kind of game. They're on the same kind of mentality. The hardware is maybe different, but the software is the same. That's just what it is. The programming is the exact same. So escaping to Colombia, escaping to Dominican Republic, escaping to all these different countries, you're going to get played. 2 lifelong STDs from one trip with friends. That's what happens. Hey, Austin, let's talk about it, bro. Talk about it. Here's another guy that was drugged. This guy says, I was drugged in a place called La Chula, in Palmaha. See, I don't know, go to these places, so I don't know. He says, I don't remember that much else. I remember leaving. The next thing I remember was talking to a police because I needed a ride home and I didn't have any money to pay for it or Uber. The police did absolutely nothing to investigate. He simply gave me an address of where to go the next day and gave me a ride home. My watch, my necklace, my money, and both of my cell phone were taken. I should say that La Chicha is not a cheap place to go. It's one of the more expensive places in Medellin, right? 20,000. I don't know what currency is this. Can somebody let me know what this is in the chat, please? It's 20,000 of it, so I know it's not that much per person to enter, and bottles are about $100 USD and up. Oh shit. That's that. Oh, I understand that. That's expensive. $100 bottles. The issue is that there are not many tourists. My table was right next to the bathroom, and it was my mistake for not taking my drink with me. I knew something was not right when I came back and my drink was full, whereas when I went to the bathroom, it was nearly empty. After nearly 3 months of being careful, I slipped one time. But thankfully, I was not harmed. I have a light scratches on my knee, elbows, and back, and bruise on my upper arm, but I have no idea of how it happened. There had to be many witnesses, but of course, everyone, including the police, are in on it. Anyways, be careful, and maybe it's better to just stay in the tourist areas. So some of y'all niggas like to go to exclusive zones to get exclusive treatments by exclusive girls, if y'all know what I mean, because if you look it up, there's certain types of girls that you can have access to in these foreign countries that in the States would be criminalized and completely illegal. Okay, certain age groups of girls, right? They can be found in exclusive places. Now, I'm not saying this particular location is one of those places where you find those particular girls who are exclusive in that age group that some men like, right? But these are the kind of things that happen. It don't matter if you're in a fancy part of town. It don't matter if you're the broke part of town. It don't matter. These escorts can get you. Listen, if they can get a Marine Corps major and a Marine Corps colonel, they got you. They got 3 foreign diplomats, 2 freaking high-ranking military officials. These escorts aren't playing. And I don't see someone like Austin here talking about this. Listen, you don't think they'll get this nigga? Time out. You don't think if they can get to a colonel, they can get to him? You don't think they can get to Austin? You kidding? You gonna sit there and tell me, like, if these girls cannot get, if they can get to a colonel and a major in the United States Marine Corps, we talk about high-ranking devil dogs, people, devil dogs. If they can get them, you don't think they can get Austin? You don't think they can get any one of these passport bros, these travel bros that say go to Mexico, bro? You don't need game, bro. You see, these are the kind of skeletons that hides in the closet of some of these people. And to be honest with you, some of these passport bros I rock with and I agree with. Even the one we just played earlier, and we're gonna continue to play. Like, I rock with them because they at least make young men aware of the dangers. But it's these other passport bros that are aware of these dangers, but they're disingenuous about their messaging. And then what they do in order to detract from the dangers or detract from people paying attention to this nonsense, right? They go ahead and go attack dating coaches or other people in different communities with the fucking fervor and I don't know, some kind of vengeance, bro. It's crazy. Some of these guys, they go after these dating coaches. Austin over here went after Affirmate Strategies, right? And for a while, I think he and Kevin Samuels had something. QB passport flexing. That nigga went after all these dating coaches. He went after Kevin Ray Wilder. He went after Alex. He went after all these people. Yet he pays for hookers. They all pay for hookers. And who knows? Somebody may be stuck with a lifelong STD that we don't know about. That's all it takes. Hey, Marquise 912. I'm gonna get on your ass since you was in my comments first, right? You gonna stay right here. This guy was experienced. He was experienced. You said you just came from there, right, Marquise? You said in your early comment, you came from here, right? You just came from, it doesn't happen to all men. This guy has been careful. He has been traveling back and forth, and all it took was one slip up. He left to the bathroom without having to take his drink with him. How many of these passport bros are coaching you guys to, hey, when you go to these clubs and bars, make sure you take a drink with you? Austin seems like the kind of nigga that will leave his drink with a girl that he don't know and go to the bathroom. And sometimes you don't even have to be at a bar or club. It could be in your own hotel room. You invite them over to the crib, you're in your hotel room, you go use the bathroom, you come back, all of a sudden you wake up and you're naked. You don't even know what happened. Let's get back to this video.
Life, sometimes you got to really pay attention and focus to what's going on. So that's the story. Luckily, nothing went wrong. Now, what did I do wrong and how could I prevent this? One, I went, sat in the back of the club. My boy was away from me, so they thought I was alone. So that's one thing that I probably wouldn't do if you go. Even if you are alone, try not to look alone. Try not to be in a situation where it's an opportunity for somebody to do something to you and you can't really protect yourself. So if you see a group, man, hang kind of closer to that group. Don't go all the way to the back of the club like I did, sitting down. So I have like a general rule that I don't really eat or drink around people I didn't get on the plane with. So
these are
because
good tips.
I know a lot of people get drugged like that. They got a drink in their hand or whatever. Somebody drops something in it, they ain't paying attention. I don't really eat and drink in the club. Like if I eat and drink, it's with my boys in a safe space, and then we go and have fun. I don't mix the two. So, you know, I didn't do that. So that was one of the things that I did right.
Hello world. This is Tobias the Traveler.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Video.
I don't know
Today
if y'all
see
this.
Talk about how I was
drugged. Hold up. I don't know why it's doing that. Can y'all see that? That's kind of weirding me out. Hold up. Let me get that out. And let me re-upload that because that's weird. Hold up real quick, people.
Drugging and things like that, just in the first 3 months.
How just happened to make
this. Right, hold up. I think because I got the channel where this video came from. So let me try one more thing, fellas. Hang on one second. We'll go right to the source. All right, I got it. I got it right here, people. We're gonna share this right here. Even better. How we doing in the chat, by the way? Can y'all hear me? What's good, people? What's good? Welcome in. Hey, don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. Likes are free. So is the show. And THPW Network, I saw your $2 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me know if y'all down for a conversation. Because after we play this little video real quick, then we're gonna go ahead and have a conversation. Because I feel like yesterday's conversation, or not yesterday's, Friday night stream, our conversation was interesting, but there was a lot of things that we didn't cover, and maybe we should cover and have a discussion. And those of you guys who are passport bros watching this, let's have a conversation. Let me know where I'm wrong in this. Let me know where I'm right, and what should all the other young men should be essentially careful about. So let me share the screen real quick. Let me know if the audio is good, and then we can get rocking.
Tobias the Traveler back again with another video. Today we're going to talk about how I was drugged and robbed in Medellin, Colombia. This was something else, right? This was very, very scary. This is real. This is not fictional. I didn't just happen to make this up. But first, you see that view? Like, you see that view right there? Look, and that bathtub. You can see that, the nice guy and all that of Medellin behind me. But enough of that. Okay, we're going to talk about how I was drugged in Colombia, how I lived to tell about it. I'm so thankful that was all that happened. I woke up kind of drowsy, like really had a really, really bad mood. But let's just get right into it. Drugged and robbed. So it all started on Tinder. Yep, Tinder. We've all seen, like the Tinder swindler and all that stuff like that. But it started on.
What did I tell y'all, bro? These dating apps are not it. These dating apps are not it, bro. Like, yo, they will get you. Like, these dating apps are setups. They are setups. Pay attention. They got him. They got him. So those of y'all fellas who think I'm gonna just get on this dating app real quick and holler at this chick real quick, so that way when she's down there, she's all nice and ready for me. Yeah, she gonna be for that wallet and them laptops. $2,000. We read it in the article. The other dude, they were talking about it. They will rob you blind. These girls are not to play. These girls are not to be messed with. These girls are real ass sharks. So when y'all going over here talking about real femininity, that's what real femininity is. Sharks. Sharks who live in harsh environments and are wired to eat when they're hungry. And we see you sex tourists as meal tickets. They got a colonel. They got a major and 3 foreign diplomats. They got them. They're sharks. You're not going into a greener pastures, guys. Okay, don't let these password bros fool you. Okay, it's not greener pastures. It's not. You're not going into whatever. What is that saying? Right? You go to the other side. Right? It's always grass is greener on the other side. Right? It ain't that. You gonna find lions, fucking wolves, and if there's an ocean over there, you're gonna find sharks. That's what's going to be waiting for you because they are hungry. These niggas were born in the goddamn jungle and they got to get it how they live. And you come in here flashing your watches, flashing your wealth, bringing your good old American dollars. They going to eat.
On Tinder, I had connected with a lady and, we're messaging for a bit. And she's like, hey, let's hang out. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
This was, guys, you'll meet somebody online, you message for a bit, hey, let's meet. And she's like, you know what? Hey, is it cool if my friend comes? Sure, right? Bring your friend. No problem. So,
you see what I mean by lack of situational awareness? Do you see what I mean by lack of situational awareness? And not only lack of situational awareness, do you see what I mean when I tell you that a lot of these password bros are socially awkward, meaning they don't understand social cues. And on top of that, a lot of these password bros are often inexperienced with women. And nothing against this brother because he sounds genuine and honest. But the thing is, a lot of these guys don't have a lot of experiences with women because if you do, a girl isn't just going to randomly come up to you on Tinder, message you back and forth and say, hey, let me just come over to your crib and then can I bring my friend too? Like, that's not a thing that just drops on your lap like that. If you were familiar, listen, most guys who are familiar with women and how that operates, they'll read that and say, oh, this is a setup. This is how niggas get caught up in Chicago. Do you understand this? It's no different. A lot of young men die in the inner cities of Chicago right now because they're setup girls who set them up with rival gang members. All because of the box. You think niggas are just going overseas and it's happening? Niggas can't even change their ways in the States. They go overseas and they do the exact same thing. It's the same thing no matter where you go. They will set you up. This guy's not used to dealing with women. So what ends up happening is he thinks that a woman who's talking to back and forth on Tinder, and probably not for that long, who's always saying, hey, let me just invite my friend. He doesn't see that as a red flag. Are you kidding me? What girl does that? First of all, a girl, she's got to get familiar with you. But these passport bros, no, you got to fuck the familiarity. I got to get straight to the point. Well, pay attention. This is what happens when you want to skip the familiarities in the building rapport aspect. Because when you don't build rapport and you aren't familiar with who you're talking to, you set yourself up to be got.
We met, hung out for a bit, and next, like, hey, let's, go back to my place. Cool, that's what we do. And
none of that's a red flag to
him. There, I'm thinking it's, kind of cool, fun games, but it's not all fun and games. Colombia is full of sharks.
Oh,
big sharks.
say
Now,
it again. Say it again for the kids in the back. Hey, Austin. When you sit there talking about you want to get your passport and leave, understand what you're leaving for. See, I tell you, it's a lot of entitled American men who don't feel the need to work on themselves, who don't need to feel like they need to improve on anything, but women should just cater to them. This is how they get you. You are too privileged to realize what you have. Other countries are not America. They will get you, bruh. And especially if you're an American, they will get you, bro. You go to Thailand. You go try to fight a Thai dude. Go try to fight a Thai dude. You look at him. He's 5'4", a short little dude. You could take him, right? Your pride in you. You go ahead and take him, right? Thailand. That's what you want to go, Austin, right? You gonna fight some dude in Thailand? Well, guess what? 10 of them out of nowhere. All 10 of their buddies hanging around nowhere. They gonna come in and jump you. And after they jump you, you know, call the cops. The cops gonna come in, and the cops gonna tell them you owe them money. And if you don't pay, they lock you up. Other places aren't as free as the U.S. So when you sit there and complain, it's bad, it's that bad, right? Yeah, all that. Even that Asian dude that was on Melody King's show, right? He had the name. It's that bad. Right? I'm getting my pass. An Asian dude getting his passport and leaving. That's kind of funny to me. It's kind of funny to me. It's that bad, huh? You see, y'all are just too privileged and entitled to realize what you have. You have a country that at least, even though it does have its sucks. Okay, we can't deny that. America's got some issues. And Biden, you and I have to talk because there's some things that you putting out there, brother, that I am not in alliance with. Okay, and listen, I don't think I was ever in alliance with what you're doing, Biden. And if you've seen this video, okay, this is not against you or anything. I know we can't criticize the president, right? Especially President Biden. We're not allowed to criticize President Biden. And I'm not criticizing you, Biden. And I don't want you to take this as a criticism. But I got some questions. Okay, there's some serious problems brewing, and I don't feel like that you have the Americans' best interest at heart. But I digress, okay? The rest of the world is not like America, okay? So you take your privileged Black American ass to these countries thinking that you don't get it like that. It's not possible because these guys will take advantage of you and rub you blind. He thought it was all nice and sweet. They thought it was all cool. Everything was great. Nah, bro, they're all sharks. They waiting for you. They waiting, bro. I'm sorry, I had to go in there.
The Colombian people have treated me extremely well.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like really, really warm, really hospitable people. I gotta say it. I just ran into, those people, and I paid for it, so I can take nothing away.
And props to him for being honest too.
Colombia, me han tratado bien. Like they have treated me well. I'm a Spanish speaker also, so actually being able to speak the language has really, really helped in solving my problem. But I meet these ladies, we're hanging out. We decide to, return back to my place. And they're like, hey, I didn't have anything to drink at my place. So like, hey, let's just pretty much, DoorDash some drinks to my place. They use an app called Rappi. And, some beers show up. We're having, a beer. Now, this is where I messed up. Me, not anyone else. I have to take ownership of this, and I do. I opened my beer, and I set it down on the counter. Dummy. 100% just dumb move. Go ahead and laugh because you're like, oh, man, you set yourself up. So I go to the restroom, I come out, I grab my beer, and it was my first time ever drinking this, this brand of beer. So I take a swig. Yeah, okay, it tastes interesting. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe it's supposed to taste like that. It was kind of sweet or something. When I went to the restroom is when I believe my drink was spiked. And
this shit is common. We just read on a blog just now, bruh. We just read on this blog just now. This guy was at a bar. He went to the bathroom, and that's all it took. That's all it took. He went to the bathroom. They got him. You see how people slip up? Now you got this brother who also slipped up, and they got him. He went to the bathroom you see, even in these countries y'all want to talk about is so great, you can't even leave your drink unattended with these people. Not saying you can't do it in the States, you shouldn't, but generally in the bars of the state, that doesn't happen to you as often as it would happen to you in these other countries. Even in your hotel room. This is crazy, bro. You just got it. Just one bathroom break is all it took. And he took a swig of that. And, you know, I've drank that beer so many times, but I guess this one time is just going to taste sweet, right? Hey, Marquise, all right? It only takes one time to slip up. That's all it takes. You just go there at one time. You get yourself some nice fun in the hotel. And all you got to do is when you got to use the bathroom, that's when they get you. Y'all got to wake up. I don't see Austin talking about this. I don't. But apparently it's that bad. It's that bad, huh? Listen, hey, those who are born with privilege are incapable of seeing it sometimes. So y'all just got to wake up, because sometimes you sound just as privileged and entitled as some of these broads you like to complain about.
This is not new. This has happened to, a lot of people, right? Men and women. So, women say, oh, it's the date rape drug. It happens to men too, possibly not in the United States as much, but abroad. It's happened to servicemen for years. And, it's, a lot of times those
they got a colonel.
Just don't get back to the civilian world, but other servicemen know these stories and they know them very, very well. So, again, I left my drink. I came back. I take a swig. We're talking a little bit more, right? And we're laughing, right? I'm thinking everything is actually cool. Now, I just happened to wake up the very next morning, and I'm like, "Whoa, what happened?" Right? Honestly, I don't know. I don't remember a thing. I wake up, my clothes are off. I don't know how that happened, because I was wearing a burgundy button shirt, black pants, and my shoes. I was fully dressed.
God damn.
Up until some point, and I ended up in my bed. I woke up. I'm like, oh, whoa. I'm crawling. And I'm like, okay, where's my wallet?
He's
I'm looking
crawling,
at my wallet.
people.
My wallet is empty. Right? And I just keep a little thin wallet for credit cards. And
what a surprise.
I'm like, I've been drugged and I've been robbed. So I tried to stand up, right, with the best I could, because I was hazy as can be. And I leave the room, and security, right, because every building, well, most buildings, or a lot of them, right, where they have, like whether it's a hotel or Airbnb accommodation, they have security at that door. And anyone who is coming into that building that's not registered, that's living there or staying there for a time, they have to write their ID, their name and address, like take a picture of them, of them and their ID and all that good stuff, so they have a record of who was entering it and entering the building.
That is such a good measure.
And when I came into the building with these ladies, they're like, hey, Tobias.
So basically the measure was, if you walk into this particular hotel that he was in and they let you come in with some females, then that means that you have to leave with those females. Otherwise, they'd figure out something's wrong. So that's actually a good security measure. But what else does that tell you? If it tells you that a hotel is putting that kind of security measure in place, it lets you know that that usually means a lot of the women that gets brought up to that hotel are usually escorts. Why? Because it's a legal thing they do over there. So any passport bro that's letting you know, get your passport, people, what they're really saying is, hey, sex is easier overseas. We just go. Just go. That's what they're saying, but they're not letting you know the danger. Listen, I don't care. If you're that old guy, you know, you want to go to date a younger girl to get your blood feeling hot again, right? Or you want to go there because, you know, it's cheaper, easier sexual access. I completely understand it, right? But you also have to be careful. Otherwise, you'll wake up naked in your own hotel room with your wallet and your money gone. It happened to a colonel. It happened to a major, 3 foreign diplomats, and this guy. You think Austin has a chance?
You know, when they leave, you have to escort them out. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, they tell me this in Spanish. Now, the security told me, like, when I woke up that morning, hey, you know, those girls, the ladies, they tried to leave at like 4:30 in the morning without you. And we asked them, oh, hey, where's he? They said, oh, he's in the room asleep. Bling, 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 alarms, red flags everywhere.
They caught it.
Y'all ladies, stay here. We're going to go check on him.
They caught him.
Come to check on me, and I am unconscious, right? I am unconscious. They cannot wake me. So they call the police. The police arrive, search the ladies, and that's when they find, you know, my belongings on them. So,
this guy is lucky. Yo, this guy is lucky. That hotel he was with put all that shit in place. Are you kidding me? Whoa, so they caught the girls in that hotel. So that's good. See, listen, a lot of these guys, Mr. Austin, you know, I know you want to build that $1 million property and shit. I completely understand you. But until the property gets built, I know you're still waiting on a couple millions or hundreds of thousands of worth of donations coming in. But once that gets built, how you gonna protect against all this stuff over here? But matter of fact, in the meantime, while this project you're coming up with, this trip of masculine Western men, and whatever you want to call it, right? Once that gets through, in the meantime, while that's getting taken care of, how are you going to help these guys over here? How are we going to help protect them from these situations? Because it seems as though, like, there are other hotels that have this kind of nonsense in place for these girls. It seems like you want, because I saw that video, you want to invite the girls over. So what happens when the girls come in over here with these scopolamines to drug your guests or your investors, right? What happens? What's the security checkpoint? I didn't hear y'all talk about that. All I heard was y'all talking about putting airports in. Like, what you mean you're going to put an airport in? Like, what you talking about, right? You're not talking about the reality of this stuff. So at least this hotel was able to catch this nigga. And hopefully that is wild, bro, because they could have easily made off and you wouldn't have been the wiser. Now, imagine how many young men are flying into these countries, not knowing anything about anything, and not even figuring out that there are hotels like this with this kind of security measures in place. You can save so many lives and save so many dollars in valuable merchandise if a lot of these passport bros don't just focus on women and they focus on the entire part when it comes to traveling, because the rest of the world is not a fucking United States Disney fucking movie, okay? I know Disney tried to convince us that the world is safe. That's the programming at play. The world is not safe. Teddy bears are not cute. They will maul your ass to death. And guess what? There's some Muslims and Islams in those countries over there that will fucking behead you, okay? So, you know, let's just be out there. Let's just be out there. Okay, the world isn't nice. Okay, it's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, other places got it hard. No homo.
They found my watches, my sunglasses, cash money. I think it's probably about $170. Not a bunch of money, but they found my cash.
You're alive.
I think they tried to take, you know, my computer, all that stuff, because I usually travel with 2 computers. So I have my work computer and I have my personal computer, and yeah, they tried to get away with all that stuff, and you know, they were unsuccessful. I was told, right? I actually also saw pictures of me, which I'm going to try to get, but I couldn't find it. One of the guys who works there, you know, he showed me a picture of myself. I was out cold on the bed, and it was a very scary
God.
experience. I mean,
Yo,
when I said I was scared.
Imagine. Oh, and the girls were scared, right? Hold on, I gotta play that back. Imagine seeing a picture of yourself that you don't even recognize of you knocked the fuck out. Like, yo, what the fuck? You can even recognize that it's you knocked the fuck out. And this was done because these people who you thought you knew are actually there to take advantage of you. This is what passport bros don't want to talk about, and we have to talk about it. Listen, I don't care if you're going overseas to do whatever fuck you want. That's fine and dandy, but we got to talk about the risk, because operations and security and logistics are very important. And in this case, this guy had good logistics to at least put himself in a hotel with those type of security measures. How many of you guys flying in these countries right now have these type of security measures in place? I'll wait. Let me know. How many of y'all got that? Yo, bro, that's crazy.
I couldn't find him. One of the guys who works there, he showed me a picture of myself. I was out cold on the bed, and it was a very scary experience. I mean, when I said I was scared to see that, I never seen myself like that. Sometimes you hang out with your friends, and they'll like take a picture of you while you sleep, like this one right here. And it's all fun and games, right? The fun and games are cool.
I didn't see a picture.
Right, whatever, but you're with your friends, you're with your familiars, those who will protect your safety. That wasn't it. I could have lost a kidney, or better yet, the necktie.
You'd have lost your life.
It was a very, very scary experience. But I could see the police in the photo. I could see the women, in the photos looking scared out of their minds.
They better be. Like, them Colombian jails are crazy.
Like terrified. Like, what's really gonna happen to us right now? So they let them go. I was told at around 6 o'clock in the morning, but they said the police stayed with all my belongings, so they didn't get away with anything.
Good.
So I'm like, okay, they didn't get away with anything. But when I woke up, my cash was gone. $170. That's nothing. That's easily replaceable. But my work laptop had disappeared, and I'm like, okay, well, the women could not have gotten my laptop out the place.
No! The cops got you, nigga. Oh, Lord. Hey, hold on. Hold the fucking door. You mean to tell me the cops came in, right? Hold on. It had to be the cops, because, they stopped the women from doing it, right? So you mean the cops stayed behind, and the ladies were gone. They didn't have your shit. The cops stayed behind, and yet your laptop's still missing. Who the hell you think took it? The cops, nigga. They took this shit. You see what I mean? Even the authorities don't got your back in these countries, bro. You guys got to be careful. The cops got them, bro. This is crazy. Oh, Lord.
So I'm thinking,
big L. Big L, bro.
Maybe I paid a fine, right? I paid a fine, which ain't cool, but it happens. And this was a small price to pay. I could end up being a lot worse. And I thank the Most High for keeping me safe. I'm not a religious person in the slightest, but I gotta say, my mother is a praying woman, right? She will quickly say, the minister and angels was watching over you, Tobias. I guarantee it. So yeah, and I woke up, felt really, really terrible. I couldn't eat anything for like the entire Sunday. I had like water and a banana. I threw that up in 30 seconds. I had water and like 2 Pringles. I threw that up immediately. So I was like, okay, my body was just, like rejecting everything. So I just kind of like chilled out until Monday. I had to send work an email from my personal email account that was like kind of gibberish. They were like, hey, what's going on? Then, I had a conversation with them to try to square things away since I'm here. And things, haven't been working themselves out. But it was scary, and it goes on. So, you really have to watch yourself here.
Yeah.
Just because you talk to someone doesn't mean they're cool. Just because someone talks to you doesn't mean they're cool. You have to vet them and keep them away from you as far as you can, unless you're like, hey, you know what? I think I can trust this person. If you don't get that vibe like you can, don't ever leave your drink around no place. That's, oh man, that's something I learned big time. don't. And I knew these things, right? I've traveled a lot. I've been all over the world, and I know not to set my drink down in the presence of people that I don't know and leave it there. Pardon me. So I did it, and the one time that I do, it came to get me. Not cool.
Marquise, Marquise, do you hear that? Do you hear that, Marquise? All right, he's been traveling for a long time, bruh. But guess what? Guess what? It took that one time he left his drink, and they got him. That's all it takes. Sometimes it's just that one freaking time, bro. Calling's in, by the way, guys. Calling's in, right? That one freaking time. That's all it takes. And this guy's talking about, oh, well, it kind of tasted weird. It kind of tasted funny. I just went ahead and drank with it. It's like, bruh, all these times you were going in, you know enough to take a drink with you. And that's probably how they get you. You take your drink to the bathroom, it's a wrap, son. That's all it is. You take your drink to the bathroom, it's a wrap. They got you. And for this guy, in this case, it's funny because the cops got him. Hold on, I got to play that back. Because he said, hold up, he said that the cops stayed back, right? The cops stayed back and his shit was still missing. So you got to ask yourself, if the cops stayed back, the girls didn't make off with the cash and the laptops, both laptops, right? Because the girls tried to steal the fun one. And then he woke up, the work and the fun laptop or personal laptop were missing, right? Who took it? The cops are not in your favor. Travel bros, passport bros, you got to understand this. You can't trust the legal system there. Let's continue. Calling's in, by the way, if you guys want to beef. Otherwise, we'll close the stream.
Cool at all. So, did I learn a valuable lesson? Yes, and I would like to, share this with those of you who travel because it's real. It's very, very real. A lot of times, it's like that urban myth, like a friend of a friend of a friend. No. Now it hits home to for me and a lot of folks in my circle, right, who travel. Excuse me. So I really want to put this together. Oh, but guess what? This morning, I get a WhatsApp message from the girl who drugged me. And I asked her why she drugged me. She really didn't answer the question. No, yes, she did. I said, why did you drug me? She says, we saw you as an opportunity.
Whoa. That is cold. Last name first says he got double robbed at night in the morning. God damn. Yes. Yes, bro. Girls came to rob him, and then the cops robbed them. Yo, these are the L's passport bros are taking overseas that they don't want you to hear about. These stories don't get talked about. I hope y'all know that, right? These stories don't get talked about, but it happened. Holy shit. But bro, you made off with your life. And you know what another thing is? The girl had the audacity to message him afterwards. And you notice a pattern with the blog we just read and with even some of these guys who were talking about it. The girls, like the other guy with the bar where the girl came up to his mouth and did this, right? These girls message you afterwards. And the reason why they message you afterwards is A, they want to make sure they didn't kill you and you're still alive. And B, they want to see if you're still under control, right? If they can still get one up on you. And you can see when this dude asked the question, why did you do it? We saw you as an opportunity. So for a lot of you passport bros who are going overseas and doing all these nonsense, you got to understand these girls, this is what they view you as an opportunity. And when they're treating you nice and you're over there pillow talking with them about how bad American women are, just understand that they see you as an opportunity. And some of these girls, they can either play the long game with you or they can play the short game with you. It just depends. Either way, you are a mark. Let's continue, and then we'll get to the call-in section.
What?
Oh, you surprised?
opportunity. You know, sharks, small fish, or tuna. I was a tuna. No longer. Oh man. So that shark, her and her friend, there were two sharks. But then, sometimes law enforcement can be even larger sharks. And she told me, hey, I didn't get any money. The police were there afterwards, so they probably took the money. They're corrupt. And,
Oh!
And I'm like, okay, that I'm not going to even really get into. But I will say my computer and my cash came up missing, but all of my credit.
She said, I didn't got it. The cops are corrupt too. And you saying America sucks? Is that bad? It's that bad, huh? It's that bad. Is it, passport guys, huh? Is it that bad? Is it this bad in the States? Because I didn't remember it. I don't remember it being this bad in the States. That's for sure. I don't remember it being this bad. It is that bad, huh? Wow. She letting know straight up, I ain't got it. The cops stayed back. They got your money. What you gonna do now? How you gonna investigate that? You're not gonna it's gone, bro. The cops got it. You try to push with them, right? All of a sudden, this is how black men end up in barrels burning in the middle of the desert. You go confront the cops about your shit. Go ahead, I dare you. This is how they get you. So what you gonna do when even the cops got your shit and they're in on it? Yo, this is crazy. Mr. Everything, welcome to the stream, brother. How you doing?
What's going on, bro?
What's going on? What's going on? May, welcome to the stream. Guys, what are your
Thank you.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this, man? Your thoughts on this passport bullcrap? Because go ahead, Mr. Everything.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It's kind of scary. You know what I mean? Because because I'm into like bodybuilding and all that stuff, and it was this dude. It was an interview, and the dude said that he was in Mexico because he was doing the steroids thing back in the day, like in the 1990s.
People do that shit too.
And he said that the Mexican cartel got him and called his family for ransom, and they was killing people. And the way that they did it, they stepped on their necks, stepped on the back of their necks, and then like threw them out like trash. So it's real dangerous overseas. And the cartel is the police.
Whoa, what
And
the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
What? So you telling me this is what happens, and you don't hear about this stuff?
If they know you got money, yeah.
And then you see the manosphere glorifying these things, and you don't hear too much about the danger when it comes to letting black men know this is what goes on overseas. This is not your land. And when you look at this, all you gotta do is look up drugged and robbed in Colombia, in the Dominican Republic. There's a bunch of YouTube videos out there, but those guys don't get promoted. They get stuck at 5,000 subs. Some of them have 700 subscribers, and they're telling these stories. No one is listening, which tells me is a lot of young men, where are your priorities at? Because there's a lot of passport bros that are letting y'all know the game, but yet these stories seem to go in the manosphere. Man, what you got? Go ahead. Y'all can chime in. We could do this. Let's have a conversation. I'm relaxing. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a world traveler, and I also have property. Yeah. And I also have property in Dominican Republic in whole capital, which is
you call it whole capital?
Whole capital. Yeah.
Okay, you gonna have to explain that.
That's where like 90. I can't hear the relay of my voice.
Somebody got a mute. Say it again. Keep talking.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I still hear the chatter, but I don't know if that might be you coming from your mic, actually.
No, I don't think so.
All right, but go ahead. I'm a mute. Go ahead.
Okay. So it stopped now. So yeah, whole capital. That's Sosua, the northern coast near of Dominican Republic. And so like 90% of the guys who go to Dominican Republic, they're going to this small town. And so I had called in to Chantel Simone's show about last week or so. And it was this big blow up, because I was just blowing her out of the water because
Wait,
she was trying.
hold on. Talk about. Wait, you debated her? I was gonna say
Yeah.
authentic. I think Authentic Alphas did a debate with her, so a stream with her, or something like that. But I'm not sure. But go ahead. What happened? How you? Is she cool or is she? What happened to her? What's wrong with her?
Oh, nothing wrong with her. It's just that she's a pick me. She's one of them manosphere chicks
Chameleon,
who just,
yeah.
yeah, she's one of those.
Go ahead.
And so I had pretty much just called in just to talk about like reality, like what you doing right now. But people are not ready to accept that. They don't want to deal with reality. And I think what you're doing is brilliant. Like you're educating people and you're letting them know, don't think it's a fantasy and it's some kind of dream you're going to walk into with 2,000 virgins waiting on you. That's not real. It's not real.
Absolutely. And the reason why is because it's not even, if you even look past the whole passport bro thing, right? It's something that I think a lot of people should know, because in America, I think the media system, the media propaganda tool that we have nowadays tries to convince us of a world of it being nice and friendly and how we all have to be tolerant, right? And I think it convinces a lot of young adults, especially who are raised by the Disney World and all that stuff, right? The mainstream media, they go out there thinking the world is nice or it's supposed to be a certain way, like the ideals that we have, and it's not the case. There was this situation where these two couples went, like it was two white women who went walking or hitchhiking in the Middle East, right? Because they wanted to make a point that the world, with the Islam was, safe, and we shouldn't bash people who are Islam or whatever the fuck, right? What happened? They couldn't find them, and they ended up finding them. They were beheaded, and they got kidnapped by the Taliban and local terrorist groups down there, right? But when you ask the question, well, why did this happen to them? Well, you got to understand that they got programmed by either some of these college institutions, the media institutions, into believing that the world is actually friendly enough for you to go ahead and hitchhike in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, through all those places where niggas don't give a fuck about you.
Nah.
And now you see the same shit in the manosphere, where there's stories of black men. You just listen to two brothers who talked about their experience getting drugged or attempted to be drugged. And I got another one pulled up of another brother. He didn't get drugged, but he got robbed, right? It just shows you that these people are watching you from the minute you walk in this bitch, right? These passport bros, it seems like I see them trying to sell a reality to these young men that doesn't necessarily reflect the truth. And when they glorify it by, oh, this is the kind of women you can have, and these are kind of less pushback that American women give you versus that. Okay, fine, you can go get your rocks off, whatever it is, but you have to be careful that these women, the reason why they're playing this game, because they're real sharks out here. Like at the start of the stream, they got colonels. They got a colonel in the Marine Corps. They got a major in the Marine Corps. They got 3 foreign diplomats. And you want to tell me they're not going to get you?
Absolutely. And then another thing is a cultural shift, right? Another cultural shift they're not prepared for. We're taught in America that the police care about you. They're to protect and serve and stuff like that. It didn't take me long at all when I traveled to a lot of third world and developing countries. It didn't take me long at all to realize that the police are not necessarily your friends when you go to these other countries. A lot of police are actually taking that job because it gives them access and immunity from crimes that they actually commit.
Yes, facts. That's absolutely factual. Yeah,
and
y'all
soldiers
don't,
too. I mean,
especially
I've
in
had times when
Mexico.
military soldiers have, pulled me over and harassed me out of my cab, demanded
Jesus.
money on the side of the road in Africa. And you got a choice. You can cooperate and get them the money, or you can get your ass in their car and they take you wherever they take you. I'm not finna take a chance, so I pay.
Oh. So like that's the thing, because corruption is almost it's almost a guarantee. Like you have to participate. Like you got to pay to play, bro. Like that's what it is. Like shit gets crazy for people traveling abroad. And I don't hear a lot of these platforms, man. They're so women focused. They're not talking about the real freaking danger this can happen. You're basically sending young boys off into dangerous situations that they have no means of preparing themselves, because these same teachers aren't even giving them the tools to do it. I got this other video of this brother over here. Let me pull it up. Well, you can go ahead, man. I'm just pulling this up, but
exactly. And that whole chain of command stuff, I'm gonna talk to the captain of the police, and he's gonna take care of whoever took my money and bribed me. The higher you go in the ranks, the deeper you get in shit. You're not gonna let that happen up.
Hey, y'all can't pull that Karen shit over there. Y'all can't pull that Karen shit over. That's an American privilege. Okay,
Exactly.
You can't pull that shit over there because they will kill you. All right,
Yeah, they will.
Don't fucking play, bro.
They will.
So there's another brother. Go ahead, Mr. Everything. If you have something to say. Oh, I thought somebody.
No, I'm good. I'm listening.
So here's one of another brother who he's a travel bro too. He does travel vlogs, okay? And some of these guys, they look like normal looking guys, which I don't understand why you guys have to go to these countries to do these things. But normal looking dude could probably get boxed in the States. But let's go ahead and have him share his experience on Colombia. What type of time it is?
Good. These niggas done ran into our motherfucking shit. They done ran into our motherfucking shit. I'm gonna tell you the story and it's gonna make more sense when I tell you, you know what I'm saying? I went to get a little yatu yesterday. We left the house at about 2:30, maybe 2:31, maybe. We went to go get some stuff in the city. I should have stayed my black ass at home. That's where you're safe, at home. Cause these motherfuckers got us. We left. And Phil was like, shit, I'm gonna go holler at my homegirl. She do tattoos. Been out for about 3-4 hours. You know, get back home. And whenever you get to your Airbnb, they got one door where it's a security lock, so everybody can't just get in. Then we walk upstairs, they got another lock for the door. So I put the key in the lock, and the motherfucker not turning. Phil was like, man, here, let me try. So he tried. He was like, man, that's not working. Something told me. I was like, man, they got us. That's right hand of God. I said, they got us. I pushed the door open, that bitch. Sound like a motherfucker closing a casket.
Yo, so he went to go get a tattoo done, came back, tried to put the same key in the door lock, wasn't working. So did they change the lock on him? Like, what happened? Is the Airbnb involved in this? What's going on? Because he just opened right up, huh?
When I first got in here, the camera that I'm talking on right now, my pretty expensive Sony camera, was just sitting up there propped up, untouched. So I'm like, oh, maybe they didn't get us. Maybe somebody kicked the door in and got scared. Just maybe. But the door is broke, and that's an alarming thing. So I run to the back. I'm like, boom, camera there. You know, I look at the surroundings. I really have shit in here. I'm walking right here. Boom. All right, little bitty-ass bathroom. That's cool. Then I look right here at my boy Phil spot. All these books, his suitcase, shit, all discombobulated. And these motherfuckers done broke into the crib.
Damn.
They done broke into the crib.
There you go. Hey, this is how the mafia operates, baby. Time out. Hold on. I gotta pause it. How many brothers you know are gonna fall for that? Come on now. That's what you got walking around.
All these
there, right?
niggas.
These girls
All
smell
these
better. They
niggas
look
gonna
better.
fold.
How many of those dudes would you bet will fold for someone that look like that right there? I bet you a lot of people will. Guaranteed. And she rolling in with the crew. They watch them whole dudes walk in. She rolling in with the crew.
Oh, they done got us, man. They done fucking got us, man. See, good people only steal from self-checkout, not from the brother man or even the other man, but from a corporation or coalition or conglomerate or all other C words. Anyways, back to my story. I'm getting sidetracked. Boom. All his shit there. So you know my selfish ass. I'm like, damn, they got his bitch ass. Hopefully I was hiding my shit good enough that they ain't get me. So I be like,
Got you too, nigga.
I go to the master suite. Shit. This over there. Shit all over there. All in disarray. And you know what I'm saying? I can't think of no other big words right now. I'm like, I'm a smart motherfucker. Maybe, just maybe, they didn't take my laptop, because I don't just leave my laptop out like that. I had that bitch under the bed, tucked under the bed. So I get down in that motherfucker. I'm looking. I'm looking in that motherfucker. Ain't none of that bitch.
They got
That Heineken bottle
up.
right there was just lonely. I'm looking under that bitch. Laptop gone. My 2022 MacBook Pro was gone. Maybe it was the 2017.
Got him.
No, they 10s. I bought them for they nice though.
I'm like, oh my damn. I come out here and I see my boy Ronnie. I said, Ronnie, they got us. My boy Ronnie. What's going on, man?
Yeah, this is really sad. I don't like this situation.
Ronnie's like, who? What happened? I'm like, these motherfuckers stole from us. I'm like, no, a bitch nigga might go out like this.
Hey,
but I'm not gonna go out like this. And as you've seen in my previous video, I lost my laptop and I found that motherfucker because I used on my iPhone. Immediately, I hop on that motherfucker, find my iPhone. Okay. It was last seen at 3:40 p.m. right here. And that's about 10 minutes away. You know, I go out and ask the neighbors, like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay. You think you can do this to me? You motherfuckers will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay.
They was like, oh, okay, yeah, well, you just got to call the police. I'm telling them I'm a black man from the United States of America. The police ain't never helped me with shit.
Nobody cares,
I
bro.
was lost, and the police told me, hey, nigga. Nah, that didn't happen. I ain't gonna lie, Medellin police, they was doing their thing. They was on a scavenger hunt with us. I said, Phil, you know what type of time it is, right? It's time for some get back. If it's mine, I'm sliding. So I come over here, boom, got me a Jimmy.
They gonna call the passport Pookie.
I ain't that shit with a chicken cutlet. The neighbors over here, they like, Jared, I wouldn't go in there. You know, I've been here for a month, my nigga. So they know me, I know them. So somebody obviously watching a motherfucker. We left at 2:30. Apple said that my shit was over, crossed away at 3:30. Nigga must have got on the phone like, hey, they gone. You got about 10, 15 minutes. At first, Phil is doing it the right way. He trying to cooperate with the officers like, and he realized that these motherfuckers is probably the ones that got down on our bitch asses. So I feel like, fuck that nigga, give me the Jimmy.
Go home and get the gun.
Call the Uber. We walking around, asking niggas, yo, who got a laptop for sale? Fuck nigga. You better have a Dell or HP or something. Let you have a Mac.
Let me just hey, although I commend like this nigga, like he's a good storyteller. He's a passport bro too, so y'all need to check him out. I'm telling you, there's a lot of passport bros out there, bro. But y'all not listening to these niggas, so I digress. But like he's out there. Listen, bro, y'all see how easy it is. Y'all see how easy it is, bro. Like and that's the thing. Some of y'all saying don't call the cops. Okay, Hey, I'm a black man from the United States of America. It don't matter, nigga. Man, that's precisely why they got you, bro. So y'all got to be careful. Please be careful. These, like, listen, and please, one thing you guys got to understand, these types of personality types, the macho that I'm always going, oh, let me go this, go to war. That's not going to work for you either, bro. Remember, I told you, you can't go to Thailand and fight a 5'4" tall, not tall, Thai dude, because he gonna have his friend right there ready to jump you, and they gonna call the cops on you, and the cops are gonna extort you after they beat your ass. So you got to be careful when you got this kind of the mentality, this bravado. I know a lot of brothers. We got that pride. I understand we have that pride, but then sometimes we just gotta cool it, especially when these other countries, because that pride is not gonna work with us. You know, there's the people in the States that can tolerate it. People outside the States, they don't play. So don't be walking around here with knives and shit, bro. Because what he said is funny, but you can easily get yourself killed. You can easily get yourself
tripping
in a tough situation, walking around there with a knife, looking for your laptop. These are just one of the dangers that come with this, with the traveling to these countries. This is just what happens, okay? So just prepare yourself for that. But you taking yourself there with this kind of attitude, you're setting yourself up to get got. Do not try to bully the locals. Please do not bully the locals. Most countries do not tolerate that shit. It's their people, and they just see you as a foreigner. Remember that.
You gonna get smacked, nigga. I'm dollars from Brooklyn, from Marcy, nigga. Word to my mother, son. Who the fuck got my shit, B? Couldn't find a goddamn thing. Them motherfuckers in Colombia, hey. Loose lips sink ships around this motherfucker. They was in solidarity. And mind you, look, this is still in the process. We still at the Airbnb. We still got this shit jammed up. Dough done came off the fucking hinges. So now, you know, we ain't find nothing. So we run up on the cops. Now, excuse me. Now I'm bullshit. We walk to them. We walk to them politely and say, sir, we looking for our laptops. We got your other officers over there. They looking. They was pretty much like, yeah, we heard some bitch ass niggas got some shit stolen from them. They was like, all right, bet. Get in the back seat and we gonna take you around to where we think it is. Cause I showed them my laptop. And I'm like, hold on. Get in the back seat. We can't just like meet y'all over there or something. We hop in there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
back seat,
then they go to
goddamn.
this little strip. A bunch of homeless people, a bunch of drug addicts, a bunch of little rascals running around. I don't mean no children. I mean like niggas just sleep on the floor. Colombia is so crazy, bro, dog. I love this city. It's just like the city, bro. This is just like New York, just like LA. If you get caught lacking, nigga, you gonna pay for that shit. Yeah. That's just what it is. Boom. They at the spot. They like, all right, the shit probably gonna be up here. They looking at the phone, tracking it. He over here, he like, all right, bet. Pretty much like you look over here, I look over here. Let me show y'all how I would. Like, say this like a group of homeless motherfuckers, right? And excuse my language, I'm just real hype right now. Say it's a group of homeless motherfuckers right here, and they just posted, they just chilling. They not doing nothing, they just chilling. But mind you, my laptop is showing that it's over here somewhere. So I'm over there like, yo, what's good, nigga? Computer door, donde la computer door? Those computer door. You know what I'm saying? Laptop, nigga, showing pictures like laptop, nigga. Where y'all seen this? Mucho dinero. I give y'all whatever. I give you whatever you want. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, this nigga's kind of speaking fast, bro.
I'm talking to them, trying to reason with them niggas. When I tell you this, how the cop came, I felt bad for these niggas at first. The cop came over here like this. Nigga had his flashlight out. He's like, y'all. What the fuck is the laptop, that bitch ass nigga? And I'm like, what the fuck? Goodness. Wow. These niggas don't even look like they got the motherfucker. But you just can't.
Hold on. I wasn't ready for that. Oh my God. Hey, listen. Hey, someone from Nigeria, that's how cops be, bruh. They don't give a fuck. Like, y'all, hey, listen, what y'all would call police brutality in America, if a cop rough you up, they don't give a fuck, bro. These cops in these countries, bro, bro, when he was doing this shit, I understood what he's talking about. These cops, they will rough up their own people. They don't care, bro, because they just as corrupt. Some of them even worse. Some of them probably like cartel members, to be honest with you. They probably working for the cartel in Medellin. I mean, this was in 2022. This happened recently. So passport bros, just kind of pay attention, right? But like, that's how it be in other countries. Like, these cops don't even give a fuck about their own citizens, bro. They'll come in and ain't no, hey, it's my right for you not to search my shit. Your right don't exist, bitch. They come in and they tossing your shit, bitch. Your shit. And you can see it. The American in this nigga felt kind of bad, right? The American in this nigga felt kind of bad because in America, we're used to certain privileges, right? Because listen, young men, although there's shit happening here, it's better off than other countries. And I don't want y'all to fall into this weird, crazy kind of, progressive mentality that's going on out there that America is bad and America is evil. Even when it comes to women, that is not the case. Even when it comes to cops, that is not the case. Other countries have it worse. Their cops, they don't give a fuck. Like your right to personal private property and not being searched, right? In America, you can say that to a cop and that's enough for them to stop. But in these other countries, what does that mean? No, they going through your shit, bro. Like this nigga is demonstrating. This shit's funny as hell, bro.
Came over here and just went reckless on that shit. Like, god damn, you just came over here and went banana. You went berserk. And then I was feeling bad for these niggas, right? I was feeling bad, like, damn, he really just, you know what I'm saying? He really just did that. Then I remembered that my laptop was gone. So what the fuck did I do? Fuck, get your bitch ass shit. Bitch, give me that motherfucker. Where's my fucking shit, nigga? I got the police behind me, nigga. I ain't never felt like this.
Hey. He said, I thought about my laptop, and I'm like, well, fuck your shit, nigga. Hey. Oh my God, dude. This is funny. As it says, Duke, tell him about Lagos police, brother. Hey, Lagos police. Hey, they not playing. All somebody got to do is say that you are an armed robber. If they label you as an armed robber, bro, or even look like an armed robber, they will come at you, bro. They listen. They don't even care. There was this a SARS movement that went on, right? If you guys don't know, in Nigeria, the SARS movement was against this police force, this special units police force that was supposed to target guns, crimes, and all this crazy shit that was going to happen. But what ended up happening is that particular special unit police force got wild with power, and they basically went rogue and started basically killing young men, right? If you looked like you were in a gang, or they wanted to get something from you, or they just felt like you looked at them in the wrong way, they just kill you for no fucking reason. And it got so bad, and they were killing so many young men, that enough was enough, and the End SARS movement basically became a thing. And eventually the government capitulated, but then they just kind of rebranded the force into a different name, and it's still the same bullshit. It's still the same grift. The one thing I'm upset about that movement is that for Nigerians, that movement had the potential to become something more than just the End SARS, potentially things that has to affect our government and its leadership. But unfortunately, as it comes to certain things and power, things get disoriented and moved aside and forgotten, and then movements that start with powerful intentions eventually dies out. I actually equate it to the George Floyd movement, the movement in America, where for once people on the right and people on the left both saw that seeing a foot on a black man's neck, it wasn't just a white guy on a black man's neck. They, for once in the life, everyone saw the state. George Floyd represented the people, and that officer represented the state, and it represented how the state has had their foot on our necks for so long when it comes to these hidden taxes, right? These sales taxes, all these nickel and dime taxes that we've been being burdened on, these horrible loans, these horrible government decisions, right? It started to awaken us to the true reality of what was going on, that we are being fucked in the ass every single day, that people with more money than us and more power than us that we can ever fucking imagine. And once the people realize this, here's the thing: the people in power understand that they are few, and the many that speak out and come together is basically dangerous to the empire they have set up for them. So what do they have to do? They have to put in mechanisms to divide so they can have the ability to conquer. And that's what happened with the Floyd movement. It happens with any mass movement where a lot of people finally come together and see the power dynamic for what it is. The haves are basically oppressing the have-nots to keep what they have. It's the big secret. It's the big conspiracy. And now we're in a situation where simps are the new way of going. I'm sorry I went through that whole fucking spiel. Y'all, hey, listen, catch me on my other channel. We'll get involved in this shit. The manosphere is for laughs and games, because we don't get serious over here. We clown idiots. But over here, catch me on my other channel. We'll get in depth, bro. Like, realistically, a lot of people, you realize we have more in common than we realize. I appreciate the comment, Izzy. Let's continue. This nigga's funny though.
Nigga, squirrel, box, nigga. So I started throwing that shit too. I had the police on my back, nigga. I feel how y'all white boys be feeling, boy. How y'all white ladies be feeling when y'all got the police on y'all side, nigga. I felt invincible. This is no exaggeration whatsoever. From the knives to the back of the cop car to the throwing nigga shit around. Like, nigga, if I saw a nigga even look at me funny, one nigga tried to walk off real fast. Hey. What's going on? Chaos, nigga. The fuck? What the fuck are you doing, nigga? All that. Couldn't find nothing. Took the cops laying down. We was out there for like an hour. And this is late. So it's like 1. We on the highway under a bridge. Now at this point, it's soaking into me. You know what I'm saying? All right, Medellin just didn't want me to have a laptop. You know what I'm saying? Just take your L. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
It hurt.
Don't get twisted.
It could have been way worse. They could have took my camera. They could have took all my shit. They took
your life.
Phil's mama bought him a chain and a charm.
Man, my grandmama gave me that chain.
So that's sentimental value. Anyway, I got the cops' numbers. you know what I'm saying, came back to the crib. But it's an inside job. It's always an inside job, man. I forgot the most craziest part. Melissa,
tweaking,
the
bro.
host for this Airbnb. Listen, bitch.
Nope, not convincing.
Let me say that one more time. Listen, bitch. Oh, I don't like that.
Add a biatch, and I think you got it.
Listen, bitch. Yeah. Listen, bitch. She is the first person I called. I'm like, yo, I called like 6-7 times. It's not ringing. I say, answer the fucking phone on WhatsApp. She said, what's going on? Call me back. I'm like, bitch, el robbery, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Burglaroso. I don't know how the fuck you say that shit. But they stole our fucking shit, bro. Guess what this bitch told me? I'm on vacation. I'm gonna take a shot on this one. Bitch, how you at work and on vacation? How? This ain't remote work. When I'm staying here, you work here.
Nah, bro. That's American entitlement, bro. No, that's not how that shit works. It doesn't operate that way. Other countries, listen, other countries, the people don't give a fuck. Listen, I'll even take it back. Listen, Nigeria, that's how that shit works too. Like I see this shit all the time, bro. There are people who work that don't really even want to work, bro. That's just how that shit is. I mean, niggas are the same everywhere. It is what it is, bro. Like, she just doesn't want to work. It don't matter if it's Colombia. It doesn't matter if it's Medellin. It doesn't matter if it's Nigeria. The problem is how the economy is structured and the leadership, okay? There's corruption at the top, meaning corruption is going to filter through the bottom, right? So there's not going to be a strong sense of worth ethic that you'll see in America, right? In other countries, people kind of move slow and at their own pace. Sometimes they'll even want to negotiate their own private wages with you, right? You know, they call it corruption a little bit, right? So in this case, your landlord or your Airbnb, she don't have to come to you. There's situations where my dad had like a certain thing going on with in Nigeria, right? But like he would tell me stories about how he would like hire this a group to help set something up for him. And what would happen is like he would call the first dude he was dealing with, he will call the dude and the dude tell him, yeah, I'm coming, right? An hour later, you call the dude tell him, yeah, I'm just getting up, but I'm on my way. And it's like, bruh, you're supposed to be here like 2 hours ago, and that dude's just getting there 2.5 hours. And here's the thing: once the nigga gets there, he then wants to negotiate a different price than what y'all already agreed on. And this time he wants you to agree to a little bit more. And then you ask him, but nigga, wait, we already agreed on 50,000 naira. Why you all of a sudden saying 70? And the guy would say, oh, my guy, my car broke down. Okay, my car broke down. Coming here to see you, and now it's gonna cost me 20,000 naira to fix it. Right? That's how these people operate. Corruption is everywhere. Like if you go to these other foreign countries, you have to be prepared to grease a couple palms. And a lot of Americans, see, we are used to us, you know, with the good old work ethic, to trust that, hey, if this person is going to do business, he's going to be a businessman and he's going to be a stand-up guy. That's not how it works in other countries, bro. Other countries, they might want you to grease a few palms. And you come in there with that American attitude like, no, bitch, you supposed to work when I'm here. But hey, listen, it's a one-way ticket to get your ass hauled off somewhere in a fucking desert in a burning ball. I'm just saying, bro, you do not want to mess with how these people operate. And when you go to these countries, you have to be aware to be prepared for this shit. It happens, people. I'm sorry, bro. We can't take that same American entitlement all across the seas. Listen, American men, listen, this is coming from a perspective of a Nigerian and also someone who grew up in America. You have to understand that, listen, from your perspective, we are privileged. We can't take this mentality to other countries. They don't play. And there's a certain way we carry ourselves where people can instantly spot that you're an American, that you got to, when you get to these countries, you got to pull a move where you almost have to mirror its people if you want to be moving amongst them. Because if you come in here with the same American attitude, they will spot you. They will know that you're an American. It's crazy. We're like the Karens of the world. Like if you really think about it, we got Karens in America, but to the rest of the world, when we go out there, we kind of get entitled, some of us. So let's just be real.
Paid for here, and you can't even help me out. Then I'm like, well, shit. I picked the Airbnb. People, y'all make sure those Airbnb cameras work. There's a little list of amenities. Make sure you have an on-site camera at all times. And make sure you have fucking, now granted, when you go into places to stay, if you go to hostels, some hostels, they have great security. Some they don't. You get your stuff stolen. Boom. But when you at a neighborhood where motherfuckers really live here, they can watch you easy. They know who not in the neighborhood for often. So they know we're going to hit a lick on this bitch ass when we get a chance. And they got the chance and they hit a lick on my bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? But now I recuperated. Now I'm in my corporate mode now. Last night, I'm sorry, I handled it like an abrasive Negro, if you will. But now I'm level-headed. I took my L. I got over my L. I'm like, boom, how am I going to make this work for me? You feel what I'm saying? How am I going to make this work for me? You know what I'm saying? So I get on, I talk to Melissa. I'm like, yo, Melissa, what the fuck? Our water done been cut off 3 times. TV ain't been working, bullshitting. And now you know where to be found when these motherfuckers was in here stealing my shit.
Where was your answer?
Yo, these apartment people be in on it.
Make me understand it. Give me my fucking money back. So I call Airbnb and I'm like, escalate me to your motherfucking representatives. Escalate me to the top of the fucking food chain. Now, granted, Airbnb, you did your thing today. You did your thing. You really did. So they told me, do you feel safe? I said, well, I have the couch, the chair, and the ottoman all pushed up to my door just in case a motherfucker comes in and wants to try me. Anyway, Airbnb said, boom, get out, go to a hotel. We're going to give you $250 for any hotel you want. I'm like, shit, what if I get a $50 hotel? Do I get to keep that $200? You know what I'm saying? I want that $200. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, they was like, give you $250, you can stay wherever you want. Then we gonna compensate you for the rest of your stay, and then we gonna talk about the rest of the shit later. I'm like, boom, that's the best news I've heard all motherfucking night, nigga. But I'm not gonna let this shit stop me. No, sir, I am not. They can't keep a real one down. But that's all right, man. That's the end of story time today. I'm gonna call it.
Hey, bro. Hey, go sub to this dude's channel. He is hilarious, bro. Hey, listen. Hey, password bros. Y'all need. Hey, listen to people to keep it real. Okay, go listen to. Hey, worldwide lore. Hey, we basically just played this video. So yeah, get him some love, bro. This happened in June 14. This was this year. Like this shit, yo. Like crime is on the rise in these countries. People, y'all need to wake up, please. Wake up. Crime is on the rise. When you listen to these passport bros, they talk about it from the perspective of the women. Y'all need to just wake the fuck up, okay? Because you're not just going down there to get boxed, okay? You need to be aware of your safety because these guys can drug you. You see how easy it is. We saw the articles, a major general, not a major general, a major and a fucking colonel in the Marine Corps got busted with these drugs. So they can get you. They got you, bro. Like you have when you go into this place, it's not like a deterrent, bro. You got to look at the other side of it. We're not trying to stop you from going to these places and having your fun and living your hot guy summer, right? Because hot girl summer, whatever it is, right? So you guys want to do the opposite of that shit, right? No one's stopping you from doing that. It's just saying that you need to learn things to keep yourself safe. And there are very few channels that actually tell you the reality, but for some reason y'all seem to gravitate to the ones that just sell you the fluff. You understand? Like, why do you just seem to graduate to the channels that sell you the fluff and then hide the negativity? Like, you to be a well-rounded human being have to have both ideas to know what the hell you're walking into. I mean, it just makes sense, right? So listen, bro, y'all got to wake up. You will get taken advantage of, okay? Some of y'all don't even know how to dumb down your American. Y'all don't know how to live amongst the locals. Some of y'all just feel the need to be above because you've been used to a certain level of privilege, right? You go to a country where fucking the power isn't as stable. The power grid isn't as stable. So you get rolling blackouts, right? Your American demanding ass, oh, we need electricity now. Bro, that's not happening. And sometimes crimes get crazier when it gets dark. So, like, be careful. Make sure you young men who are getting into this travel shit really research the countries you're going into. Make sure it's not even on the United States no-fly list. You got to understand that the U.S. government has a list that tells you, hey, this country is kind of good. All right, you can travel to it. Or, hey, this country, yeah, if you travel to this country, there's a slight chance that you might get your head cut off. Listen to that. Is that country on advisory? Why is it on their advisory list? Okay. If it's on advisory list, it's for something. I mean, the U.S. government, It's not the greatest, but it tries. Okay, this is coming from someone who's not even from here, bro. I'm letting y'all know that like we gotta appreciate what we have. I know the women, you know, we got the independence and the entitlements, but we gotta realize we got some entitlements too. And if we want to take advantage of what we have, right, want to go overseas and, you know, do stuff with the locals, we can't just go overseas like this dude over here trying to build $1 million fucking compound where he just houses people and tries to keep locals out but keep the women in. It just doesn't work that way, my guy, because what ends up happening is you got to figure out how to deal with the locals. You got to figure out how to grease palms. You got to figure out how to move around and be aware. And these guys aren't thinking about that. They're just thinking about the fun and the young party aspect of it. You got to grow up because there are young black men dying each and every day. Go ahead, May. You can chime. Y'all can chime in at any point. I'm just talking to y'all do. But go ahead.
You know, the crazy thing is you're covering some really good videos. And these are guys who had enough balls to share it, right? For
Absolutely.
every one man or person who shares, you know, reports this officially, there's 5 that don't. So we can estimate that the number of people that are getting robbed and drugged is way higher because you don't want to contact the police. You don't want to raise red flags. And you don't want to take an L publicly. So you just lose, you know? So that's something to think about. It's probably much higher than what's being statistically calculated.
And that's what they said. They said the unofficial reports were about 50,000 people were getting drugged by this might even say right, scopolamine plant, like this devil's breath thing. Like it's getting as of 2022. It's a big threat right now to a lot of tourists out there. 50,000 unofficially, but they're saying that if they calculated the official numbers, it could be higher than that. We read an article where a guy basically said, "Hey, me and my 3 buddies, we all travel a lot, but out of 4 of us, 3 of them all got drugged and robbed."
75%.
Go ahead, Marty.
Yo, that was 75% of his team got drugged. Like, that's crazy, yo.
Yeah,
75% of your guys, like,
that's wild. I'd be yeah, bro. Like that's crazy because are there even classes to even learn against that shit? Like, how do you? I mean, they tell you obviously don't live your drinks, you know, unattended. But you notice how some of these guys, the easiest way they get caught up is they live their drinks
they horny,
unattended, which is
they get caught
crazy.
up because they horny, dog. For real. Like when you going on vacation, I figure like you supposed to be doing other shit. Like I don't know. I be doing other shit. I haven't been out the country yet, but like I be doing other shit when I go on vacation. So I be trying to find out how I can do work related shit and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? But like niggas going out the country trying to have a hot Negro summer and all that, and they getting robbed and shit. This shit is crazy. Like
it's bad.
And niggas complain about the community and like the black community, how the thugs and how you could get robbed and how you could get shot, and it's like y'all over there getting drugged.
It's the same thing, but at least at this point, it's not even your people doing it to you. It's a foreign people are killing you. That's crazy.
They got that shit crazy when you got like hotel workers in other countries taking pictures of your naked body and all of that shit, bro. Like shout out to old head for coming on and like telling people about that shit, bro.
Bro, blackmail.
They stole that man work laptop, and he probably do something IT related. So that shit was like, I guess he just used his own, like he had his own personal laptop. I guess they said, all right, we're not gonna rob you for both Johns. Damn, that's crazy. We only gonna steal one John. Like that's crazy.
The cops got the second one. They got both.
Yeah, that John was probably souped up. The work John was probably
just wanted his personal laptops, and then they got caught up in the cops. Because how you gonna fight that? How do you? What? It's like you just don't, bro. If you just want to leave the country with your life, you're not fighting the cops on that, bro. You're not even gonna press. You just let me carry y'all. Maybe I'll fight y'all from abroad and say, hey, maybe it's but then they can just lie and say what. And plus, these guys know how to bury cases, so good fucking luck, bro. But like what do you do in that situation? Nothing. You're fucked. You just move.
You took. Yeah.
What's
a jack move.
Right here,
DBZ lifestyle saying? He says, bro, I live here in Colombia, zero problem. This is hilarious, good entertainment. Oh, thank you. But no, we're not just talking about you. because it doesn't have to be you, but it could be 3 people you know, or the 3 people those 3 people knows, or the 3 people those 3 people those 3 people know. 6 degrees of separation. Just ask about, buddy. I'm sure you know someone it's happened to. So for just you to come in here and selfishly proclaim that I live here, it's never happened to me. We're not talking about you, silly. We're talking
I don't
about
know.
the bigger numbers of men. 50,000 unofficial out of that. 50,000. If we look at the numbers, if they actually officially counted it, it could be higher than that. So I mean 50,000. If 100,000 men are traveling overseas right now, that means half of them are getting fucked up. You understand that, right? So it doesn't have to talk about you. I know most of you travel bros, you guys are so self-centered because you guys are like, I got to think about my needs, but like we're not talking about you here on this channel, okay? We're talking about the men and the state of manhood, okay? And the dangers and realities of things going on. So yes, congratulations, and I appreciate you saying this is great entertainment. I'm glad you're watching, but listen, don't compare your minuscule problems to the greater weight of the rest of the world. Understood? Because we're having a mature conversation. So if you want to debate me on this, the link's pinned up. Call in, bro. Let's talk about it. Go ahead, guys.
I just want to throw this out there real quick. Imagine for some guys who are just coming for a weekend, 4-day weekend, having a good time. You get robbed. Your visa's gone, your cash gone, your ID's gone, your passport's gone. You have to wait until what, Monday or Tuesday? How you gonna survive? How you gonna eat? Ain't no credit. You don't have a passport. You gonna miss your plane. I mean, it could cost you a lot of money. You might have to go to a capital city in order to get your passport from the American embassy. You don't even know how to get around. I mean, you could be in a bad situation. If you're staying somewhere like a hotel, they're not like here. Here, you could explain your situation. They'll put you on the credit system.
At least
the
cops try to show effort, like they're trying, right? And it's not like the cops are gonna blatantly. It's gonna make it obvious that they took your shit, because then there's legal protocols to provide and protect their citizens with, to protect them against stuff like that. Unlike these other countries, it doesn't work the same way, especially if they see you as a foreigner. You see what I'm saying? So it's crazy. And DYB Lifestyle, he says, I know people that get robbed every day in Miami, where I'm from, bro. Yes, that's the point we're making. Thank you for making it for us, genius. It happens here too. But we also let you know that black men in Colombia, all you expats or tourists out there, this is what happens. But in Miami, and just what Maya was talking about, at least the cops are gonna give you the illusion that at least they're trying to help. They'll go the extra length, right? And sometimes they'll even solve the case for you. In the other countries, come on, you're not gonna be disingenuous and say that the cops are gonna react similar, especially after we just played a video of a guy basically saying that, hey, the cops basically stole both my fucking laptops and the money in my laptop. They stole it from the prostitutes that stole it from me. What you gonna say about that? But you're gonna say you're gonna come in here with this disingenuous comment saying that you feel safer in Colombia than you do in the States. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? That may be you, but that's not the rest of the young men that are being spoon-fed this garbage.
No, he don't feel safe in his own hood. That's like, he one of them niggas, like, he don't feel safe in his own hood, yo. That's crazy. Like, that's
wild,
cool.
Dude.
But like, that's cool and shit like that. But like, Florida got all these gun laws where like you could be, it got a lot of positive gun laws where you could be armed to the teeth. So like, I see what he's saying, but you can't do that shit out there. And like, he's saying that, I noticed that like, usually like in the manosphere and shit, like when dudes be like, oh, I know my homie been married for this, like for 20 years, dudes will try to laugh at him and say like, oh, that's your 1 in a million or something. So him saying he live out there with no problems, I don't know if he like aligned with the manosphere or nothing like that, but I don't know. I just find that kind of crazy and just like the same thing that they saying that's bad when other people do it.
I feel you. Go ahead.
But yeah, man, this shit. And I wanted to talk about last week real quick. Or like the other day. I think that dude Adam or whatever, I just think that was Austin, man. And that's why I kept interrupting him, because it was kind of getting annoying just listening to him lie and QB quarterback for him. It was almost like QB. Why you QBing for him, bro?
Well, here's
It
the
was
thing
all
about
these dudes
QB.
that came on there. All these guys came on there copping please, bro. It was kind of crazy.
Marty, you were yelling. I was like, wow, he's really upset.
Well, see, okay, the problem, I can't. I don't really understand how loud I'm talking because I can't really hear myself. Like I don't got no headphones on.
Yeah,
So
you
it's just
loud, bro. Like when you go in, it's just like, bro, like you sound like you about to get at like everybody. My nigga, hold on, we can't even hear you. Like, chill, bro.
he
No,
was
but
trying to sit.
here's the thing. Here's the thing with QB. QB is a passport, bro. Okay, and QB is one of these passport, bro. For the longest time, he's basically gone after dating coaches. And remember what I told you all at the start of the stream, right? The reason why it's a subsection of the passport bros and the traveling community go after dating coaches is on the argument of game. Okay, this is where the big divide comes into, because the dating coaches believe in some level of self-improvement. They believe in some level of being able to be better at communicating, being a good communicator, right? And however you want to structure things, whatever it is, right? So passport bros, because they either want to save their egos and not want to participate in the courtship, right? Going up to a girl, approaching her, right? Because of fear of rejections, the ego thing, it really hurts, right? But they don't want to go through all that. So what they want to do is they want to go through the shortcut, because courting a girl, it takes too much time, and they would rather just do it the shortest way possible. For a lot of them, it's money, right? So they would much rather pay money. Now, here's the thing. In the United States, prostitution is illegal, and it's highly stigmatized. They will lock your ass up for it. So we can't go there. So we have to go overseas. We have to travel in all these different states where, the women, it is prostitution, but they can window dress it and give it a girlfriend experience. So you get the girlfriend experience, but realistically, you're paying for it. That's why Adam, when he came on the stream, right, the first hooker, he said he banged 3 chicks that night. Y'all heard that shit, right? He banged 3 chicks that night. Turns out it was all, because he said it was all pickup, right? Turns out one of them, she asked for the money up front. Okay, fine. What happened to the second one? Well, I smashed her, but she also asked me for money. So in that one, we could even verify if she paid or she didn't pay. But we can know
paid for every single situation.
it's a custom thing that those girls do to ask you for money. Oh, go fucking figure. So do you understand? A lot of these passport bros, it's a shortcut to the box. That's what it is. They don't want to work for it. They don't want to do any of those shit. They just want to get to the box, and that's what it is. So QB Passport for the longest time didn't want to fucking admit the fact that that's what the game he was on. So when he was going after these other dating coaches saying y'all niggas don't have game, y'all niggas suck, y'all game sucks, doesn't exist. I can just go to a bar, bro, and the chick can approach me because I look good. Listen, nigga, if you were on here with my buddies, we clown you for certain things. All right, I'm not gonna disrespect you because you're not here, but I'm just saying if you were buddies, there's certain things I could just start clowning your ass on. So don't sit there and just pretend that's not the thing, bro. Girls, when you're overseas, they're not just approaching you because you look good. There's a certain work that they're doing, and obviously these guys don't want to admit the fact that they're paying unless you call them out on it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Dude was lying.
Adam Hudson's
He was
back.
lying. Yeah,
We got Adam. Oh shit. What's
yo,
good?
no, bro.
We got
him again. No,
Hey,
not
Adam.
you again. Austin. Just come up
Adam.
here into your real John, Austin. Why you doing this?
Hey, Marty.
Austin, why you keep coming in here with another nigga name, bro?
Marty, rules. You gotta be chill, bro. You gotta be chill, bro. You gotta dial it down. All right. So go ahead.
What's going on, family?
What's good, Adam? What's good, bro? Welcome to the stream, brother.
Yeah, I had to hop up here, man, and clarify. Because you were saying that, when I was telling you about the stories in the DR. I heard somebody say I paid for all the women. That's not true. I definitely didn't.
Okay, can you explain that again, please? I'll mute. Can everybody mute? Can you explain that again? Because maybe it was a 7-hour stream, or it was a long ass stream. I remember, and I was kind of high. I'm kind of high right now, but can you explain like what happened with all 3 of them situations? I'm gonna mute.
Yeah. Actually, I'll tell some stories about Mexico as well. Yeah. But anyway, the second one I said she asked me for money, but I told her I wasn't gonna give her no money, and she still came to the resort regardless of the money or not, and I ended up getting with her for free.
Okay. Well, so, but like, why did she ask you for money though? Because was she a cold approach? I thought she.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
how did she come turn from a cold approach to asking you for money though? Because I think that's where
well,
we may have gotten confused.
yeah, I cold approached her, but then whenever we were like writing each other back and forth, that's when she brought money up. Like she didn't talk about money. Like, you take, writing to each other back and forth on a messaging.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I
like,
mean?
how did he get to that point though?
Just like you holler at any girl, you get her information, and then y'all go back and forth on the messages. And then, I'm like, come through. I told her to come to the resort. She said, okay, I'm gonna come to the resort, but I'm gonna need some money to come. So I told her, no, I'm not gonna give you no money. I mean, if you want to come for free, you can, and she can.
Okay, so what happened to the third girl? How'd you meet her?
Well, actually, I'm gonna talk about Mexico because I'm a spread it around a little bit. Mexico, because you said that women in these other countries are not approaching guys. It's more so just all about, you being a foreigner, them trying to get money. I mean, that's pretty much your position, right?
Yeah, in Latin American countries, South American countries,
What about Mexico?
Mexico's half and half. You have that. It depends on certain areas that you go.
Yeah, because I went to Mexico and women came up to me. I had women come up to me in Mexico, like they ran up to me, like, and it was, real excited, and I ended up smashing a couple of them.
But my thing is don't you realize how many Mexicans are trying to get to America though? So of course they gonna run up to you if they know that you're American and trying to find a ticket over here.
Okay, well, they never mentioned coming to America. I mean, I had sex with them, and they never tried to come over here. So I don't think that is why.
Although here's where I'll give Adam some pointers. Like, I mean, not some pointers, but like like some points. Is that like some people like in Mexico, like, I mean, black folks are, I mean, Grover talked about this yesterday. Black folks they're not like as, especially if he's tall. I don't know how tall you are, bro, but if they're taller, it's not a thing that they usually see. So it's a natural attraction thing for them. Although I don't know how verifiable that is, but if he's saying that he went to Mexico and got that success, I can understand it, but it doesn't negate the fact that the prostitution doesn't exist. My nigga, is there. Like, people pay for box. You go to some of these hot spots, especially cartel dominated hot spots. They control the women there as well, and it even gets worse as you get further into these South American countries, right? Like the ones we're talking about, the Dominican Republic. We're talking about which was the one you went to, right? The Dominican Republic, and then we talk about Colombia. We're just talking about examples from Medellin where they got a colonel. They got a Marine Corps colonel, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like that's a lot. So it's all these things where you talk about, listen, it's not a problem with traveling overseas and doing all this nonsense. I believe that men could be free. People should be free, if anything else. Like, y'all do whatever the fuck you want to, right? But listen, at least make an attempt to make people be aware of the dangers that's out there. And I don't see that being talked about enough with the good of banging hot chicks, even the dangers of STDs. We just read a little post of a guy talking about he got 2 lifelong STDs from a girl and her friend group, where he initially thought he was being set up by them, which happens because these girls will line you up quickly. They will line your shit up, right? So after that, he still goes back and hooks up with the girl raw, and then comes back with 2 life-changing diseases. Now, imagine this. There are men who do this right now, and they're coming back home and pumping girls in the States raw. We talk about STD rates on the rise. If we have this conversation, bro, a lot of this situation, a lot of things that we start to see, bro, it starts to seem less and less random, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could feel that. I'll just say one more thing, about my experience traveling. Different countries have different customs, and they have different things that they do. For example, in the DR, they're very aggressive. So the prostitutes they'll look for you, like they're hunting you, and when you go to the DR, they're looking for you. Like, even if you're not trying to, pay women, they're looking for you. The hoes is looking for you. You know, they're gonna find you. They're hunting you. Now Mexico, they're not really hunting you. If you want to pay for sex, you have to go look for that there. So, you know, I just wanted to, you know, clarify that, you know, and also wanted to say, you know, you don't have to pay at these places, but it's there for you. You know, I just wanted to put that info out there.
Adam, I'm curious. I'm curious. Do you think that Austin Holloman is doing a good job at communicating the dangers and the cautions to these new travelers? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he is. He mentions it. He talks about it.
Which things?
Uh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Which
he talks
things?
about he
Come on,
because
Adam.
people have smoke. People
Adam.
have smoke. Listen, people have smoke for them, and they bring up, you know, what if you get robbed? What if this, that, and the other?
Now I'm
And
saying
he
on his
No,
own.
I'm
On
talking
his
about
own,
does
if
he actually talk
yeah,
about this? Like it's an
exactly.
actual topic he brings up. In addition to just instead of just saying, get your passports, bro, it's over with because this girl ghosted me. Like, is this a topic where it's just like, hey, what here's my experience walking around the bar here in Medellin. Here's what happened, right? Here's how this girl approached me. Hey guys, a couple buddies over there got taken out by drugs. Or I read this crazy article where, you know, 5,700 people are getting taken advantage of by this fucking devil's breath thing that's going around out there. You passport bros, be careful of this when you're going in. I don't see that shit. It's all female centric, bruh. It's from being, it almost comes off as hurt. And a lot of people don't like to hear that word, but that's what it kind of comes off as. Like you're kind of hurt because something happened here with a girl in the States, and get your passports. Let's go. Even his TikTok videos, it's just like, Adam, you really gonna say and say that he does that?
Well, he did say he had a experience where the police
He
held
never
him.
eluded. He never went into it though. He just said, except for that one time with the police.
Yeah, he just tells his experience. He said that was the only experience he had where, you know, it was, you know, maybe a dangerous situation, and he talked about it. So,
do you think that's responsible leadership though? To invite people and like create a whole movement and tell people, let's go get your passport. I mean, we talking about brotherhood. Black men supposed to care about each other, uplift each other. Like, do you think that's responsible leadership, not to purposefully give them realistic education about what they could be walking into in different places?
well, I think he does a good job. I mean, I think that he just talks about his experience. I don't know if I would call him a good leader. I wouldn't really call him that, you know. But I think that, you know, he just giving people his experience, and he talks about everything. You know, he invites. I think what is good leadership with him is he invites detractors to bring up, you know, topics like what you're bringing up, and he addresses all that
Hey,
at that point.
when is he doing a smoke show? I'm gonna hop on. I want to know. Hey, y'all know when he's doing this? Does he do smoke shows? Y'all know?
No,
Well, shit. Well, I'm thinking about having one tomorrow. I mean,
it's him. It's him, bro.
Nigga, what? Wait, wait, nigga, what?
Come on, bro. Like, stop playing.
Fucking with me, right, dog? What is?
He was up here lying the whole
Is that?
time.
Mr. Allington, we knew that shit, bro. We was on that shit,
I
bro.
already know. Me and Marty know. I didn't
Hey,
even say
let's do
nothing.
it then, bro. Hey, drop the link. Drop the link. I'm gonna be over there. I got smoke. God damn. But no, but like, hey, bro, like, here's the thing though. Like, I think you're up. Listen, it's not saying consider a leader, but you gotta understand that people are gonna look at not Adam, but we're gonna look at
Austin. He's gonna look at you.
Wait, y'all, but I'm not Austin. I was just
Listen,
playing.
I'm not even gonna.
You just said you think about having a smoke show tomorrow.
Yeah, let's just carry on with the
It was a joke. It was a
conversation.
joke.
Marty.
We just gonna pretend, Marty. We gonna pretend.
Okay, we're gonna all right, cool. You're right. You're right.
We don't know who this nigga is. We don't
Nah,
know.
it's gonna be,
I'm
not him. I'm definitely
saying,
not him.
so, like, I think that when you're in this space and you have the, because believe it or not, Austin has influence, and his influence will continue to grow, and we want it to grow. It's not saying anything bad about it. It's just that we have to talk about both sides. No, we still gotta wish people success in each different spaces. For instance, there are people who do not want this channel to exist because they see us as just talking shit about other creators, which I don't see is that the case. No, we want Austin to be successful. It's just that, can he be honest about this? Like, can we talk about the full sides of the spectrum here? Like, yeah, listen, you don't have that much experience, Austin, is what we're trying to say, right? Like, you're 23, you got maybe a few here and there, but like, it's not enough to really talk to people about these issues, these situational awareness issues, like how these girls and these guys, some of them probably even collab with these authorities to get you, right? What are the safest places you can go with hotel protocols that could potentially have security protocols in place to protect you, like the one that gentleman was talking about, where he said that if they see you coming in with girls, then you must also live with the girls, and that's how they were to stop it. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop the cops from stealing. They could stop the cops from stealing from them. I mean, from the girls that stole from the guys. So, I mean, how do you stop that, right? So, we got to have conversations about this. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's why he want to have his gated community, though. He think he get his whole gated community of simps or incels or whatever you want to call them.
I'm vaguely familiar with that. What is the $1 million? I personally think if you're going to build something,
I got a question about that too.
I right off the bat, I knew you needed more money. Like, $1 million ain't gonna come. It's not gonna come. You got to pay the bribery, bro. You got to, because you gonna bring in foreign
cool. He was talking.
No. You got to pay the locals now. So I want to know, like, what was the breakdown of that situation, bro? I'm crying, bro. That's how funny this shit is, bro.
And then, you feel me? I got a question, like, what are y'all gonna be doing inside of the compound? Like, y'all just gonna be doing sexual deviant acts or what? Like,
hedonism.
Bro, like, come on, dog. You already know this shit gonna be on set on top.
No. Hold on. One at a time.
You can go, Marty.
Man, you already know it's gonna be getting crazy in there, man. That shit, like, so come on, dog. That shit sound crazy. But he's selling dreams. He know it's not gonna happen. That's the whole thing about it. Is you gotta sell the dream. You gotta see if you can get to 70 bands, and then the sky's the limit from there.
He got 300 though.
Hey, whoa. Hey, he got 330, my nigga. Hey,
oh, he had 30?
I told you, I'm a man of my fucking word. I don't play, bro.
They put 5 on it?
At the end of my last stream, your paper was gonna go up. Now listen, I had to
put 5 on it.
I had to give him the right amount where it didn't come all thirsty, but it was just like, nigga, you get the point. Okay, I support, but nigga, I'm not doing this because, you know, I unlike some other travel bros that be in my DMs talking about you just hating on a black man. Where your ass at? Hey, I'm actually giving this shit free promotion right now. I'm the only one that donated. Like, what? Like, where y'all niggas at? So coming at me, shut the fuck up. That's all I gotta say. I'm sorry, but hey, look, this is my email, bro. It's letting y'all know it's legitimately my donation. I did that shit. So hey, I support the brothers out here. Okay, no matter
what. My man, he said I got 5 on it, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? I got 5
on it. Hey, listen, just in case the nigga fulfills the dream. Listen, hey, Tariq Nasheed did some. All right, don't get me started on Umar Johnson. We still trying to find the money.
Those are real tangible things, though. Those are real tangible things, bro.
This might be something. I want to be a part of something. Okay,
but overseas YouTube career. An overseas YouTube career, bro. Like, all right, if a nigga like, oh, I'm making a museum, or oh, I'm building a school, cool. An overseas YouTube career, come on, dog. Ain't they making 6 figures?
I think the reason why we think it's a joke is because of what I've been saying earlier, bro. There's no proof of concept first. Right, and that's why y'all got mad at me yesterday or the day before the other stream talking about like, well, you know, I know people who are 6-figure barbers. I'm like, yeah, it's not that, bro. It's like, I'm talking about if you actually made 6 figures, you would go in with proof of concept first, and then just get other niggas to finance your shit. That's it. Like, once you show that you're living it, then you can just get other people to do it. But like, we we didn't have proof of concept. We just had you talking about something on social media, and then we got GoFundMe. You can't just make that jump without proving it first, and that's why people didn't really. It's tough.
He's
It's tough.
23 years old, y'all.
It, right? But
he's
I'm
23 years old.
23.
Come on,
I'm
he
23,
can't do
and I'll
much.
never do nothing like that. Like, come
What's
on
stopping
now,
a
bro.
23-year-old? Like,
You
who's
gotta
doing
work
that?
for it. You gotta work for it if you want to do something like that. Like, bro, if you want to travel, work for it. Like, you can ask people, like, you feel me? You can use your YouTube channel to build up the revenue in order to do something like that. But just begging off the back and making promises that you know that you most likely are not going to keep. Come on now, bro. That's a scam. You might as well be young Pharaoh or something. You know what I mean? Like,
All
like,
that. Bro, but
like
yeah,
people
Young
that's one
Pharaoh
of
cartoons,
is
them guys.
bullshit.
Umar,
Hey, what
young
happened to Adam?
Pharaoh, Tariq.
That
Man,
smoke got
Austin left, bro. Austin couldn't take it no
too
more.
much smoke.
Hey, he did say he's having a smoke show tomorrow. I'm gonna hop on that bitch, bro. Like for real. Like I'm for real hop on that bitch. Hey, listen, I got questions. I'm just saying, right? I mean,
I'm hopping on there too, bro, because I want to know why.
If you say you invite criticism, I will. Hey, listen, there are people who we criticize on this platform that also come on this platform and still fuck with us. So it's not everybody's a bitch. Some of them they can't stand it and they want to go crazy, and we prepare for that. But like, listen, if you down, we could talk about this, bro, because we want to see you succeed. We support that. It's just we got some straightening it up to do because it's clearly some devil's breath at play here in these countries that you guys are promoting, and we gotta be honest about that now. So yeah,
It's a scam.
I'll hop on.
They got the
Hey,
whole scheme
listen,
going.
dude. And dude, you
Yeah.
was right about your boy Marquand, man. He just made a live stream talking about black men and they're irresponsible and all this. He was right about your boy Marquand.
What was I telling you? He's a race hustler, bro. And when I go after him, he finds a way.
Yo,
to
he
say,
be on some Karen shit at times too.
That other video for members only, bro. He took it down. The one where I exposed his dad and everything, like expose everything. Yeah. So apparently, if they do a privacy complaint, and even if you take it down and put it members only, YouTube still takes it down after a certain amount of time. So I got the email of it. I was just like, damn, bro, this dude really out here just taking down videos. I thought you were a man of accepted challenges.
Last apex predator. He's supposed to be a predator, but he getting videos taken down.
Yeah.
Shit crazy, man.
Yeah, but no. But going back to Mr. Everything's point, you notice how every time he gets rightfully criticized, this man goes in and uses the fact that I'm Nigerian and like I haven't lived here for almost fucking 20, 22, 23 years and dealt with the same system a lot of African Americans have dealt with. And he's going to say, well, this person isn't black, so he doesn't share your issues. And then goes behind the whole FBA thing when he gets called out. But then when there's no heat on him and he feels like everything's nice and cozy, he then goes and attacks the same people he hides behind.
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about, bro. We don't have a community because even like he says, the people that look like us ain't for us. He's telling you exactly what he is. He's just like, I don't fucking get it, bro. And like these people, even some of the Nigerians that follow him that clown me for some reason. I'm not a real Nigerian, but because why? I don't fall for scams. Wait, you're supposed to be Nigerian. I thought you were supposed to be the scammer. I'm sorry. How you getting scammed by an American? But I'm not like you're supposed to see through this bullshit. But
I thought you was a scammer.
He's so good at like just twisting people and their mindset on how they think about their own kind. It's not even funny, bro. So I'm not surprised he's going in on black people right now because guess what? That's what they do in the greatest space of the manosphere, bro. Like, bro, you know how many racist comments I have to delete, bro? Where even when we have segments in our recent live streams where we talk about black issues, there are certain segments of the Red Pill that come in here and say, oh yeah, like they getting some racist ass shit, like George Floyd. No, George Floyd wasn't. The officers were not guilty, right? Like they be saying some bullshit, weird ass shit like that, bro. I'm telling y'all, this red pill shit, like a lot of the stuff when it comes to like the feminism and like the way things are in the United States right now in terms of the double standards for men, I completely agree. But there's a certain element to these MGTOW, not all of them, but these isolationist forum type niggas that they're with their own kind and get really fucking racist. I'm telling you, bro. I'm gonna start linking some of these forum links in there and really start exposing y'all motherfuckers, because y'all need to really see like how crazy some of these guys get. So just because we're all in a fucking manosphere movement or whatever the fuck it is, be careful. There's some wolves in sheep's clothing lurking amongst us. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Like that one dude, he do the predator catches. You exposed him.
Who?
White dude.
Chris Hansen.
No, the bull. He got like the beard or something like that. It's a white bull. You saying he racist or something like that?
Oh,
He's like
Richard
a conservative dude.
Is it Richard Cooper?
No, it's some white dude, man. I think it.
Bro, I
can't
clown
remember.
a lot
Like
of white
Pudgy
dudes.
Pug or something like that.
Huh?
Puggy Pug. Hold up, man. He be doing catches in like Ohio and PA, and he was like you exposed him in one of the videos, but he basically was a racist dude. I ain't know that about him, and it was just like it's crazy. It's like every direction on YouTube, it's like racist motherfuckers in the bitch.
I gotta remember the name now. But like, it's a lot of these, bro. MLD is another dude that we exposed as the undercover racist.
Oh, he
right?
racist?
Yeah, he's racist, bro. He was on a
That's
live stream.
crazy.
Bro, that was one of our earliest exposed videos. He was on a live stream calling a black dude a monkey. Oh, you an uneducated monkey. And Myron was on that same stream laughing. Bro, it was crazy. Like, I'm like, wait, Myron, I thought you was
Myron think he's white.
Ain't there acting like a damn monkey.
I know you
So
seen
when
him.
you see another white man or whatever race this nigga is clowning another black dude, calling him a monkey while you sitting there smiling, right? Hey, you can't get mad when people say, take the comments of, oh, black women and all that shit like that. Like, seriously, do you really see black people as your kin, or do you just see us differently, right? And I've seen certain things about his background, bro. This nigga is like he's a prep boy. He's like a college prep boy, right?
Laid up,
team, leaves, joins the FBI, all American sport, right? From Sudan,
he was laid
right?
up with the white boys. Like,
yeah, of course he's gonna
like,
talk about black folks that way. He don't see you that way. Come on, bro. We know what this is.
Like, he was laid up with them white men like he was a divester or something. You know what I mean? Like, he was he was in a divester space with the women over there. Like, the way he was laid up with the white men. I'm like, what's wrong with bro?
Bro, a swirler too.
Cheating, laid up. Myron.
Myron a swirler, bro.
Yeah. And the thing is,
him and Fresh be using all swirler.
I don't have a problem with this, even with the interracial dating, because I see some of the manosphere. I don't have a problem with that. Now, me, preferably, I date black before I do every race, because I just find that naturally attractive. But like, realistically, people can date whoever the fuck they want. It's going to be a new world. It is what it is. But like, come on, bro. Like, some of these dudes, even the types of women they talk about, and we know overwhelmingly who they criticize more often than the other girls that they criticize. Some of the other men, when they go overseas and pillow talk some of these Colombian chicks, that are tricking on, right? They pillow talk their own women that look just like them. It's like, what are like the other clown that came in the live stream the other day talking about, well, we don't know, these women over here smell horrible, their pH is off. Like, what are you talking about, my nigga? Like, is that all the type of women you deal with, my nigga? Is that all?
That's
women?
online talking points, man.
Women, like, well, how dumb are you to say? And then the girl who's in another country who's been getting pounded and it probably is getting pounded right now while you sitting here watching this live stream. Yeah, you gonna say her shit smells better with all that shit? Come on, bro. You're coping.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Austin said he said that 80% of American women shit stink and shit. And it was just making me think, like, bro, how 80% of the women you come across
come up with that?
That's crazy.
No, I want to know who started that talking point. Because that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how did y'all smell every vagina in the United States of America to claim that stink? How was that made? Like, how so?
It must have been 80% of the women that he was messing with. That's why I'm like, all the jewels he got stinky coochies or something, bro. Like, that's the only way this can make sense. Because
I was thinking the same thing. Like, you pick those women. Like, what is it about you that you pick those women?
Yes, it's like I'm not fucking no girl with bad pH. I'm not doing that. Like, how many did you have to run through to know, and where did you find them? Because I want to know where you found them at. Because then I got to figure out where your dating selection pool's at, and based on your dating selection pool, it lets me know what level you are at. So if you're dealing with girls and majority of them got bad pH balances, are you really high value? All y'all niggas coming here complaining about that shit, because that is one of their main things, and it's wild that they use that as a fucking legitimate argument. It's like how you gonna sit there and say, well, the girls in the U.S. Majority of them smell bad? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, Laughing Man, welcome to the stream, brother.
How you doing today?
How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being a member too, by the way.
No problem. Just to let you know, I was like there from one of your verse. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got off
I'm
work.
about to go to sleep, dude.
One of your very first videos.
I take it easy, Mr. Everything. Shout out to you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm about to head
All right,
out.
Mr. Everything.
Appreciate y'all.
Take it easy, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Laughing Man.
No, I just been there. I went by a different name. That's why you probably don't recognize me. I went as Mr. Silver.
Mr. Sober?
Yeah, that was my previous name, but I changed it to Laughing Man.
Okay.
So yeah. No, I just want to let you
I
know.
probably remember. Okay, no worries. I appreciate it.
But yeah, it was inevitable that, unfortunately, that stuff happened to him. I mean, if they smell you're a terrorist or anything, you basically screwed. So it's no surprise, but it's a shame that it happened to him, but he just got to do his research.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's all we're asking a lot of young men to do. Just do the research. I mean, YouTube, it's a great starting point, but it's not a good research. It's not just the only research tool, right? You got to read articles. You gotta also research areas. You gotta look at the locals. How is it? Even look at your own government. Is there travel advisory over there, right? Is there U.S. government with all the intelligence apparatus it has and it wills at a dime, right? What is it saying about this country? Is it saying it's a good place, right? And there are lots of countries on that list that on some places, it's places that a lot of these places are people are traveling to. So you got to understand, okay, if that's a situation I have to protect myself, how can I protect myself? Can I take a gun? Hell, in most countries, you can't do that. In Nigeria, if they catch you with a gun, they will consider you an armed robber, and the cops are within rights to either kill you or arrest you on the spot. That's how crazy they are. And even let's say it's not even a cops. A village of people have their own goons that protect that particular village, and anyone can, like, there was a situation where that actually happened, where this girl saw an army guy jogging, and he was jogging through this little neighborhood, a little I don't know what you would call, like a little town. He was jogging right through it that was near the air base, and he had his a service weapon with him, right? But he was in civilian clothes, and he was running, and on his way through the market, he cut through the market, and he stopped to buy some yams, I believe, or some yams or something. I think it was yams. And the girl who was serving it to him saw that he had a weapon, his service weapon. So he then told the people who were working the market, he was basically letting them know, hey, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to carry this with me, and I'm kind of jogging right now. Can I leave these yams over here with you? And then when I come back from my run, I can just come pick it up. The girl said, yeah. The soldier went on a continuous run, and after that, the girl called the local goons that ran the little town over there, that ran protection for the town unofficially, and said, hey, I think I just saw an armed robber, here. And she probably knowing her, she probably hyped the whole thing out of whack, right? And guess what? The goons came in, rallied the local people, and they got them in a frenzy, ran up to this dude, beat him, and as he was pleading, said, I'm not a robber, I'm an army man, I'm not an arbor, I have the weapon because I'm an army man. They didn't even want to hear it. They don't even want to listen. Bro, you don't understand, when mom mentality takes over, it's a wrap, bro. They didn't even want to hear this, man. They beat him. I think they end up burning him. Like, I think that's what it is. That's what ended up happening, bro. So that was the end of that. Eventually, the people, they end up like arresting the leaders who organized the guys who put the mob together. But these are the kind of things that happen. So can you even take a weapon into these other countries, right? We have the Fourth Amendment right, Second Amendment rights here, right? The Fourth Amendment, all these amendment rights, right, to protect us, right? The license to carry, right? And it's not the same in other countries. You go to the UK, it's not the same. So you got to learn the ways you can protect yourself when you go over there, when you make these travels. Don't just focus on there for going for pleasure. It's not always about pleasure, okay? You got to also worry about your security. But am I wrong? Anyone who's having any experience with these turbo, I know, because this shit happens all the time. All the time.
It's worse
Go
in
ahead,
UK.
It's worse in the UK. Look got them knife battles too. It's bloody.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's crazy in UK. I mean, basically, if you try to defend yourself, you know, you still go to jail. So
yeah,
I mean, you gotta watch out. And one of these red pill like videos that I've seen, this like he was filming walking down like one of those I guess like slums or whatever, but he was with like a person that knows the you know the place. But anyways, he was walking, and I guess one of these working girls came up to him and you know touched his stomach, and that was scary because she could probably look for a kidney like, oh man, this, you know, anything can happen. So that just flipped me off when they did that.
Jesus Christ. You know, even speaking of the UK, you know, there was actually a video when I was watching, because I was watching a bunch of YouTube videos to even prepare for this, and there was one I was watching, and you know that example that I was using where the Thai people, right? That actually happened with a guy from the UK. So I think he was at a beach or something like that, and he got in a fight with a Thai dude, and then a bunch of other Thai dudes jumped in out of nowhere. He was saying when he was telling the story, he was like, "Yo, he didn't even fight him, dude. The Thai dude was just arguing with him, and dude just started arguing back, and then all of a sudden, like he was getting jumped. There was a bunch of Thai dudes like they came out of nowhere and started fighting him, right? And then when it was over with, he was bleeding. They cracked the skull and shit. And then the police basically tried to extort them when they called them. Like the police came there and they were with the locals trying to extort them. It was crazy, bro. So the dude was basically telling them like, yo, when y'all go to Thailand or all these places, do not pick fights with the locals. You will not win. You just do not do it. It may seem like they're alone, but like they are not alone. They will look at you and you're a foreigner, and to them it's like us versus you, nigga, and that's what they do. So wake up, people. You're not being told the full story.
What you call it? There's a funny story about the biggest red pill guy that there is, Mr. OG Andrew Tate. When he went to Jamaica, he almost got, you know, like basically almost got killed because he people were telling him, you know, stay in the tourist site and whatever. He's like, no, whatever, I don't want to go. But the moral of the story was the taxi driver took him to a party, but when he looked, it was a bunch of dudes. I don't know if there was girls, but basically the driver, you know, left him. So, and there was two big old guys, you know, scoping him out, and he saw both of them had pistols on them.
Jesus Christ!
They were walking up to him, but thankfully the driver came back. He said his name was Grandma or whatever, but he came back, and then basically lucky for him, he got in the car, but that guy Grim, he basically robbed him. Well, he didn't rob him. He said, you know, I leave you here. You know, give me $700.
He extorted him. So the driver extorted him. Yo,
Yup.
you can't escape nothing, bro. So even the driver, oh my fucking god, dude. These countries, look, listen, we can't take this American ideas, okay, and think that the rest of the world functions the same way. It's not the same, bro. Everybody wants money. Everybody is that broke. It just is what the fuck it is, bro. You can't go into these other countries thinking you a boss, bro, because it's a very quick way to end up missing. It's a very quick way to end up missing. Like, these countries are dangerous, bro. Like, is Jamaica on a? I don't think it's on a travel watch list now, but because there's too many money there, too much money in resorts over there. But I don't know, bro. It's crazy. This are the things that happen though, and we're not aware of this. So I think when we glorify certain things, we just need to be aware. Visit says that top G is BS. It's BS because I mean you can't top G your way out of a bullet. You can't do
Nope.
that. I don't care how much money you have, how much Bugattis you riding with. You not top G out of that. If somebody gets you, hey, you this ain't the movies, bro. This ain't, you ain't Rambo in this shit. It's just not what happens. Okay, like I don't like y'all need to. Oh my god, like that's wild. That's fucking wild, bro.
And I think one of the YouTubers that were on here, I forgot his name, was telling that the actual story. So I forgot his name. He was on here before, but I know it wasn't Poppy, but it was some
Okay.
other YouTuber. I forgot his name. But yeah, he
When was
was
that?
saying that. Like I think like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I won't remember that. But
Yeah,
yeah, man, like no, go ahead. Go ahead. What you're saying.
no, I was gonna say I forgot his name, but yeah, I mean even someone like that has all the money in the world, Andrew Tate or whoever, Byron or whoever you want to say, is not untouchable. They get a bullet in the head, and that's it.
Sometimes it
So
just takes one little slipping, one little slip up. They just got to
yep,
catch you slipping. It's a wrap, son. They got you. They got you. And one thing you young men got to understand is that when you land, you see, because Americans, we when we go into these other countries, we carry this sense of entitlement with us. Like it's on us, bro. People can just look at us and say, "All right, that person's from America," because we got this almighty Karen attitude when we go to different places and we demand certain things. So when people come to our country, you got to speak English, but when we go over there, why aren't you speaking English? And that double standard we tend to have sometimes. Yeah, I get it, right? So listen, we can't take that attitude in those other countries. If you want to survive, do what people in the CIA do, right? They just blend in with the locals, right? They
yep,
blend in. They don't go in with flashy watches or anything like that. They got button down shirts, with the fucking the baseball team winning from like from the 90s or not 90s, from the 50s or something like that, right? Old baseball t-shirt, right? Whatever it is, right? Just look dumbed down and just move about. Don't try to stand out, right? And it'd be best to at least learn the language, like know at least enough to order a cup of coffee. Because if you're just flying down
yep.
there, you don't know the language, and you get robbed, and you don't know how to communicate with the locals, you can easily get taken advantage of.
That's why working girls are attracted to foreigners. I guess that's one of the reasons.
Easy target, like she said that one
There you
dude.
go. Easy target. Yup. So that's real crazy.
Yeah,
They're
hey,
not teaching. They're not
go
teaching
ahead,
that
Marty.
either. They're not
Huh?
teaching that like try to blend in. They telling them to go over there and try to get women and all of this type of shit. Basically, just go over there and make yourself a target.
And you know what's crazy? The reason why they won't promote that aspect of it is because if they actually told them, go ahead, go down there, blend in with the locals, whatever it is. Well, guess what? If they blended in with the locals, then they would have to rely on something else other than their money to actually pick up those girls down there, right? Because now you're no
Yeah,
different from the locals. Now you got to rely on your mouthpiece, but a lot of y'all don't even know how to speak the language down there. So you're not winning based off of that. So they have to use their money. They're not trained for that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So like these
yeah.
you gotta wake up,
The
right? So
lack of
they know.
communication skills.
So they got to go. Of course, they go in and they have to let you know they're American. They know, because
Yep.
if they have to actually blend in with the local and be one of them, now they can't have that American crutch anymore. It is what it is.
And
I,
now, I'll go ahead.
I was noticing that when the dudes were saying that how like if you're a certain height, they're gonna think that you was a professional sports player. Like that almost seems like some type of racism type shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I'm not trying to be like on the woke shit, but
it's not
I
being
don't think that
woke.
that's
It's
a
not
good
being woke.
thing. Like I don't know.
It's being real, bro. You're actually being a lot of countries outside of the U.S. are racist. That's why I don't get this weird fucking
Yep.
agenda to get the U.S. and the U.S. alone to care about other people's races or feelings, because the rest of the world doesn't give a shit. In China, people don't like it, but in China, they don't give a fuck, bro. They're Muslims right now that they're fucking actively trying to basically Chinese wash into the program, bro. Okay, they're forcing the religion out of them by putting them in these concentration camps, but we can't talk about that, right? And Disney, well, guess what? They could promote what's his name? Dude from Star Wars, the black dude. They could promote him. I forgot what his name was. Y'all remember him? They
What you mean,
they made him
Samuel
John
Adams?
Boyega, right? John Boyega. Disney can parade
Okay.
John Boyega as front new page in the United States to prove that they're a company that cares about black issues. But then when they're doing the same promotions out in China, well, guess what? We got to put John Boyega way in the back where he's nearly invisible, because we know that doesn't appeal to those other people in those other countries. It's not even
Yeah.
China moving them out the way, right? You could look at places, even these Arab countries, right? The United Emirates, all these other places, bro. These Turkey even has some of that shit in there. So you got to understand this whole woke thing to get Americans to care about race relations or anything. It's just another propaganda tools used by corporations to basically make more money out of you by enhancing their public appearance, right? You understand that? And they also use that simultaneously as a weapon to distract people when they get caught up in certain things. You notice when Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos get caught up on certain lists that he should have been caught up in, certain allegations, and especially with his whole marriage situation and whatnot, right? Guess what? All of a sudden, Amazon's promoting Black Lives Matter, and it cares so fucking much. Meanwhile, has a subsidiary company like Twitch that's also streaming fucking hot tub. Oh my god, bro! I'm sorry, I could go into a rabbit hole into this shit, but we getting played. We being played. Hey, this woke shit, it's just for money, bro. It's just for money. And the fucking sad thing is they've convinced a lot of Americans to really care about it. If you go to other countries, they don't give a shit about your race. They put you in India still has a caste system, for peace sakes. We don't get on them. We don't get on the Indians for it, right? But it's only in America where, people are supposed to care. Like, what the, like, miss me? See, this is the thing. If more Americans were actually educated and worldly, especially Black Americans, if we didn't just go out to have sex for traveling purposes, right? And we actually studied how other countries treat other races, especially our kind, you would understand that, hey, when you come back to America, I understand race relations. I understand what's going on now. It's not just America. Then you will see the corporate bullshit that America's media with all has been trying to sell us from the get-go. It's not real. It's manufactured. Oops, did I say too much? Read a book, people. Goddamn.
But I would say that like the race relations thing, like there is times when that shit can come important. Like when you in another country and your life is on the line and shit like that, you looking around and everybody the same and you different and they just stole some shit from you and nobody telling you the truth. You know what I mean?
Easy us versus them. It's easy us versus them. You kidding me? Yeah, they could look at you like, oh yeah, that's an American. Fuck him.
Yeah. So I guess it's just more so about the American thing, more so than a race. But I just feel that like as a Black person, I wouldn't be trying to move certain ways in another country. Like I just wouldn't be trying to do that shit. Like pulling up on prostitutes and all this dangerous ass shit. Like
if I would ever go, and I've never been to South America, I've never been to Brazil. I don't know if I'd ever go. I have this kind of law about me where I don't go where I feel I'm not needed. So I go to certain places where I feel it's a little comfortable for my kind. Okay, I'm just saying. But like realistically, I don't plan on going to South America. But if I did, I would probably not wear a hat. I would probably get a tan, like where I just look real, just blend in, like I don't have shit, like just bum ass average nigga you'll see at a bar, right? Listen, I'll let the hairline unfurl, bro, because like we just gonna be moving in with the locals, right? I might just be that dude in the corner not saying nothing, just drinking and looking cracked out, maybe. I don't fucking know, but I'm not gonna be one of those ones that somebody's gonna want to look enticing enough to approach to slip one of them copamines or scopopamines or whatever the fuck you call it, right? Where all of a sudden,
yeah, some shit.
yeah, like you kidding me, bro?
Scopolamine or some shit.
Because listen, you look like a mark, and some of these guys that go to these bars and clubs, they look like marks. That's what it is. Let's just be real.
Yo, that shit crazy. That's where the street smarts and all that shit come into play, and like everybody looking at you and people being all nice and you don't know them from a can of paint and shit in a poor area. That's, I don't know, man. That shit just
Keys and Lemons. Shout out to you. Welcome to the stream. She says, I'm late, but I was robbed in Medellin, Colombia on my first night there. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that, Keys, because before you showed up, there was some guys earlier in the streams that were saying that it was cap, right? Especially one of the guys.
Oh yeah, DYB or something like that.
No, yeah, he said that he lived there and it never happened to him, right? And we
allegedly.
Right, and we're telling them that it happens to a lot of tourists. So apparently there are people that don't believe that you can get robbed on your first night, even though we just played the video of people who were experienced, but it only took us one slip up, going to the bathroom without their drinks, to them to get robbed. So I'm glad we have someone in here that can share the experience, because some of these people just need to hear it. I don't know about y'all. It sounds crazy.
The thing with that is he was living there or something like that. So like you gotta watch your drink in your own house when you live over there. Like it can happen here, but it's just like, that's just,
yeah. But that scopolamine let's face it, it's not a thing that often happens in the state, right? It's
sounds funny as fuck.
The scopolamine, I think, is what it is, right? Because you over here, you get a hooker over here, right? And well, guess what? I mean, you might be unlucky, you might get one of them Cardi B types, but more often than not, they want a repeat customer, so they'll not drug you, right, or refrain from robbing you in some kind of way. Not saying it doesn't happen, but not to the degree of a girl who's making $200 a month compared to you doing that in one day. Do you understand that? That's a whole different level of desperation. She will rob you blind for $15 if she had to. That's all it takes for some of these broads. You gotta understand.
Never gotta see you again.
Here's the thing too. If you legalize prostitution in the United States, that'll curb a lot of that'll curb a lot of passport bros. It'll curb because realistically, a lot of guys will just pay the higher premium in the States because they know the girls in the States, they're a lot better. Let's just be real. I mean, you can say, oh, they're so beautiful. Yes, they're beautiful women overseas, but there's a reason why a lot of hot girls congregate in Miami. There's a reason why a lot of hot girls congregate in New York, in LA, right? Because those are the hot spots where the real niggas who know how to play ball are playing ball. So they're over there, okay? So yes, they're beautiful women in Brazil, but U.S. got the baddies. Let's just be real, okay? That's not the game,
but they can't afford that.
But U.S. got the baddies. Come on, bro.
They gotta get the great value box, bro. You know they gotta go for the great value box.
Yeah, like I don't have to go over and be like, what? Well, I gotta pay a couple cents less. They're like, why I need to go? Like, listen, I'm fine over here. I'll just pay $40 for a date and be all right. Okay, I'm cool.
Hey,
a date and go back to my if y'all have not figured that out already, I'm so surprised. I'm very shocked that this is so hard for you. $40. Okay, sometimes you go to a nicer place, you go to 60 or maybe 100 for some of y'all. I wouldn't go past 100 unless you like on some like simp shit, okay? But like I wouldn't really go past that because I don't think it's really worth it. But there's certain times like you pay, bro, and have fun and make sure you're vibing. And guess what? While you're on a date, because Americans, even though the girls are entitled, it's you pay now, pay later, but they like this thing called a conversation, to get to know you type of thing. So at least it's good for her to make sure she's not with a serial killer, but it's also good for you, so you kind of get an understanding of maybe this bitch might not rob me when I turn around, right? That's when you do that whole dating thing to get to know him. And if the date doesn't go well and you don't vibe, then you leave, right? But you guys want to skip that process. You guys want to skip it and you want to go straight to the sex, okay? But that's not learning anything new. You're setting yourself up, and that's probably how you run into a Cardi B type, okay? And before you know it, God, fuck. Yeah, I'm trying to keep a straight face here. AZ, nah, bro. I mean, maybe, but me and my homies, we like when I was in college, it was a thing that we planned about doing, but it was like a college dude's pipe dream, bro. Like that's what we saw it as. We didn't really, because like one thing, you and your buddies in a dorm room, you're like, oh yeah, where do we go? We have just the best fucking time for spring break. Oh, Brazil, we can go to Brazil, right? And we'll talk about it, but we knew we're not gonna do it because like the guy ain't trying to go to Brazil, bro. What the fuck? He got me twisted. I ain't doing that shit, and I knew I would do that shit. So I was just talking shit, but like we all knew that too, and we didn't plan on doing because we were all comfortable getting boxed here in the States. So it was just a party thing. But like, I don't know, bro. Didn't the Olympics have a problem with Brazil? Didn't they have a problem with? I don't know, bro.
I always had like this little stigma because like my folks, my homie and shit, like his thirsty older cousins and shit. Long story short, they was talking about going to the DR, and niggas ain't talking about no sites. They just was talking about like local prostitutes or whatever. So I kind of always frowned on the passport bro movement because of that. Like I barely would come across dudes really explaining how, like the other night, how the dude was talking about how he worked overseas and he had visas and all of that shit. So like now I'm getting to see that it's a whole nother world to, you know what I mean? And it's got me wanting to open up my horizons and explore my traveling options, but not for sex, I guess, just to see the world and all that type of shit.
Here's another thing. Here's because in a way, the reason why I look down on it because in a way I would say I'm a traveling guy because I'm from overseas, but not in the way that these guys do it, where he just talks about women. Because I almost always don't talk about women on my show. Listen, ladies, I love you, but I think you guys are boring. I mean, there's nothing really that important to talk about. I'd rather talk about other issues. That's just what it is, right? So these guys, if it's not about women, it is what it is. But like, I would much rather see a lot more young men going overseas and taking advantage of the new gold rush, right? China is taking big advantage of it. They're going to all these third world countries with these cheap money because their money goes further than their currency down there, and they're building infrastructures, right? So I would like to see young black men who would like to go in and potentially be an Elon Musk of a situation down there because they have the resources to do it. You have the ability to do it, man. You have the ability. I mean, it's gonna take some time. You got to understand this corruption, and you got to understand how to move through with the governments and getting proper licensings and things like that. It's a tougher road, but not saying you can't go down there and start building a name for yourself and really do it, because a lot of those countries, they are looking for investments. It's just that the conditions isn't safe for a lot of big corporate entities to really plop down on it unless you're in the oil business, because the oil business, they don't give a fuck. They got their own black hand, and they come in with guns and they don't give a shit. They'll kill the locals if they try anything funny. So unless you're in the oil business or the mineral business, okay, it's probably good to learn how to work with the locals. But I think it's the new gold rush for a lot of men. But unfortunately, we're talking about women here all the time, and men aren't talking about building anything. And it makes sense because we can't really build anything in the States because our men are so fucking focused on women in the States. What makes you think they're gonna go overseas and build anything? Because their mind is still focused on women going overseas. So they just it's crazy just to see how this shit just unfurls and people don't really put two and two together.
Yeah, that shit crazy, man. It's all about the hoes, though. That's what it is. That's what's gonna get the views, though. Like it's a bunch of channels that teach people how to start businesses and tell people about all sorts of different ways to be entrepreneurs and all of that shit. But dudes want to see women get kicked out of a podcast and shit. That's what they want to see.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
they
the
want to
thing is,
learn.
Marty, you're absolutely right. Do you know why? Because men don't really want to be honest about about the fact that they have the same issue problems that they're complaining about the women they're having with. Matter of fact, the problems are so similar. A lot of these guys are resulting to behaving like the females that they despise and they constantly talk about. That's what this game is, right? It's hatred and envy of the other sex, the guys who are really into it. So of course they don't want to look at anything that better their lives, because right now a lot of them never got past the sex stage. You got to understand that. So their mind, whether it was middle school form or high school form, right, or even some of them college, they never got past the sex stage. Maybe a girl did them wrong, maybe a girl ghosted them, or maybe something happened, something snapped, right? And they never got over it, and they've carried that with them. They come online, they see a guy that's just saying that same thing, and he's not really speaking to their logical mind. He's speaking to their emotion. He's speaking to that girl that ghosted him. He's speaking to that girl that cheated on him. He's speaking to that girl he decided to wife up, right, and then realized it was no good. He's speaking to that, all right. And when you speak to a man's emotions, that's when you get a dummy, and a dummy is ripe for the taking. And that's what these men have been doing this entire time. They've been creating dummies who are ripe for the taking.
But the thing with another thing, hold on, that shit is crazy, bro. Because like the other day, all them dudes kept parroting them same talking points about aggressive American women this, and like we were asking them real questions like, well, what about this? Like, what about the safety? And they couldn't, like, they just kept having to attack this phantom evil black American woman or evil American woman in general. Like,
it's funny, and these are the same guys that claim to be is conservative, right? I'm like, how y'all conservative laughing at liberals for saying America sucks, and then y'all gonna turn around and say, well, America sucks because the women suck. It's like, why the fuck are we? And then you're gonna say another country's better, but we say that. We say that we clown liberals for saying that same type of shit. So why are we saying the same shit here, the conservative arm, when it comes to women? So all of a sudden, America,
that shit paying a little bit. It must be paying them a little bit.
You know what I'm saying? Negating the fact that overseas there's a lot more corruption and less institutional structure to protect the citizens, yet alone a foreigner. So you're gonna say another country's better than this? You got a foreigner here telling you you're living on the greatest country and the greatest empire that would probably ever exist for a long time. Matter of fact, like literally history. When aliens look back and see this shit, they'll be uncovering shit from America. That's how much of an impact this country has made. The fact that y'all are privileged enough to be born here and not see the fact that you have all this privilege compared to everyone around the world, and they want what you have. That's the main thing. They want what you have, and y'all don't see that. Y'all, bro, you gonna get got easy. You gonna get got. Recognize
another thing I noticed with these cats is like, they really be acting like the females and shit, like with the crazy standards of like wanting the best women that they can't afford in America. So like, I guess that's their best thing to do. But it's literally the same thing that the hoes do, and then they come up with all these alleged logical reasons as to why that's okay to think like the hoes, and it's just like that same circular thing going on, like happening over and over again.
Yeah, we creating bitches out here for real, bro. Like that's the thing. It's part of the agenda, bro. Like these guys are trying to act like they're strengthening men and they're trying to keep us, hip to the red pill because we gotta be awake. It's not true, bro. When I tell you for real, these niggas are putting you on the matrix. I am not joking, bro. These guys are part of the agenda to keep men powerless and they've done it in such a unique, slick way. They've disguised the agenda to keep you powerless as basically masqueraded as a male empowerment improvement, right? Or male empowerment movement. You see what I'm saying? So they've taken something that actually weakened male and marketed it as a male empowerment movement. And now all these male empowerment movements is surprisingly having a negative impact of men. And reason why we know it's not working, because a lot of industries now are actually basically building themselves with simps in mind, right? They're structuring, organizing their companies with simps in mind, understanding that this is gonna be the big economy, and ain't shit that anybody is gonna do to stop it. Now niggas on this platform, now niggas that speak against this, because they'll block you. Look what they did to Dion. Look what they did to other content creators that speak on this shit. We get suppressed, but the dumb ones get inflated. They get hyped up. The dumb, simple, easy content creators, right? Why do you think right now in the manosphere space, like everyone is just chopping up TikTok videos and videos that have to do with like women doing all this shit and then just reacting to them? Because it's dumb, easy, consumable content that
dudes and simps, and they gonna get mad. They know that shit.
Exactly. It's gonna
get all the simps want
to get you to 40%.
Yeah, they know like all them niggas, they just wanna like look down on women. Like it's that lady, her name Chantel Simone. And I gotta go on one of her smoke shows.
They were saying something about her.
Bro, she get $400 super chats, $500. That's why I like really they need to go get that money to their man so he can get up out of here. Like they giving her $500 and giving Melanie King $500 and giving Danica Marie $300. Like they like all that money going to the women content creators on YouTube, and they all cons, and it's crazy. They all like, I don't really believe in that pick me shit, but like, they just pandering to niggas, man. And like I would check that shit out and just listen to it, and it just would get on my nerves because like I just know when somebody pandering to me. But apparently, if you were an attractive black woman, that's all you got to do.
Nah, I think I realistically, the thing is it's just a lot of black men, and it's mainly black men and men who like their seeing their issues being parroted by women, right? Because it reminds them of that woman they wish they have, right? I mean, you ask any one of those girls, any one of those dudes to ask Melanie King out, right? They not going. She not going to take him up on it, right?
Hell no.
Chantel Simone, is she gonna go out on a date with any of those dudes, right? No, but they want to see. It's no different than like Pokemon, right? Or not Pokemon. What's that girl? Yeah. What's that? Who's that girl that was selling her bath water? Who's
no?
That?
I think I'm familiar with the story though.
You know that it was a girl that was selling her bath water, right? And like it was something about her when she lost her popularity when people realized she had a boyfriend, right? You understand that? But the whole time she was making all that Twitch money because dudes assumed, the Sims that were paying her assumed that she was single. And the reason that we're paying her all that money because realistically they thought they had a shot. It's no different than what these girls do in the manosphere forums and the manosphere streams, right? They pay these girls and they think they have a shot, right? So that's why these girls hide their boyfriends, right? They don't come up there on screen with their man. The man sitting back, making sure the money is going in the right places, making sure. Matter of fact, the man's probably the one making her do the stream.
Well, I will say like the only one that's allegedly legit is Danica Marie, because like niggas know who her husband is and shit like that, and they still on there simping heavy. So like, I guess shout out to her for that.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, Danica Marie, I ain't got no problem with her. Who else? There's another one, Pink Book Lessons. I love her. She's good.
Yeah, shout out to Pink Book, yo. That's like the only one I can really rock with.
Yeah,
like,
she took the way to
I'm trying to think of somebody else that don't be like. It's a little bit of like somewhat pandering going on, but like sometimes she call out dudes too. But I just don't like when I hear women coming out just saying, just literally retweeting. Re-speaking shit they heard from like Book of Alpharonomy and shit like that. It just get kind of crazy after a while.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a thing though. They're gonna be the simp economy is real, bro. Like the simp agenda is real. You're not stopping this shit, bro. There's nothing you can do to stop this. They will do their best because YouTube's got to get its 40% or 30%, however much is making from these dumb styles of promotion, bro. These YouTube style videos. Matter of fact, y'all even notice now that like some of these manosphere niggas don't even react to real scenarios anymore. There's skits being generated to simulate horrible situations that would get men triggered, right? Would simulate a woman
shit that's not even true, yeah.
Shit that didn't even happen, bro. And I got caught up with that sometimes. Y'all remember that one with the kid the mom who tossed the McDonald's bag? Remember how everybody reacted to it? And the
niggas knew that shit was fake, man. Like I had a feeling like, man,
nigga, they had me. But that's what's going on.
Oh, they
So
had
it's
you.
at the
Okay.
point niggas are creating fake scenarios, bro, just to
Yeah.
feed the growing simp agenda, the growing simp market. Bro, I legitimately think it's too big to stop. Like, if someone like Danielle Bagoli, the Cash Me Outside girl, can hop out after being 17, and we watched her from Dr. Phil when she was young, right? And then men all of a sudden were so invested to seeing this 18-year-old girl nude that they will give her $50 million, right? And then the same dudes get mad about that. Are we not aware
That's
of the
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Listen, at this point, men, we gotta be honest about how delusional we are. We can't be Sims while complaining about the same problem. But then again, I tell y'all, it's too big. We can't fix this, right? Everyone who's getting in on this is getting in on this. It's a cash grab. Like, realistically, like, it's only the real niggas that don't give a fuck are the ones that would do it because they don't care about the money. Because YouTube, the algorithm will not swing your way. It wouldn't. Like, sometimes I think about it, I'm like, yo, if you know how, like, just as charismatic as I know I am, bro, if I come up here and start spewing Kevin Samuel's talking point word for word, I come up here, I do my thing, and I can come after these YouTubers too, it'd be right to the top, bro. But I don't do that because I don't believe in the messaging because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me, right? But the real kind of messaging, the shit that keeps you awake and keeps you thinking, and we can't talk about that because it angers.
Bro, you defeated Austin tonight, bro. That was him that came up on the show and he got defeated, bro. I'm sorry, he got deflated.
I hope that nigga was just a troll. I'm gonna hop on. If you're having a smoke show, I'm gonna hop on it. I just hope that wasn't
bro. That was him, bro. Like, if you listen to it, it's the same voice.
Hey,
and
put
like,
one in the chat if y'all
shit, voice inflections, huh?
I'm asking the chat. Put a one in the chat if y'all thought that was
that was him, dog. Cause like he was like, that's him, bro. He couldn't even come up with a good fake name, bro.
Austin Hudson.
Like, that was the crazy part about that shit, dog. That's my theory on that shit, bro. I think that was him, yo.
Debate tomorrow, then. I would debate him tomorrow, then. That's what we're gonna do. I would debate him. Why not?
Man, he ain't gonna do no smoke show, cuz. Like, I never seen him do no hop in the joint, like, cause he don't even really seem like he can have conversations with people like that, because like he couldn't even really like rebuttal anything anybody was saying. He just kept trying to tell some stories that weren't even really verified.
Bro, look at me, bro. Of course he'll win against me, dog. Look at me, bro. I'm just a nigga that gets high and clowns people on YouTube for fun. Okay, there's nothing. Listen, there's nothing serious about me. I'm sure he'll listen. He'll be able to take me because he's smart. He's the new leader of the passport, bro. Listen, I'm just a nigga that smokes, bro. Like, what you talking about? I'm drunk and high. Your boy got that HD vision, my nigga. Like, what, you will win. Hell, I can even pull up to your fucking stream high. It don't matter, bro. However you want it, bro. We can do it.
Bro, he can't do nothing like, because like, bro, you see what happened when he was on there talking to the boy Jason Black. You see what happened? Like, he's looking on there looking like a clown, bro. Looking real crazy. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah, that was wild when he said that he was thinking about women sexually in Brazil at 6 years old.
Yo, because that means that he didn't even like get to have like that means he barely probably even got to have like a real legitimate crush on a girl that he actually know from school or something, like something normal. So it's something going on, bro, and it's not healthy, and it's like, and people like, that shit crazy, bro. All the minions, they can say whatever they want, bro, but I think he got defeated tonight, bro, or like deflated, I should say. Like, he got out of there. He ain't had nothing to say. He was like, damn, like, I'm gonna do a show tomorrow. He was like, bro,
I don't know what we said. I supported this campaign. Like, I'm trying to be nice, my nigga. Like,
because
listen,
the thing is, when dudes come with real concerns, like, yo, I'm really concerned about the safety of my brothers, they try to say that we dick policing and we caring about other people's life. Like, no, we concerned about our brothers, dog. We don't give a fuck about what y'all niggas want to do. Like, y'all niggas can't get girls and shit like that, cool. But they just trying to, like, they want to make it some type of, rather than actually addressing it, they, like, everything yesterday, you will be like, yo, well, what about this? And then they'll start talking about something different, like, that's not even really related to that. Like, they just, like I said, they kept bringing up, somehow we talking about, yo, it's not safe over there, and somehow they kept bringing up black women in America on the panel yesterday,
because
and
that's
that
the
shit was
women,
just kind of
that's the
crazy to
women,
me.
that's the women that hurt them, man. Like, they got to think about the woman that hurt them, right? Because a lot of dudes, you got to realize this passport thing is also out of spite. It's out of spite. Some of it, I'm not saying for all guys, because again, I got to separate the subsection of men who actually go there and then they find wives and then they come back. But then, you know, when they find wives, they're not really passport bros anymore, or are they? They're just niggas with families now, right? So, you know, there you go, because you're hitting about the passport bro nonsense. But like, that's what it is. So a lot of that shit is just the spite. They don't like the fact that the women are allowed. Some of them, they see, this is where it starts to sound like a liberal, but like they do have these misogynistic tendencies. And
No,
here's what I
facts,
mean by
bro.
that.
It's
The reason
facts.
why is a lot of these guys, they don't have the social skills to really talk to a woman, even deal with women, to understand the communication. They didn't even want to understand her. They want to skip that process, right? Because a lot of those guys don't really see women as of, right. You don't believe me? Look at it, bro. Look at the forums everywhere. There's those undertones with it, right? But they like to hide behind, you're saying we're misogynistic, you're liberal, you're liberal. No, it's not what we're saying. No, you're behaving in that way. You're just being dishonest about it, right? And it shows through, because then when it comes down to understanding, hey, you need to, like, for instance, Myron doesn't believe that women orgasm is the thing that matters. And you wonder why your girl would cheat on you. If a guy just goes around, yeah, I'm just gonna get my nut off and not care about the girl, right? Well, guess what? You think she's not getting it off somewhere? You think she's
He
not?
lying.
You think she, bro? Come on, bro, get
He
real.
lying, bro.
Real. It's
That's not
very
true.
male. It's very male centric, and they disregard the females like they're not another thing. No, women are people too. They just got a different gender. They think differently, but they're people too. Don't get it twisted. And there are other creatures that watch you. They're just like, like, to even gloss over this is crazy to me. So they carry on with these tones, and they don't really think about it that way. It's crazy to me. This is why they lose. This is why they lose. So when you're a passport bro and you come into the situation, you go to another country because you skip the steps. You don't realize that those women, they come from harsher conditions than you're coming from. So
Yo, can I
they're
address
already
something in the
wired.
chat real quick?
They live in war, bro. This is survival for them. Like, what the
Can
fuck?
yo, can I just want to address something in the chat real quick. The bull DYB lifestyle saying, because you guys keep speaking about stuff y'all haven't experienced, there's no point in arguing about it. Well, like, I mean, we hearing these stories, bro. Like, we concerned about our people. Like, I don't really know what you want me to
No,
say.
I can even answer that really easy. DYB experience is a very interesting thing. Okay, let me tell you something about experience. Experience is it's like a time machine, realistically, because a young man can learn something from someone else's mistake, and gain that experience, right? And versus that particular person has to go through that. So for instance, if it takes a man 3 years to realize that, hey, the girl I selected probably isn't the right woman for me, and it turns out she's been cheating on me, right? It took him 3 years to go through all that, as he's looking down to his younger brother or his friend, and he's explaining his whole 3-year experience with that situation. What ends up happening is whoever receives that knowledge, that experience, right, can then avoid future issues, right? By utilizing that. You see how they just skipped time? They basically jumped 3 years ahead. They jumped basically from whatever, by learning from someone else's experience, to basically where they are. So if you go online, instead of basically learning experience from people who are talking about game and picking up women and all this crazy stuff, you can actually learn the experience of people who have been robbed. You can learn the experience from people who have gotten through, being drugged, right? What that feels like. So then as you're traveling, because you're right, I ain't going to them countries. You ain't gonna ever catch me in one of them countries. But I'm gonna sit here and tell you what them other niggas are letting you know about what happens in them countries. So, which bolsters my point of why I'm not gonna fucking go. But to sit there and be disingenuous with this comment and think that you're smart by saying that because we haven't experienced it, we're not arguing this. There's no point, nigga. We experienced experienced it by listening to this nigga talk about his experience being robbed and drugged. That's an experience for all of us. Real talk. Didn't you experience that too? So why can't we talk about it? Why can't we argue about it? Why can't we debate about it? This is something that we should debate about. I think you should call in, but you won't, right? I think we should, because I haven't experienced it, then you have. So come school me. This is an open forum, my guy. Listen. The fact of the matter is, we just learned from multiple people and their blogs that this is the shit that happens. Over 50,000 people out of tourists, this unofficially happens to, or 50,000 cases of this
And
happen.
that's what's that? The Scully drug? Like that's only that. People getting drugged with all types of shit.
The devil's breath. That's only unofficial. And they said if they officially counted it, the numbers will be higher. I don't need to go down there and live the life to know that that's the shit that happens. So to just say this comment is disingenuous, but this is part of the shaming language. They try to get you to shut up about it because
he was shaming, yo. He was definitely shaming.
Who cares? Like I don't care.
But there was something else they said too about women being concerned and being in the chat, and I'm just like, where are we going to where, like, okay, I get it, like we got men's spaces and shit, but like, where is it where like we don't want to be around women? Like, what is that? Like, I seen somebody say something like that, like, oh, women are concerned. Like, why shouldn't they be? If they brothers is going overseas and getting robbed, like, why shouldn't they be concerned about that?
Yeah, that's a thing to be concerned about. Women should be concerned, but the thing is, it's a jealousy thing. At the end of the day, they want to weaponize that jealousy. See, a lot of the passport bros, when they say that they're going abroad and they come back and say the women are better, it's just to make the other women here jealous and feel bad that, hey, these good men you could potentially miss out on is going overseas, and guess what? They don't even want you anymore, right? That's part of the whole shtick. That's what they do. So what they think, the women, some of them care, but those are the ones that no one really wants. Let's just be real, right? Those are the ones that really care about it. With the younger ones, are they paying attention to some guy who's possibly on the spectrum, going overseas because you can't properly have a conversation with a woman?
But bro, like that's, I would have to say that there's some though. There's got to be some that is really concerned about what's happening in the community, and they see that they brothers are being lied to and they being led astray and all that shit. You know what I mean? So it's got to be something there. Just for me to try to say, oh, women, like, I don't know. I just feel like I may be neutral on that one. Like, there's got to be somebody that cares about our safety. That's a woman. I just can't be like a red pill nigga where every.
I mean, for instance, like, I'm sure like family members, like mothers, sisters, their cousins, they're women. They'll care about your safety. But yes, yeah, you got people who will care about your safety. That's
and a lot of these, a lot of these ministry cats, mom might not care about them too, bro. Like, that's like, I love my mom and I got two parents and shit, and they love me and I love them and shit. And I just don't think, I think it's just like a lot of shit like that. Like, it's some type of like black woman in their head that they just gotta constantly upset with every time they breathe in and out. I don't know, bro.
Well,
like, I'm not trying to sound like a male feminist or nothing.
Every guy has that woman that does it for him. For instance, for most people, it could be their girlfriends. For most people, it could be that one toxic relationship. For most men, it could be that one toxic relationship, right? Or for instance, for what the manosphere doesn't talk about a lot, and I think the one person that does talk about it is Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm hearing a feedback, by the way. Can somebody mute? Jesse Lee Peterson talk about it, even though he got busted with a lot of other shits, but like with the trauma that a lot of black men go through dealing with by growing up in with their mothers, right? Dealing with their mothers and how that situation, how they're overbearing, right? For instance, when my mom took us and fled us to this country, right? We lived under a single parent household. It was tough, right? Okay. My mom was overbearing. It was a very tough situation. I could understand and relate to what other single mothers are going through and what other kids of single mothers are going through. Your mom's not usually always home, right? And when she comes home, she's always stressed and she's working, and she puts that stress on you sometimes, right? And a lot of black men go through that. So when they grow up, right, they end up having certain resentments to their mothers and things like that, and sometimes the resentment for the moms could be even worse, right? Even we know in 2022 and beyond now, OnlyFans is a thing. So a lot of young kids.
It's gonna
their
get bad.
moms are going to be caught up in that, right? But that's the situation. So we're heading towards a different time, man. There's just different situations happening, and
See, but
yeah.
like you see, like with that, like I ain't really know that little backstory about you, but that would just kind of go to show that like you
Yeah.
somebody that dealt with that, so you can they need to be listening to people like you that are trying to be level headed about this shit. You know what
They
I
won't
mean? Like
listen to
they
me.
just
No, guys like me who are level-headed are called haters. That's the thing. Yeah, like
oh
we care,
yeah.
but like that's level-headed people are called haters because you got to be extreme in a YouTube game, and I feel as though you can't. And actually, maybe you can, right? That's why I'm gonna try to be a little bit more extreme with these niggas. I don't know. Maybe that'll give me more views, right? If I could just talk about this shit and then have people just at least digest enough of the message to wake up, maybe I can make a difference because it seems like the more extreme you go, the more views you have. I don't know, because I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. What would you do for young men to listen, right? And we even have certain cases where we have people on this platform that listen, they understand the message, but then they go get their fill from the other platforms too, and then they come back and say, "Well, what about this?" And it's like, "Come on, bro! Like, are you
Yeah.
serious again with this bullshit? Come on, you already know what's up, right?" But what are you gonna do about that? Not a damn thing. We just gotta roll with it. We just gotta understand that, like, listen. One thing I'm starting to really understand that I believe is true is that there are main characters in this world and the rest are NPCs. And the NPCs are absolutely going to have to buy into a message at some point. I'm gonna mute somebody. I see a feedback. The NPCs are always gonna buy into a message, and you'll see them walking around. They're gonna be at your Walgreens. They're gonna be at your gas stations. They're gonna be at your WalMarts. You see them walking around. You see them just neatly folding a line while you out here moving your life. It's up for the people to understand how the matrix is forming and how these NPCs fall into the matrix to basically maneuver about this, right? Because realistically, when the time comes, not all of us can go, and there's certain people who are sent here to awaken the others, but there's only so many people that can be awakened in time before the shit really hits the fan and it's already too late. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about right now, but that time is coming where only a few sent here to wake up the rest, and only the rest, or whoever's willing to listen to the message and hear the word, are willing to then move on from this pace before shit goes crazy. Other than that, you're all stuck where the fuck you are. It's happening. It's happening. Pay attention to the world that's happening around you. You got to wake up. And the thing is, they have all these distractions everywhere to keep us, pretty much, scattered brain, because we got to worry about this, worry about that. This shit don't even fucking matter, bro. The things that are mattering, they're basically hiding it in plain sight while you're sitting here worried about shit that don't matter. Wake up. You don't have that much time left. That divide between the haves and the have not, it's going to get to the point where you can never cross that bridge again. And listen, bro, listen, for those of y'all who are stuck funneling your money into shit that don't matter, you're wasting your time. You're buying into other people who are pretending to have it, only to find out that they're just utilizing a tactic to get above that line before the gap closes for good. You've wasted your time. By the time you realize that you can never get ahead anymore, right? That dream of actually being wealthy independently is no longer there. They got the new currency now. The new world currency is set, and you are stuck where you are now. It's over with. The new class system is here. You can't get away. And all these niggas that utilized you and used you, they're over here now. They're rich off of you while you're stuck here. Y'all need to wake up. You don't have that much time. You don't. My bad.
Not only like with the divide between the rich and the poor, it's like some huge major gender divide they going for, to where like a dude not even going to be able to be in a normal relationship
It's not
because
a
like he
gender
gonna be
divide, it's a gender blur. It's a gender
oh
blur.
yeah, mixing
Because
and
here's
matching
what's
and all
going to
that.
happen with a lot of these sexually frustrated men, and some of them, they're so, it's sexual frustration comes in multiple different forms. For instance, some sexually frustrated men, it could be due to the fact that they had past traumas in their youth. Maybe they were raped, right? Maybe they were assaulted. Maybe something happened to them where, you know, now when they grow older, they have all that frustration and they take it out on other kids, or they take it out on animals, or some weird things. All right. And then there are other people who have sexual frustrations, and it just comes out of the fact of them being incels, not being able to, you know, court women properly or even have sex with them. Right. So when you listen, bro, you're gonna have a lot of these frustrated men, and
But my thing is like, how do they just go through life? How do you go through like, okay, because like maybe I'm not really from like a small town, but like how do you just go through like 12, 13 years of school and nobody like that's confusing to me, bro. I don't really get that. And like I guess that's a special type of life. So I really won't understand that type of rage or pain of like never having a woman ever come up to you at all or like say anything positive to you. Like,
well, a lot of dudes are sexually, I wouldn't say even sexually frustrated, but a lot of dudes, oh, how do I even say this? That like even talking to a girl is crazy. They can't do it, right? And not only that, a lot of people they're socially awkward. A lot more people are introverted than are extroverted on this planet walking around. I guarantee you that. And there's gonna be more introverts being pumped out every single day than extroverts. You guarantee. And realistically, they just started doing the autism, you know, testing now, and they start realizing there's a huge rise in this. But I'm starting to become of the opinion that maybe this autism thing has been around longer than a lot of people have realized. And a lot of people were walking around not realizing what they were on, right? And that's just what it is. If they really did test on adults and, you know, and things like that, right, I think they'll start to find different things. But I think that's all being added to why a lot of men are growing up without like certain skills, like they don't understand certain social cues. They don't understand even how to read faces, the most expressive part of the human body, right? They don't even know how to read palms of hands, right? How to read postures, right? In comparison to what people say. Some people don't even understand that people don't even talk with their mouth, really. They talk with their bodies, all right? Especially when you're in front of people, right? So a lot of people, they skip past those steps. Even now, we got the mask situations, right? Where you cover up the face.
yeah.
Well, guess what? That's for kids growing up right now, moving into future generations, right? Their ability to communicate is going to be further hindered because now they grew up in a world where they had to wear masks, and they're missing out on the key piece of reading faces properly, which is your lips, right? So now you all these kids being pumped through school, not being able to read other kids' faces properly. When they get older, what do you think they're gonna do? What do you think the mental impact is gonna be when they see another face in front of them that's a girl, right? You think they're gonna know what to say? Do you think they know how to smile? Do you think? And it's not even just for the young men, for the young girls too, because there is gonna be an awkward situation for them. You got young girls growing up thinking, "Holy shit! Well, if a guy approached me, that's probably a crazy thing coming up, right?" Because some girls realistically are going through school systems being taught to be legitimately be afraid of a man, right? To look at the opposite sex and to be afraid of it. That's what's being taught in schools, in most schools nowadays. So there are lots of things that's happening here. And I think that a lot of times we just have to take the time to just slow down and have the adults retake the wheel. All right. We got to retake the wheel on this because there's a runaway train and we can easily lose the good thing we have going on here because our kids are not being told the truth, right? Our kids are not being told the truth. Adults not being told the truth.
Yeah.
No one,
They
everyone's
lying to middle-aged men, bro.
everywhere. It's starting to suck, man. It's starting to have negative side effects, right? And we are getting to that point where, my boy, it's over with. It's gonna be, and I think it's closer than we think, man. People don't realize we're closer to a technological convergence than ever anything else before. The Internet of Everything is pulling everything together. You understand? So there's certain things now that can be easily controlled with the click of a button with the mass appeal that hasn't been existed before. We have those tools now. So you guys got to understand. Listen, man, like there's. Men are being kept weak on purpose, but it's not for what we think. I guess that's the easiest way I can say it, right? We're putting all our problems on women, and the real thing is the problem is with us, right? But we say this, a lot of guys get pissed off. They don't want to hear the fact that they're a problem. Motherfucker, we got issues. We got issues. Our men are in trouble right now. The fact that a 23-year-old thinks it's appropriate to go overseas to get boxed, or thinks it's appropriate to be thinking about going overseas to get boxed since the age of 6, that shows you the mental and physical deterioration of the spirit of our country. It's gone. It's gone. When you have things like OnlyFans being glorified, you got things like things that are basically supporting simps like Twitch and all these crazy things. We are starting to head towards these are key signs that we are heading towards a societal decline. Listen, every empire has its due. It's got its due date, right? And we're approaching what? We're past 200 years, right? We're getting to that point, right? Listen, we're seeing signs, okay? We're seeing signs, and the struggle that's gonna lead into the next big world war, right? It's gonna happen. The struggle that's gonna lead into that. Don't let the calm before the storm fool you. It's gonna happen. Maybe 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, something's gonna pull the trigger, and the world's gonna come to war. And once that happens, bruh, if y'all niggas are not ready, listen, bruh. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. So go overseas, do what you want. Y'all motherfuckers got like 10 years tops, okay? Because by 2030, I believe China has completed their 100 years of glory, and then they got to take Taiwan next because they got to prove to the world that they're in charge now. So once they make that move, I'm gonna try to figure out something else, okay? But y'all, good luck.
Yeah, they got motherfuckers just worried about whole world ending, and they got niggas worried about coochie, bro. Shit crazy.
Worried about, nigga. Hey, you just wait. Look at Germany, bro. This is gonna be listen, Germany right now. I should probably clip some of this and put it on the other channel. But Germany right now is gonna face a fucking expensive winter of biblical proportions. This is probably gonna be the most craziest economic hit that Germany is gonna take, because guess what, bro? All their gas that came from Russia cut off. The Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, and some of these other countries gone, bro. And these were the same motherfuckers when we were going through the woke era talking about we gonna go green. We're gonna have windmills, we're gonna have solar panels, right? Those bitches not helping now, nigga.
Yeah, that shit goofy.
Now when the gasoline stops. And you know, these motherfuckers had an opportunity because liquefied natural gas is the new thing right now. It's the new kid on the block. You know, this is a shit that Hillary Clinton went around campaigning for, right, around the world. The liquefied natural gas is the big thing, right? So when Germany had the opportunity to build liquefied natural gas, they passed up because that sweet Russian oil was cheap and good. We had the guzzle right to the fucking mouth, baby. No homo, but that was true. And they had that shit funnel it right through until they decided to side with the West against their own self-interest in for some bullshit woke nonsense. I mean, for Pete's sakes, Germany, you of all people should know that Ukraine is filled with fucking Nazis. But I digress. For you to go ahead and take an aggressive sanction stance that basically guaranteed your economy destruction. Like, I don't even understand what you motherfuckers were thinking. Was there anyone at the wheel? So now, months later into the attack, when Russia showed you they were all about their business, now y'all motherfuckers gonna see what it's like to have a really, really cold winter. And what we're gonna see right now in the next couple months is the testament of the people, how real these woke niggas really are. Because when it really starts to affect them, all of a sudden you're gonna see these same motherfuckers out in the streets talking about, man, fuck Ukraine. Like, what? Like, who the fuck even cared about these niggas? I want my gas right now. I want my electricity bill. That's what these motherfuckers are gonna do. Because at the end of the day, this woke shit is fucking. It's a scam. It's a scam for people who don't feel like doing anything to feel like they've done something. All right. But at the end of the day, when it comes to them or you, it's them they gonna choose. So Germany is gonna go through a choke point right now. And we're gonna see what's gonna happen, right? Because they're gonna have the government's gonna figure out how to keep the people in play, right? They got to keep them calm. They got to figure out how to do that because people are gonna rise up. It's gonna be a cold winter, right? And then they got to figure out how to get more energy coming in to fill the demand. I mean, they got coal right now, But Germany, wait a minute, Germany, wait a minute. You got coal right now. What happened to going green, right? What happened to shutting down your coal production by 2030 or 2040, right? Oh, it turns out you need it, right? And coal is the dirtiest form of electricity, energy that you can find out there. So ironically speaking, go figure, the wokest motherfuckers now got themselves stuck in a position where they now have to use the most nastiest and dirtiest form of fucking energy. This is crazy. We're living in la la land, and when them niggas start to get pressed, all right, and it doesn't work for what the U.S. because the U.S. we're basically selling out our allies at this point. That is what we're doing. We are lopping off our allies in sake of breaking apart Russia. And once that shit fails, and we go the other tactic, the other diversion, because China is going to be waiting there to make their move, it's gonna be over with, people. These are chess plays being made in 5 dimensions. Y'all niggas playing in 3D right now. Niggas, most of y'all not, most of y'all stuck in the first dimension. There are worlds playing 5Ds chess over y'all niggas right the fuck now, and we worrying about pussy overseas. What the fuck? What the fuck? And you'll look at me saying, oh, where's your Bugatti? Where's like nigga, like people care. Like people care. What's going on over there is going to affect you over here. And some of y'all even watching this show, y'all overseas too. So I'm sure if you're in the UK or whatever the hell it is, you can even testify to what's going on because you're closer to the message. But understand this, we are all being played. And once we understand that, we can start coming together. But we got these little distractions in the matrix, these little agents of ours to put things apart. So I don't know. I kind of went in right there, bro.
Let me just read this quick question from this dude real quick, yo. He gonna say, Duke, I have a real question for you guys. Why do you guys care how others live their lives? You only live once. Let people travel and enjoy their lives. Everyone is trying to escape the matrix.
Listen, Lottery Guru, it's not that we care. I don't listen, Lord, that's the one thing you don't understand about this. I don't care about any of you guys. Like, I hope you understand that. Like, it's not my job to care about you guys. But for some reason, like I said earlier, there's just certain people who are out there who understand the message, and sometimes they're tasked whatever it is that's driving them to spread that message, regardless of what the fuck happens. And it's that you see this throughout history. There are people who would come in, there are people who died basically because they were telling the status quo that, hey, maybe the sun doesn't revolve around the earth. Maybe the earth revolves around the sun. And he killed the motherfuckers for it at those times, right? That's what we're saying, right? We're just saying that, listen, there's certain people in this world, as few as they are, that are basically touched with the gift of understanding and also with the gift of spreading message in an effective manner. And it's up to them to choose to utilize that or not. If they go out there and spread that message, it's up to people who are out there to listen. But there's the thing, the message isn't for everybody, and they don't even certainly want to intend that message to be for everybody. No. The message are for people who have the ability to catch the spark, right? Because only so many people can catch it, right? The people who can catch the spark and be saved, they can move on. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not for everybody. No one cares. Like, I think I don't give a fuck about you. Listen, go get robbed and then come back and tell me how that worked out. I don't care. Like, nigga, I don't give a fuck about you, nigga. It's not my job to care. I got my other shit to worry about. But the thing is, I just have something in me to come up here on certain nights to just talk about it and not get paid, get doxxed, get ridiculed, get clowned, right? And still fucking do it with a smile on my face. And I don't know why. Most people would quit by now. Most people, maybe they didn't grow as fast as they wanted to, and they'll just drop off. But I don't know. Maybe it's just something in me that just wants to talk about it regardless of who has a problem. And guess what? It seems like we've been making quite an impact because there's been a lot of people that wants to shut that light up. There's been a lot of people, and these are the people who market to you that they don't care, right? It's okay. We didn't, but they come in here and they listen. We just had someone who may or may not be Austin in the street, right? Like, right? There's obviously the nigga wants to have a conversation, so he
That
cares
was him,
about
man.
shit to a certain degree. So you got to understand that this question, there are people who want to be in a matrix, but there are other people who are in the matrix that if they knew that they were in the matrix, they'd probably want to wake up. And if someone out there is going to give them that lifeline, I'm sure they'd appreciate it, whether they want to or not. And you, Lottery 7, you just have to understand that there are people out there who are just going to be talking their shit no matter what. And you can go out there and try to say, oh, how many people are talking their stuff and doing that? It don't fucking matter. There are always going to be people like us that exist. Some people are going to be way better than me doing what they do best, and some people are going to suck. Either way, there are going to be more of us. The fact that there are more of people like them out there, there's going to be more people like us. It's inevitable. You can't stop it. We may not grow as fast, but we're coming. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, man, like that shit. I just don't know, man. I feel that like they're gonna keep asking these same things. They're gonna just keep saying the same. Like I just wanted to read that because that was the same talking point that they say. Like, why are you hating on them? Let them live their lives. Like nobody gives a fuck if y'all want to pay $1,500 to go get robbed. That's on them. Like it's just that like it's some people that like might want to really hear the truth and they not being told the truth about that shit. Like,
yeah, that's facts. That's facts. No, it's no, listen, it's crazy. We should be worried. There are other things that we should be worried about. I like Emeka's comment here. I like your comment. He says not really. Marxist communism has no allies. China invested heavily in putting Biden in office, but communists backstabbed them in their warring factions. Yeah, absolutely. China's got its own problems it's got to deal with right now. First of all, they got the real estate market they have to deal with, and then they also have their banking shortage that they've been going through. I mean that was granted the app that went down was a small it wasn't small, it was a pretty major network, a banking network, but it went down. And a lot of people weren't able to withdraw their money, right? And this network was a way for people to withdraw their money from China with lower interest fees, right? I think it was like they were offering lower interest rates or higher interest rates than normal. I'm sorry, I'm like vaguely talking about this, but for a period of time, the Chinese people couldn't get their money back, and when they tried to go in and get their money, the government played some games. They even hired some internal goons to go in and beat up the people to prevent them from withdrawing their money. So there's a lot of financial issues that China's going to be going through. It's the old I grew too fast, and I made some bad people policies, right? That's going to bite us in the ass. So here's the thing with China, right? China is running out of time. Because China fucked themselves with that one-child policy. Okay, China fucked themselves with that one-child policy because now they're reaching a critical point in time, especially when they're looking at Taiwan, where they know they gotta take it. They know they gotta take it, and they know in the future they're not gonna have as massive of a population as they do now, especially of strong young males in the millions. You're talking about, we talk about in the millions. It's not going to happen in the future. So within the next 5 to 10 years, a war has to happen because China is running in a demographic. They're running on a demographic issue. They're running on an economic issue due to the poor party decisions and corruption. They're running out of time on so many things. It's not even funny. So for those of you guys don't think that shit that's going to happen, it's going to happen. Okay. So you said they'll take China. I don't know. Yeah, China's building. Here's the thing: China's building. What people don't understand, while we're worried about all these other people, right? All these other countries, China is building an external network that's more independent of the U.S. Infrastructures and U.S. institutions. You realize that China is running parallel world government institutions that they have a heavy influence on with smaller countries, right? You understand that they're in different countries like different nations, right? In countries like not Africa. What do you call it? Sudan. What's the other one? Oh my fucking god! I don't know my fucking countries in Africa anymore. Well, I know Nigeria. Okay, I know they're Nigeria. You could say Democratic Republic of Congo. They're all over the place. Is Congo where to get them? Hold up. I think Congo is where those cell phone parts come from. Cell phone metals for those chips come from. I think it's some mine in Congo. But the Democratic Republic of Congo, all these different countries, bro, that China is having their effect on. They're setting up parallel institutions, world institutions in competition with the West, and which is crazy. While they're embedded in Western institutions, right? Because America, because we wanted to bring, the liberal world order to China and end communism, we just said, hey, what if the Chinese got a ton of cash and we invited them into the world economy? We invited them into all these massive institutions. Right now, realizing the fact that, hey, wait a minute, China just got done with communism. Okay, they just murdered 1 million people. Yeah, y'all remember that? We just gonna forget that and try to have them just integrate within the world systems and shit. Okay, like that's not gonna end up badly in any sort of way, shape, or form. Oh wait, it kind of did, because then they started running parallel operations and stealing intellectual properties from other nations while lying about it on the world stage. And there wasn't shit that we can do about it because we already invited them into U.S. and Western institutions. Oh, go figure. We got played. Oh shit. Yeah, don't be surprised when a war break out and the line is drawn. Y'all paid attention to the move that India made, right? India made a move where they didn't back the US this time when it comes to levying sanctions against Russia. They didn't do that, bro. They said, nah, US, hey, we gonna stick with our regional partners over here, bro. We're not doing that. Oh, hey, look on the world stage, bro. We losing partners out here, man. And we just sold out Germany. I don't think that was cool. Hey, Germans, I know y'all fucked up. Yeah, you and that little guy with the mustache, yeah, y'all fucked up. But US, we kind of sold you out. Hey, hope you guys have a warm winter. Like, if you're watching, we got any Germans watching? Hope you have a warm winter. Hey, this is Drew from the US to you. I hope you have a warm winter, you Germans out there. Okay. Hey, listen, we're the US, right? We don't give a fuck. We just sold you out, just like we sold out Ukraine. Oh shit, we sell out Ukraine? Oh damn. Oh damn, that's crazy. As it said, Duke, I think they ended the one-child policy, but it's too late now. Oh yeah, it's gonna fuck them up for years, man. See, this is why countries need to understand the importance of population growth. Okay, so this is why feminism is such a cancer, because a lot less people now are having or reproducing, right? So the population goes down, but the US is clever. The US imports immigrants instead, so it's better just to do it that way, right? USA. But the rest of the world, they're not as friendly to immigrants as the Western world. So when they have these policies, it's very important to understand that these can have very important ramifications for the future of your tax paying base. Okay, and China, under communism, they weren't thinking about that, because what happens under communism is the government gets involved in your personal lives, and the government got involved in their personal lives, and now their future tax-paying base is fucked up. So no to communism, folks. But China learned from its lessons, so it said, hey, instead of this communism thing, let's just invite a little bit of capitalism and make some cash, right? And they realized it was the right way to go. But what's his name? Xi Jinping, he's got some pressures too, because he's got to take Taiwan, because he's been making a lot of promises to his Communist Party, and part of the promises was, hey, I'm reunify the lost continent. So I think that's what they're going to be planning on doing. So I think you guys got to watch out for that. It's going to be some interesting stuff. Emeka says, I feel you on that. They're playing the long game with the BRICS alliance. Russia is taking the body blows on the front end to get the new system over the finish line. Absolutely. Russia is moving a lot of things right now for the new world operation, especially because here's the chess piece breakdown, guys. Okay, so we got the Western powers realigning itself and trying to seek out new partners, right? I mean, now we don't know if Germany is going to be a stable partner. Well, we know we got Poland, because the Polands and the Russians got history, so the Polands ain't going to want to fuck with the Russians, so we know we got them on our side. But Germany now, we kind of got them, but we just kind of sold them out. So I don't know, depending on how the Germans get through this winter it's gonna depend, because listen, uprisings can cause change in governments real fucking quick. You understand that? So we might get somebody that's more far right, more nationalistic. You might even get a mini Hitler, another mini Hitler popping out of that situation. We don't know. And you understand something. Germany just decided to increase their military budget by $100 billion. So they just increased their military budget because of this whole Ukraine thing coming out. And now they're going to go through this energy crisis. And listen, we just hope that the government holds true and, you know, really keep things in line. But yes, you're gonna see the lines being drawn, and China right now is making moves because they're already aligned with Russia. They're already buying Russian gas. They're already rebuilding pipelines to go with China. And China and Russia, with this new partnership, is going to start supplying the rest of their allies with gas, oil. India is going to be a part of that trade. So there's going to be a lot of things going on. Okay, and the U.S. is going to have to reach out to its other allies, like the Arabs, right? Like the Saudis, right? They're going to reach out to that because that's a long time ally. But oh, wait a minute now, we can't even really rely on the Saudis anymore because we got that new Saudi prince in town, and that nigga is going around murdering people and, you know, assassinating key people. That nigga knows how to play chess. All right, he's the youngest, most powerful prince in that country right now, and all of a sudden he's now kind of considering China and Chinese ways and Russian, you know, ways, and even considering visits, right? That's a problem. One of our biggest oil producers may be feeling favorable to the Chinese and the Russian now. So we're in unstable grounds right now. Okay, so it's really tough to really even really draw this out, but guaranteed that Russia right now is taking a lot of the brunt to really kick this thing going. Right, Russia is setting the tone for a lot of things to keep things going. But yeah. What's good, Isaiah Thompson? Welcome to the stream, brother. I'm out. Good show. Hey, have a good one. Yeah, I'm about to be out in a good 5 minutes too, because I don't want this to be another 6-hour stream. But you know what I'm saying? When we get into politics, you know, I might even clip this piece and put it on the other channel, because this is the type of shit I like to get into, bro, because it's all over the place. I like to clown other niggas for fun on here in the space, but we talk about serious shit too. But yeah, I appreciate you. A lot of guru service. I do see what you're saying, Duke. Here's my take on the passport bros. I think when they travel, they get a culture shock. So when they get back, they spread the word to get to the other guys to visit these countries. No, you're absolutely right. But we're not talking about those guys. We're talking about guys that go specifically for sex tourism. And the culture shock with the sex tourism is the women disguise their prostitution a little bit better and hide it in form of a girlfriend experience. So to repackage prostitution into girlfriend experience, and then the guys get that feeling and they come up here and they talk about the women are so much better. So no, I completely agree with you. The guys who go overseas and they get the culture shock, they learn the people, they learn the culture, they learn the environments, they go see things, right? The real adventure chasers, the real frontier men, the real guys who want to go and get that sense of purpose and adventure. Those guys, I understand the culture shock, and they tell their buddies about that. However, that's not what we're dealing here in the manosphere space, because majority of people who come back from those countries, they always talk about the women, and they always talk about how the women there compared to the women here suck. Now realizing they're comparing a manufactured girlfriend experience, because listen, who do you think they're banging when you're back in the States? I mean, do you think they're just waiting for you and not making money? Come on, guys. That's all I'm saying. So I get what you're saying, but we're not talking about the same people. And I've separated those people multiple times, but you know, even some of the guys we played here on the stream, they were passport bros, and they were given a game on how they got robbed. These are passport bros being honest about being robbed, but they're not getting views like Austin is. They're not getting views like some of these other guys are, because they're speaking facts. Where's the same love for them? Matter of fact, if y'all want to come at me, right? Y'all want to come at me? I'm a nigga that shows receipt. I donated to this nigga's campaign. I'm not hating on the nigga. I want to see y'all niggas fly out there. Hey, go go support the travels, my nigga. Go support. Hey, this is the LinkedIn right here, y'all. I supported his. Hey, listen. Since my live stream, I've been the only one that donated so far. So I support the brother. Ain't nobody hating. I'm just saying that my brother listen, we support your message. I just think you should, be a little bit honest about it. That's all we're saying, okay? It's come on, brother. Oh my god, I cracked myself up. I can't even laugh right now. I'm so tired. Um, Emeka, the other channel is called the New World Order. It's called New World Order, so go check it out. It's even on my community tab too, so go check it out. Hit the subscribe button. Yeah, Monday we'll do live streams closer to that, but Monday is going to be an interesting live stream, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, that's what it's called. Nick says he says the Saudis had a relationship with Trump not biting. Yeah, you could say that. You could say that, but with the way things are going right now, I don't even think we're gonna get in. We may or may not get another Trump. We may or may not Trump. And here's the thing with the United States that a lot of countries are being hip to. Okay, a lot of countries are being hip to the United States, understanding that our decisions sway based on whoever is in power or whoever is in charge or whoever is in office. Okay, so it's a very unstable. It's a stable internal government system, because that means that someone can't stay in power for a long time versus dictators. It's a lot more stable. External wise, right? External wise, our democracy, the way we do things, the Constitution, it doesn't work internationally, because with us changing policies back and forth depending on which power is in charge, right? It confuses the international crowd, so they just sit back and wait to see who wins the next election cycle. That's what it is. Versus other countries, they have long-term presidential candidates or presidential office holders, so they're international policies are a lot more stable versus ours compared to our I don't know if this makes sense. Our internal political stability. It's weird, but other countries, they're starting to get hip to the game that, listen, the United States, you can't trust the word. You can't trust the word. You just can't. Like, it just depends on who's winning. Who's winning right now. You can't trust the word, right? So, hey guys, this has been great. Yeah, I think a lot of us think that Biden was pretty useless. I think he was pretty useless. He's useful to depend on who you think, who you're talking to, but yeah, it's tough out there, bro. It really is. Aza, you're right. Yeah, that's how like they just sit back and wait. Okay, who's gonna be next? Is it gonna be a team red or team blue? If we know it's team red, all right, everyone's in business. If it's team blue, okay, here come the liberal world order guys again, trying to make their little world order things happen. And to be fair, I think Trump was the last of the Republicans that wasn't really about it. But although I think he was hired by the agenda, I think that he was the one that would put a wrench in the global expansion plans, right? Because we have that. Hey, the neoliberal order was a real thing. It's a real doctrine, bro. Like, we have to spread liberalism to the world, the American way. Every country needs to be like America. That's the agenda, right? And Russia was supposed to be part of that agenda, but Russia held strong throughout the Cold War. So that not throughout the Cold, throughout the Cold War they had held strong. It wasn't until the 90s they broke apart, but the U.S. missed their opportunity to really divide and conquer Russia when they broke apart, right? So especially when Putin was something that they did not account for. Okay, especially when they were setting up that order at that time when things started to break apart. You see, when Putin was riding through the ranks, you see some elements of the United States backed Putin because they saw Putin as this slick, corrupt guy that can come in and probably do a lot of what the U.S. wants while still keeping a hard fist on the people. So essentially a dictator, because we like dictators around here, right? So that's what the U.S. did. So there were certain elements of the U.S. that backed Putin on his rise to power. And on top of that, they even influenced the decisions of the president that preceded Putin, that appointed Putin. They influenced that decision on appointing Putin to be in power. So, it was certain. So, but what they didn't account for was that Putin was going to basically think for Team Russia versus Team United States. So when throughout the 90s, the early 2000s, when Putin started to make moves and started to really kill off the oligarchs' power and really started to centralize control, and the U.S. realized that there wasn't really a way to get one up on the government or really break in, then they realized, okay, we got to go to Plan B, and then Russia stuck to what they said they were going to stuck to, and they started kicking back. So we're in what we're in right now. This has been going on for a while, it's especially since the documents released during that meeting where they said, hey, we have plans to, get Ukraine into NATO, get some of these Baltic states into, you know what I'm saying? It was getting crazy, bro. And Russia told them I wasn't having that, or Russia or Putin, whatever, said I wasn't having that. And, he did what he said he was going to do. He got Crimea. He instigated the war in the Donbass, right? And then, when it was all go time, he placed the troops around. I mean, we all saw it coming, and they marched right into Ukraine. And Ukrainians thinking like, oh, well, how the hell did this happen? Well, you were sitting there talking all that stuff, thinking the U.S. was going to say, yes, you can join NATO. I mean, we said we were going to do it. I mean, we didn't actually do it, though. So, I mean, sorry, we didn't mean it. For those of you Ukrainians who are going to be watching this, maybe 30 years in the future after your shit's been fucked. Yeah, sorry, we didn't mean it. Not us. We have crazy people running this country, not us. There's crazy people running the country. We just out here. We just out here getting high, talking shit. Okay, listen, you can't get mad at niggas like me. Y'all don't even like niggas over there, so. Fuck, like, right? I don't know. AZ, I'm tripping right now, bro. Nick says, funny how every dictator US backfires. Yeah, because they come on. I mean, there's something what happens when a human being gets absolute power, especially in the little world that they're in, right? They start to get too big for their britches. We supported a lot of dictators in exchange for self-interest. You understand? So in exchange for self-interest, we back dictators, which is very unfortunate. And unfortunately, those dictators are biting us in the ass. And this is what happens when we don't understand. Listen, and the thing is, it's no fault of it's no fault. Actually, it is. We're the lay to blame. Where's the lay to blame, right? Because you think about it, a lot of people who are in power right now are entitled, right? They're entitled kids who never really went through World War I or went through World War II, right? And how to really pull together a power structure. And also, not only that, keep the citizens educated and in line with social structures and things like that, right? So we never really had that. The people we have in the American government now are people who inherited the powers, right? Since World War I, when we came in and helped, right, we kicked some ass, but then we kind of went back and became isolated for a little bit, and then we watched a tiny little artist that got kicked out of college and rejected everywhere, rally an army and start another war, right? So then we came in and said, hey, you know what? Fuck it, let's control everything now. Let's prevent massive wars from happening. What is a great way to do that? Well, hey. We have democracy, right? The liberal agenda, and it's the only agenda that has not failed. So let's just spread it around the world. But here's the thing. In order to get that agenda across, you then have to do unsavory things, which is to back dictators and topple democratically elected officials. You understand? So when we go into another country and then feel as though we know better than the voting public of that country, that's when problems start to happen. That's when the people at some point they wake up and realize, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, you're our president, but you're the whipping boy of the Americans. You American whipping boy dog person, right? That's what you are. You're a whipping boy. So the citizens grow to resent you, and when the citizens grow to resent you, they get angry, they get upset, uprisings grow, and there are people who lead those uprisings, and some of those people who lead those uprisings eventually go on to become local insurgent leaders, right? And these local insurgent leaders now start getting a little bit more organized in how they attack governments and attack certain institutions, and before you know it, you got a full and complete Sri Lanka on your hands. You go look at Sri Lanka right now. The people, the leaders fled. They ran. They couldn't handle the mess they made. This is what happens when the people are fed up. Okay, you can't be fucking with people. But yeah, and a lot of times they'll even elect a dictator just to. Bruh, we can't be fucking with countries like that, bruh. We just cannot be doing that. You gotta, I don't know, no sympathy. You gotta watch the stream. People get drugged and robbed, I guess. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it for the night. You guys have been great. Oh, by the way, hey, no sympathy. No sympathy. I know you just hopped in, but you could do my boy a favor, okay? And go support his enlightened Western men world turf horn. Okay, you can support that shit. And listen, I already threw my support in. No sympathy. So if you're a passport bro, I don't know why y'all niggas can't support this nigga. I'm not even a passport bro. At least I'm trying to help. So hey, instead of coming at me or whatever it is, I think just watch the stream. I don't think anything is wrong with guys getting passports and going overseas. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even feel like explaining this shit to you, my nigga. Just go help your mans out. Don't come at me because listen, it ain't nothing else y'all niggas say to me, bro. Go help your mans. If you not on that donation, go help that. Go help your mans, bro. New World Order. Yeah, I'll drop the link in the description of this video once it goes live, guys. I promise I'll do that, and you guys go check it out. Part of Monday's live stream too. Monday's live stream, I'm going to have a guest on and we're going to talk about tech. And I think Mondays are going to be more of the educational ones. And I'll put that on the other channel too, because all this stuff kind of fits on there and that'll help with promos too. So I'll re-upload it there so you guys can go rewatch it. Or if you don't catch the full live, you can go ahead and rewatch it on the other channel. That way it adds to the content, so it helps bring that channel into the algorithm. So once we get that back into the algorithm, then we'll just be posting and streaming on that channel from a regular too. So it could be a thing that when we get done clowning these niggas, we hop on the other stream and we get conspiratorial. So we can have that kind of relationship, however you guys want to put it together. But I'm gonna put it in the link because this is the stuff that we could talk about. We talk about finances too, because that's something that's very important. But I want to do a tech show on Monday. I want to talk about how someone can get into tech, the certain certifications people can get, and we'll just go back and forth. You can learn from someone who goes from desktop to networking and how you can carve your path in the tech field. That's something I like to talk about too. So since I'm in the field as well, and then we can go into some more government type shit, and then we'll put it on the other channel. So you guys definitely don't want to miss out on Monday's show. Other than that, don't be a simp. Okay, listen, the box is $40 over here if you really want to. You don't have to go over there, but you can if you want to. We're not gonna judge, but just make sure when you're over there, you're situationally aware of what may potentially happen to you, so you don't get drugged and robbed, because no one wants to lose their laptops. Okay. All right. So with that being said, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. Enjoy the rest of the day or night. Peace.